Chapter 51, Press Conference. Bagram Air Force Base, Afghanistan, February 18, 2009, 1000 H local. Tony, Ensign, and Frank were put through the ringer after they were rescued. They had to endure a battery of tests and exams, especially Tony. The electromagnet in his chest made the doctors really nervous. Good thing Rhodey helped out a lot by getting the interview pushed back. The military will interview them when they get back stateside. The general was really accommodating. Too accommodating for him, at least. They were now boarding Tony's private jet with Ensign in tow. Tony had managed to convince Ensign to work for him, even if only for a short time. The trio's time in the desert helped them learn a little more about each other, no matter how much they didn't want to talk about themselves. Even Frank revealed some details about himself that were not in his files. Out of everything Tony learned, though, nothing was more eye-opening than Ensign's story. He was from the small town of Gulmira, Afghanistan, where his family had been massacred during the 10 Rings attack that resulted in him getting captured. Ensign had already made peace that he would die and join his family, but Naruto's unexpected abilities made it possible for him to leave that cave relatively unscathed. Even after everything, Tony still had to convince Ensign to get on the chopper and not wander in the desert alone for who knows how long. When everything was loaded up and Tony, Ensign, Frank, and Rhodey got in, the private jet slowly started to move towards the runway. "So, now that we're finally in private, how did you guys really get out?" Rhodey asked. "The story Tony kept on telling everyone is just too far-fetched to have been real. Like I told you, I was wearing a suit of armor and fought our way out of there. I then used the armor as a flare when we got some distance away from the cave," Tony replied with a bored tone. It was such a badass story that he couldn't help but tell a shortened version of their harrowing ordeal. However, he made sure to leave out Naruto's part on their escape. Rhodey was left sitting dumbfounded. His blank stare lasted through the liftoff and until the plane reached a cruising altitude. Frank decided that he had enough making fun of the Air Force guy and gave him a hand. He unbuckled his seatbelt and walked towards Rhodey. "You know," Frank started, not exactly sure on how to start the conversation. "The story is a lot more impossible if you heard the whole thing. Trust me. It's better just to hear this version," he advised. "You will have to ask Whiskers if you want to know everything," Tony interjected. He continued when he received a questioning look. "Naruto. Whiskers is Naruto. He's like the only person we know who has whiskers," he deadpanned. "Naruto? What the hell does Naruto have to do with this?" Rhodey asked, genuinely confused. "Well, Naruto warned us about the terrorists, for one. He also volunteered Frank here as extra protection," Tony sarcastically replied. "As for the rest, you can ask Naruto yourself." Alright. I'll have to ask Naruto myself," Rhodey said, giving up on getting any more information about what happened. What the hell does Naruto have to do with Tony's kidnapping? "Good thing you got out of the caves before it collapsed," he added as an afterthought. "We didn't actually see anything after we got out. We just wanted to get as far away as possible," Tony commented. "You should have seen what happened," Rhodey giddily said while pulling out his phone. He scrolled through his phone until he found the photo that he was looking for. He called over Ensign so he could show the picture to everyone at once. The small hill and the cave system under it collapsed into a 1-kilometer-wide crater. The whole thing is filled with debris and boulders. The military had no choice but to send the engineering corps to sift through the mess, he explained. The trio couldn't believe what they were seeing. They knew that Naruto collapsed the cave system when he got rid of the weapons cache, but this was the first time that they had seen the aftermath. Ensign couldn't help but feel elated when he saw the decimation of the 10 Rings or at least a cell of it. Frank's training let him recover from his shock quickly. Even though that amount of destruction has rarely been seen in modern warfare, which is more focused on precision strikes, he had already seen a lot more horrifying things that happen in real life. "Can you tell me more about the guy you had on the retrieval team?" Frank suddenly asked, hoping to get rid of the itch that has been bugging him. "Which one?" Rhodey replied, acting clueless. "You know the one, the guy who was really in charge," Frank reiterated with a glare. The grunt sitting in the corner of the helicopter was definitely not a soldier. Throughout his career, he had developed a sixth sense for these kinds of things, and listening to it had never failed him before. "Damn. You're too good," Rhodey mused to himself. He took a deep breath while organizing his thoughts. "I don't know which agency he works for, but all I know is that he and his team came the day after your kidnapping. They had written authorization from the Joint Chiefs to conduct an investigation on Tony's disappearance. They didn't take over our side of the investigation, but they're the ones who found out about your rocket. They didn't want you guys to know who they are, obviously," he explained before remembering a detail that stood out. "The weird thing was, the head honcho, Barton, carried a bow and arrow. Probably one of Naruto's weird friends. Tony commented. Don't give me that look, Frank. You're one of his weird friends? He defended after Frank gave him one of those stares. I'm not his friend. I just owed him a favor, Frank retorted. What makes you think Legolas is any different? Tony replied with a smirk. Anyway, I need to call Pepper to send 2 cars to pick us up. One for me and one to bring you 2 back to a safe house I have. We'll talk pay later after the press conference Pepper is undoubtedly organizing. He continued while picking up a phone mounted to the side of the plane. I don't need payment. This is a one-time thing, and it's all pro bono, Frank responded. Just tell Naruto that we're even, he added. Your choice, Tony said with a shrug before retrieving a calling card with his personal number and handing it over to Frank. If you have any problem, though, just call me anytime. Frank reluctantly took it after a moment of debate with himself. He reasoned that having someone as powerful as Tony on his side if something went wrong was just too good of an opportunity to pass up. Thanks, Frank replied with gratitude before pocketing the calling card. Van Nuys Airport, Los Angeles, February 18, 2009, 1000 H local. About time you got back, Pepper greeted Tony as soon as he got out of the plane. Behind her is a black limousine and a black SUV. Ah, you have tears in your eyes. I didn't know you cared, Tony replied with a jesting tone. The couple couldn't even greet each other as they normally would since someone might be listening or taking pictures from a distance. The paparazzi are one tenacious bunch. These tears? Pepper said while wiping away the tears she didn't know was forming at the corner of her eye. These are tears of joy. I'm just glad that I don't need to find a new job, she retorted with a smile before turning towards Inson and Frank. The SUV will take you in a fully stocked apartment in downtown LA. Help yourselves to anything in there. Inson, Frank, and Rhodey took their bags from the porter, which didn't really have much in it, and walked towards the SUV. Tony and Pepper got in the car after the SUV left. How's Morgan? Tony asked Pepper as soon as they got in. Morgan's fine. She's just missing you a lot. Good thing Naruto keeps on distracting her, Pepper answered. Did you know Naruto's girlfriend is from S.H.I.E.L.D.? What the hell is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony inquired expectantly. A secret US-based international spy agency, Pepper replied. One of their agents came to the mansion to ask if you would ever betray the country. What did you say? That you're too much of an asshole to ever give in to any demands? Pepper answered seriously. Tony had to laugh hard at Pepper's reply. The divider rolled down, revealing Happy as the driver. She told you about the interview? Happy asked when he saw Tony laughing. Yup, Tony said after significantly calming down. Oh, let's buy some cheeseburgers before going to the press conference. Got it, boss. Happy replied with a salute before rolling up the divider. Tony turned his head towards Pepper and gave her a questioning look. You're not going to tell me not to get any cheeseburgers? Tony asked. Nope. Huh? That's new, Tony mused. Backtracking a little bit. An agent came to Afghanistan. Rhodey couldn't figure out which agency he came from, but it looks like he probably came from S.H.I.E.L.D. Exactly. Agent Coulson, the guy who came by the mansion, said that they were sending someone to work your case, Pepper explained. Would you look at that? I thought that agent was just one of Naruto's friends, Tony said, genuinely surprised. He might still be one of Naruto's friends since Agent Coulson is undoubtedly one, Pepper retorted. What the hell? Just how many people does Naruto know? Tony exclaimed. Pepper just answered with a shrug. Seeing that the previous topic reached a natural conclusion, she decided to tackle an issue that was going to be a lot more stressful. I heard Naruto asked you about Morgan. Pepper segued to the topic that had been eating her for quite some time. What do you think of his offer? Tony turned more serious when he heard Pepper's statement. He had been mulling over Naruto's offer for quite some time, and he was reasonably sure that he would accept it. All he needed now was Pepper's approval. To be honest, I'm all for it, Tony confessed. No matter how impossible it is, Naruto might be a super soldier just like the captain. He also has all those weird powers of his that I still can't figure out, and it's seriously making me lose sleep. He commented before taking a deep breath. The only drawback that needs serious consideration is that Naruto tends to go a little overboard, not to mention Naruto's mental state. Pepper released a sigh since they basically arrived at the same conclusion, but she was still apprehensive about accepting Naruto's offer. There was only one thing that can make her change her mind. If he's going to work for us in any capacity, Naruto needs to tell us who or what he is and whatever the hell S.H.I.E.L.D. is, Pepper said seriously. Tony couldn't help but agree with Pepper's condition. There's just one thing he needs to point out. We should have probably asked all of that, or at least the first question, before we let him stay in the house, don't you think? Tony stated with a teasing grin. Pepper just gave him an unimpressed stare. Stark Industries, Los Angeles, February 18, 2009, 1100 H local. Tony was walking towards the main lobby of Stark Industries' Los Angeles Weapon Division corporate office with a spring in his step. Some people might not understand it, but a good cheeseburger could make anyone a whole lot happier. He even had 2 more cheeseburgers in the paper bag that Happy is carrying. As soon as he walked past the front door, he was immediately assaulted by a group of journalists and camera flashes. His security detail moved forward to control the crowd. Tony just shrugged off the attention and strode towards the podium on the stage after taking the bag of cheeseburgers from Happy. Pepper and Happy stayed at the back of the room to watch over the conference. She made sure to place the more reliable journalists at the front with the rowdier ones at the back. This setup would make sure that the noise level from the questioning could somewhat be controlled. "Hello? Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Tony said towards the microphone. "This just will not do," he mused before taking the mounted mic and walking towards the front of the stage. He sat down with his legs hanging, cheeseburger in his right hand, and the mic in his left. "So, who wants to go first?" His question caused a commotion with the audience. Almost everyone was raising their hands and shouting their questions, hoping to get an edge over the others. Tony pointed to a blonde journalist wearing a relatively skimpy outfit. It looked like Tony's playboy ways were not entirely gone, and Pepper certainly noticed it, evident by her raised eyebrow. The blonde reporter stood up, revealing her model-like body. Christine Everhart, WHIH World News. "There are some reports that the military didn't actually rescue you from your captors. Is there any truth to these rumors?" Christine asked with an underlying sultry tone. Christine Everhart was a 5 feet 9 inches blonde-haired Caucasian who had one goal in this press conference: try to seduce the Stark billionaire. There were rumors that Tony Stark has not been biting any baits for at least 3 years. She was here to test that rumor. The easiest way to rise through the ranks was to get an exclusive in any way possible, even using her body to do it. "No comment," Tony answered quickly. The military had warned him not to release any details of his capture and rescue. He was more than ready to tell the whole story to the public, but he wouldn't be the only one that was going to be affected by the inquiry if he disobeyed that warning. In a completely unrelated note, the guys in Bagram should increase their intelligence gathering net if it took them 3 days to find a kilometer-wide crater. But of course, he would always find a way around any problem. Pepper rubbed her forehead, already anticipating the shitstorm that would come their way. Tony then pointed to another journalist, a male one. This put off Everhart since she expected her subtle tactic to seduce Tony Stark to work better than just gaining his momentary attention. "It was reported that you were rescued alongside 2 other individuals. Can you tell us more about these 2 individuals?" the reporter asked. "Oh, come on," Tony exclaimed. "Can't anyone ask a question that I can answer? It's like you guys don't want to write anything?" he said with a sigh. The reporters couldn't help but acknowledge Tony's comment. High-profile scenarios involving the military usually have the information tightly controlled, but the challenge it presents just fires up the journalists even more. "Just bug the Pentagon if you want answers," he suggested before standing back on top of the stage. "Let me give you guys something to write about," he stated, causing the reporters to go silent. Pepper immediately got a bad premonition from Tony's statement, eerily similar to the one she got after the Vegas incident. It looks like Tony wanted everyone to remain in suspense since he took another cheeseburger and set it on the podium. "Do you know what he's going to say?" Obadiah suddenly asked beside her, slightly surprising Pepper. She turned her head towards him and answered, "I have no idea. He didn't tell me anything." "Let's just hope it's not too big of an announcement," Obadiah replied. Obadiah is using every ounce of his composure not to show any negative expression. All of his plans are crumbling before his eyes. There's only one last Hail Mary plan that might work, and he has no control over it. Tony needed to shake the trust of the board of directors for them to start a vote of non-confidence. Some distance away from them, however, is Phil, listening in on the press conference, as well as Potts and Staines' conversation. "I might only have been gone for a week, but man did I miss cheeseburgers," Tony said after finishing his second burger. His statement caused some of the journalists to laugh. "Anyway, as the CEO of Stark Industries, I'm suspending indefinitely the operation of the weapons manufacturing department as well as other military equipment and transport production companies under Stark Industries. This includes Lockheed, Boeing, Raytheon, and others. All existing contracts would all be put on hold as per Article 4, Paragraph 6, Tony announced. Obadiah felt glee with how much uproar Tony's announcement would cause. Still, Article 4, Paragraph 6 of all standard Stark Industries contract involves deals that may constitute a breach of national security, and there's only one reason Tony would cite it now. Stark Industries will do an audit on all transactions going back 15 years. I want to see every fuck-up that happened. He said entirely seriously. Well, isn't that exciting? He finished with a laugh. The reporters were left speechless, as well as Pepper, Happy, Phil, and especially Obadiah. Only Tony's laughter caused everyone to snap out of their stupor. The whole room was suddenly drowned, with the reporters firing their questions. I'll head back to the office. We need to get ahead of this before it blows out of proportion, Obadiah told Pepper. He needed to have a team check and balance production and sales. He might not be able to hide it entirely, but he could buy himself enough time to take over the company. You two make sure to change Tony's mind, or he might break the company, he said before walking away. Pepper stared at the retreating form of Obadiah, an idea forming at the back of her mind. She had been monitoring the stock sales since Tony asked her to look over Naruto's stock investment in the company, and she had seen some disturbing moves. Everything might be normal to an amateur, but her experience tells her otherwise. It was all a setup for a takeover, and there's only one person who would be in a position for it. Pepper's musing abruptly ended though when Tony spoke again. One statement that will definitely land him on the couch. That's all the time I have. I still need to get home to my family, Tony said while waving his hand dismissingly. Silence once again dominated the room, causing him to laugh internally. It was refreshing to be on the other side of the headache. Although, he could see Pepper at the back of the room, giving him the stink eye. Excuse me? Not to be crass. Christine raised her hand, pulling everyone's attention towards her. But what family? Tony picked up the microphone and walked towards the Pepper and Happy at the back of the room. When he got to the back, he handed over the bag with the cheeseburger to Happy and reached for something inside it. My daughter and fiancé, Tony said before retrieving a ring box inside the bag and opening it towards Pepper. Or my soon-to-be fiancé if she says yes. Stark Industries, Los Angeles, February 18, 2009, 11:30 local. Pepper's face turned a shade of red that rivaled her hair. All her cognitive abilities seemed to have simultaneously stopped. Everything outside a small area circling both Tony and her faded away. Tony's proposal might be unorthodox, but it was just like him to do something on a whim. She was about to give him an answer when something barreled through between them and tackled Tony, almost causing him to fall. Daddy, Morgan shouted. The revelation of Tony Stark's relationship going on long enough for him to propose and have a kid was already sufficient enough to make every reporter lose their mind. But the arrival of a little girl, who clearly looked to be at least 4 years old and had the Stark and Potts features, just further drove the point. Hey, Morgan. Tony greeted in surprise. What are you doing here? He asked after picking up Morgan. Ruto brought me. Morgan answered, pointing to a hallway. She then turned her head towards the people, all the journalists, and cameras pointing towards them. Her inherent shyness due to her relative isolation caused her to try to hide her face in Tony's neck. Who are they, Daddy? She asked. Don't mind them, honey, Tony softly said. He felt Morgan nod before setting herself in his arms. He looked back towards Pepper. Pep, I still need an answer. In the hallway that Morgan had pointed to, Phil and Naruto were watching the family interaction that occurred after Naruto let Morgan run towards her father. Hey, Phil. How are you? Naruto asked as he stopped beside the SHIELD agent. Everything's fine. Phil replied with his trademark smile. I have to say you're making my job a lot harder, he stated. Now, why is that? Naruto retorted with a teasing smile. Well, you managed to make most, if not all, protective surveillance measures on one of the agency's VIPs impossible, Phil replied. Isn't that like a breach of privacy? Not if Howard Stark himself technically hired us. Oh yeah. That, Naruto said sheepishly, forgetting why SHIELD was interested in Tony. Either way, you guys suck at guarding him, he added childishly before extending his tongue. Phil couldn't deny Naruto's statement since what he said wasn't exactly a lie. There were a lot of restrictions in place, preventing them from doing their job to its full capacity, which led to Tony Stark's Vegas fiasco and kidnapping. Phil, Naruto called him with a serious tone. This caused Phil to turn his head towards Naruto, who was still looking at the family. Do you guys have any idea who the mastermind is? He asked. Phil would have acted clueless now, but Naruto's serious expression made him change his mind. Nothing concrete, but I have a guess. We're looking into it now, Phil answered, making sure to leave out the name. His goal was to either stop Naruto from investigating further or at least bargain that information away, but it looked like none of it would work today. Naruto had no patience to play the back and forth that Phil was clearly trying to start, so he did something a little more drastic. He turned his towards Phil with his Shinigami activated. Phil slowly opened his eyes. He knew something happened, but nothing seemed to be amiss except for a weak headache. Trusting his instincts, he tried to recall the last few moments, but he felt a gap in his memory. So Obadiah Stane, huh? That makes sense. Phil heard Naruto say out of nowhere, looking at the family. That simple statement gave Phil an idea of what might have happened. What did you do? Phil asked, slightly panicked. Never mind that. Naruto retorted dismissively, causing Phil to frown. He looked towards Phil and continued. Don't do anything to Stane. I'm not going to do anything either. Tell Fury to let Tony handle it for now, but be ready to step in at any time, he said without any room for argument. His demeanor suddenly changed to a more relaxed one. Looks like Pepper is about to answer. Pepper stared Tony straight into his eyes and said, I'm hyphenating. Pepper's answer caused Tony to smile brightly, which she mirrored. It also sent the reporters clamoring towards the family, and it looked like their security detail would be overwhelmed. This looks to be getting out of hand, Naruto said before walking towards a blind corner. Phil had no idea what Naruto was going to do, but it was quickly answered with Naruto's reappearance. He was now wearing a suit similar to Stark's security detail, and behind him was a small army of similarly dressed people with different faces. Follow me. They'll definitely want to talk to you. Naruto quickly jogged towards the venerable horde, followed by his henged clones. He went straight towards the family while the clones pushed the reporters back. His appearance, though, took the family and Happy aback. Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts. The car is ready, Naruto said while pointing towards the exit. He also gave Happy a small gesture to get the car, which Happy understood evident by his sudden departure. Naruto led the family out of the building with Coulson close behind. Congratulations, guys. Naruto greeted when they finally got some distance away from the chaos. I thought Tony would push it back again, he commented, making sure to make his statement kid-friendly for Morgan. Thanks, Tony replied slowly before changing the topic. Why did you bring Morgan, and who's the guy behind you? That's Agent Coulson and answer the question, Naruto. Pepper interjected while giving Naruto a stern glare. Well, Morgan and I were playing with the TV on. I'm scrolling through the channels when I came around a live interview of yours. When you reached the part where you revealed your daughter, I came right away, Naruto explained. Your plan to suspend your weapons manufacturing will bring some heat down on you and your new family. So what better time to fully reveal Morgan than after your announcement to give those piranhas something to report on? I just didn't expect you to propose right after, he added. Look at the bright side, though. No one will talk about your statement for sure after all of that. Naruto's answer was exactly what they would expect from him. A stupid plan that would somehow work one way or another. Still, just thinking of the public relations nightmare headed their way gave Pepper a headache, so she decided to change the topic for now. Why is your agent friend following us? Pepper asked after they got through the door. You're going to want to talk about S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you? Then who better to ask than an agent himself? Just don't expect him to answer, Naruto replied. Phil, on the other hand, started thinking about everything he could say without repercussions. Naruto. I'll follow behind. I need to make some calls, Phil said before walking towards a parked SUV, a distance away. Phil will probably call Fury. Naruto mused right before a limo stopped in front of them. The family got on the back seat while Naruto got in on the passenger side. Hey, Happy. Find anything new to do? Aside from upping the security protocol as usual, he said as a start to a conversation, adding the last part as a quip. Not much. I started boxing again, though. Trying to up my skills just in case, Happy answered. He was also thinking about how he might teach Tony some moves to make him be able to defend himself. Nice. Call me if you ever need a sparring partner, Naruto replied. On the other side of the screen, Tony and Pepper are sitting facing each other with Morgan sleeping beside Tony, holding onto his arm. So, we're going to hire him, right? Tony asked Pepper sheepishly. We have no other choice, do we? You basically announced it on live television, and Naruto brought Morgan. Pepper replied with a raised eyebrow. But, it would be less stressful to hire a group of ex-special forces. We should probably look into that, she added half seriously. An army of every SAS and SEALs combined can't hold a candle to Naruto. Ask Rhodey to show you the crater to understand what I'm saying. He'll know what I'm talking about, Tony suggested with a serious tone. Pepper immediately filed Tony's suggestion away for later. By the way, I'm uploading Jarvis in the corporate system. Why? Pepper asked, genuinely confused. I'm going to upgrade Jarvis's system to do a full sweep of everything. There will also be an old school audit, but only you and I will know about Jarvis being in the system, Tony explained. Pepper's expression softened. She could see an underlying tension in Tony's demeanor. Be honest with me, Tony. Why are you doing all of this? What happened over there? Pepper asked softly. Tony released a sigh. He should have known that Pepper could see his anxiety. You know that a mortar caused this, right? Tony asked, to which Pepper nodded while trying to hold back her tears. What I didn't tell you was that the mortar had my name on it. Your name? I don't understand. The mortar was made by Stark Industries, Tony clarified. This drew a gasp from Pepper. The whole thing finally made sense to her. It's not just that. They had a massive cache of weapons with Stark Industries on it. On our way out of the cave, we blew up as much of it as possible, he explained. We apparently missed a cache inside the cave since we were rushing to get out, but Naruto took care of it. The pair sat in silence after Tony's statement, individually thinking about how the company should move forward in the future. You know what? I hate all the serious talk. Let's talk about something more fun, Tony said with a smile. Let's talk about the wedding. Pepper had to smile at Tony's redirection. She could always depend on Tony to add some levity to her life. Natasha's Safe House, New York, February 18, 2009, 1400 H local. Hey, Nat. There's some leftover pizza in the fridge if you like. Jessica greeted Natasha as soon as she got into the apartment. This was one of the few moments of free time she had throughout the week due to the increased workload because of her accelerated program. Thanks, but I already ate, Natasha replied before tossing her bag at the side of the door and flopping on the couch beside Jessica. Jessica saw her tensed shoulder, so she decided to give her a massage. That's the spot. Thanks, she said in gratitude while holding back her moans. Must have been a stressful mission if you have this much tension in you, Jessica asked rhetorically. By the way, Naruto hasn't come by for at least 3 days, she added. Sounds about right, Natasha commented softly. I guess I can tell you about the mission this time, she said. Natasha rarely tells Jessica about her mission since a lot of them are above top secret, but from time to time, she would let out vague mission parameters and let Jessica work it out. Still, there are low priority or public-related missions that come her way, so she tells Jessica the whole thing. All of Natasha's efforts to hide it were sometimes for naught since Naruto would occasionally get carried away with his storytelling and let out details of her missions to Jessica. You know about Tony Stark's kidnapping? Natasha inquired since it would be a whole lot easier if Jessica knows about that piece of news. Yup. Billionaire kidnapped in Afghanistan late last week. Found yesterday, I think, Jessica replied. I might not be updated in current events, but that kind of news would find a way to reach everyone, she added with a smug grin. Good to know, Natasha said with a smile. Anyway, due to reasons I can't tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special interest in the guy. It's been all hands on deck since news of his kidnapping got to us. I have been working my contacts to find anything new about the situation, she explained. As for Naruto, he might be doing the same thing as I am, or he could be babysitting Stark. Why the hell would Naruto babysit Stark? Jessica asked, genuinely confused. Didn't Naruto tell you? Jessica shook her head no to Natasha's question. Naruto has known Tony Stark personally since almost the moment he arrived here. Search for Tony Stark Vegas incident. You'll find an unnamed partner of his. That's Naruto. So he has been causing trouble from the moment he got here. Good to know, Jessica said with a chuckle. I also have a suspicion that Naruto sometimes stays at Stark's mansion, Natasha added. So living with 2 hot ladies willing to have sex with him isn't enough? He needs to live in a mansion too. That's good to know, Jessica replied sarcastically. Don't worry about that. I'm reasonably sure Naruto is worth at least $1 billion so he could buy himself a mansion anytime he wants. Add to the fact that he could create anything he wants out of thin air, and he could be the richest person in the whole world. There must be another reason why he's staying there, Natasha said. That's when she noticed that Jessica's massage stopped, so she turned around and saw a shocked Jessica. Hey, Jess. Are you alright? Jessica froze when she heard how much Naruto was worth. She hadn't even thought about how Naruto's creation ability could be used to make anything he wanted. That train of thought somehow made her feel empty inside. All she could think about is the distance between Naruto and her. The reason why she never dated anyone after Sterling is because of her inability to process emotions well. Being an introvert with PTSD and survivor's guilt syndrome can do that to anyone. The only reason she accepted Natasha's weird offer was because she was in a bad position in life, and one of her outlets was sex. Now, she somehow caught feelings for a guy in a relationship with what could arguably be called her best friend. What a fucked up situation to be in. Hey, Jess. Are you okay? Natasha asked while shaking Jessica a little. Yeah, I'm fine, Jessica reassured her as she got out of her stupor. Natasha stared at Jessica for a moment. As an expert in reading body language and psychology, she could accurately guess what Jessica's thinking. She internally smiled since she can now move to the next part of her plan. You know what? I know that Stark would hold a press conference right around now, Natasha said as she reached for the remote. Okay, Jessica weakly replied. Natasha turned on the TV and surfed the channels until she found what she was looking for. As the CEO of Stark Industries? The television blared out, running through Tony Stark's statement. Natasha could already picture the mess his announcement would cause. She knows for a fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. got a lot of their armaments from Stark Industries through the military. Fury would surely fucking lose it. Or my soon-to-be fiancée if she says yes, so that's why he's rarely in the news these past few years. Good for him, Jessica commented when the TV showed Tony proposing to the redhead. That's Virginia Potts. His longtime assistant? Natasha said, giving Jessica some context. That's when a kid suddenly runs straight towards Tony. And that's probably their daughter. 3 years old, I think. We have no records on her. Jessica chuckled at Natasha's disgruntled face. It's like she couldn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. was unsuccessful in finding anything concrete about a little girl. Her amusement stopped when she saw what was happening on the television. Hey, Nat, isn't that getting a little dangerous? Jessica asked, referring to the venerable stampede headed towards the family. Fuck. That's what happens when stuff happens too much too soon, Natasha commented. She couldn't do anything being 4,000 kilometers away. A few moments later, though, the pair saw something that they were not expecting. Isn't that Naruto? Jessica said while pointing to Naruto wearing a suit. Yup, Natasha replied with a groan. And that's my coworker behind him? She pointed to an average-looking man behind Naruto before reaching for the remote and turning the TV off. I don't want to deal with all of that while I'm on my break. Natasha decided that now was as good a time as any to deal with something that she had been thinking about for quite a while. Jessica saw Natasha leaning on the couch beside her, making sure she's comfortable. Natasha then patted her things, urging Jessica to lie on it. After Jessica laid down reluctantly, Natasha started running her hands through Jessica's hair. Jess, I want you to be honest with me, Natasha said out of the blue, causing Jessica's heart rate to skyrocket. A super spy trained to remain emotionless and an emotionally stunted enhanced having a heart-to-heart, what could go wrong? Are you in love with Naruto? Natasha could feel Jessica immediately tense. She continued brushing Jessica's hair to calm her down, but seeing that Jessica wouldn't answer, Natasha started talking again. In Naruto's world, there's a law called the Clan Restoration Act or CRA. It says that when a clan is down to the last few members, each surviving member could be paired with 2 or more individuals to increase the clan's population rapidly. Natasha explained. Polygamy and polyamorous relationship is the norm in their world due to the imbalance between genders. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Jessica already knew about all that, although she didn't give any of it a second thought. It was a concept so foreign to her that she just pushed away at the corner of her mind. So, there's no reason for all of us to be together unless you don't want to, Natasha whispered to Jessica's ear. There's just one thing you need to know before deciding. I haven't talked to Naruto about all of this, but I'm giving you an out after you hear what I'm going to say. She felt Jessica nod slowly. We both know Naruto is an immortal. I managed to talk him into considering making me partially immortal. I know it's a stupid idea, but I just can't imagine Naruto being alone throughout eternity. She explained. You want to doom yourself into eternity for a guy? I thought you were supposed to be immune to feelings. Jessica retorted half-jokingly after a few minutes of silence. She then stood up and walked towards the door. Don't worry, Nat. She reassured when she saw Natasha's worried expression. I'll come back. I don't know what my answer will be, but I won't just up and go, she said before walking entirely out of the door. Damn. Too much too soon, Natasha said to herself, forgetting her statement earlier. Jessica, on the other hand, had no idea where to go. Ever since Nat and Naruto came into her life, it had been like a roller coaster ride, and she was not sure if she liked it. Why can't everything be simple? Jessica felt like she was slowly drowning in her thoughts. As a desperate measure to talk to someone, she took her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. After a few rings, somebody finally answered. She released a deep breath before talking. Hey, Trish. I need someone to talk to? Can we meet somewhere? Downtown Manhattan, New York. February 18, 2009, 1600 H local? Come on. You fought in a Russian underground fighting rink. This isn't that different, Jessica said to herself while walking back and forth in front of a Starbucks. She had no idea why she was more nervous about the prospect of talking with her adoptive sister than going into a bar fight. "You're being stupid. Just go in there and talk to her," she whispered. Jessica was debating with herself if she should just cancel the whole impromptu meeting with her sister when the choice was taken away from her. "Jess!" A voice suddenly called her name from behind her. When Jessica turned around, she saw a woman walking towards her. The woman's name is Patricia Walker, or simply Trish, though she called herself Patsy before her whole image change. She's a 5 feet 8 inches Caucasian woman with blonde hair and green eyes. She is currently wearing a brown coat with what's more than likely a dress underneath and stiletto heels. No one could deny her beautiful face and sexy figure. Trish was a talented individual who quickly became a young star. And just like other young stars, the newly found freedom and pressure of her profession caused her life to go down the drain. Even at Jessica's lowest point in her life, she didn't reach Trish's level. The last time Jessica even saw her sister was at a club when she stopped Trish from having a one-night stand with the drug-dealing owner. Trish voluntarily entered into rehab after that incident. The adoptive siblings hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, though Jessica still kept track of Trish's whereabouts. Trish was able to turn her life around and is now working as a producer at a radio station. Jessica stood frozen for a few moments, studying how healthy her sister looked compared to when she last saw her. After she snapped out of her stupor, she walked towards Trish and gave her a quick hug. This time, it was Trish who was shocked, since for as long as she had known Jessica, she had never initiated a hug or any other sign of physical affection. The most she would do was pat someone on the shoulder. It looked like she wasn't the only one who changed in the past 3 years. Trish decided not to point this out, cause this may cause Jessica to clam up. She instead hugged her tightly. "Let's get inside and warm up?" Trish suggested when they separated. Jessica nodded weakly before the pair entered the coffee shop. "You still want the same thing?" she asked, to which Jessica nodded again. "Okay. I'll order for us. Just find a seat." Jessica nodded again before walking away. Trish was surprised again. Jessica prides herself as a strong, independent woman and wouldn't take any form of charity from anyone. Jessica would always insist on buying her drink and even paying for her guest. Whatever caused her to change this much must be something huge. Or it could all just be a side effect of whatever distressed her enough to call an essentially estranged sister. Jessica, on the other hand, was sitting on a table staring at nowhere in particular. Her brain was working in overdrive. The talk she had with Natasha really messed up her mind. So much so that she didn't notice Trish sitting in front of her until Trish practically shoved the coffee up her nose. "Latte with 2 pumps of caramel and a cream cheese bagel?" Trish said with a smile. "Thanks," Jessica said as she took the coffee and bagel. She took a sip of the coffee before looking back to Trish. "So, how are you? I heard you got a job with WNEX?" she asked. Of course, she already knew a lot about Trish's life, including that little piece of information, but it's better to start with some small talk. "Good to know you're still checking up on me," Trish commented with a teasing grin, though Jessica only gave her a raised eyebrow. "Yup. Got a job as a production assistant a year and a half ago. Worked my way up to a producer. Although, I just heard that I'd be able to get my own show that I'll host," she explained. "That's awesome," Jessica genuinely said. "What are you going to do with your show?" "Not sure yet, but I'm going to pitch a talk show about helping other people," Trish answered. "I might not be a superhero, but I might be able to help other people. I say it's still a dream come true," she continued, referring both to Jessica's abilities and her childhood dream about being a superhero. "But enough about all of that. Let's get to the reason why you called me," she said a lot more seriously. "Don't get me wrong. I love that you called me, but you're obviously dying to talk about what's on your mind," she finished. Jessica released a deep sigh after Trish's statement. She called Trish to talk about her unique situation, but she didn't want Trish to think she was just using her. There was also the fact that she didn't really want to talk about her strange relationship with her roommates. After a few moments of thinking, she finally decided to tackle the topic head-on. "How open-minded are you?" Jessica asked with a soft voice. Trish raised an eyebrow and looked at Jessica like she was asking a stupid question. "You already know the answer to that. With my history, it would be pretty hypocritical of me to think any less of people for what they do," Trish explained. "Well, what do you think about joining a threesome? That's pretty low on the list." "That's something a lot of people experience in college," Trish commented. "I'm pretty sure I did a lot more than a threesome," she half-jokingly added. Jessica took a bite of the bagel and a sip of her coffee. She noted that the coffee was just increasing her nervousness. "How stupid is this coffee idea? We should just have gone to a bar," Jessica mused, causing Trish to release a light chuckle. "Ugh. I can't tell you the whole thing. We would go to prison the moment I blurted out. Trish was surprised at Jessica's assertion. How does a threesome cause someone to go into prison? You should start with what you can tell me, Trish suggested. Jessica nodded, seeing that was the only reasonable thing she could do. So, I found a guy who has a stronger version of my condition. Jessica started, referring to her superhuman strength and durability. I now know for a fact that there are a lot of people like me, and there's an organization that monitors all of us. I can't tell you more about them, though. They're listening in on us right now? Trish suddenly turned a little paranoid, looking around, trying to find something amiss, but she couldn't find anything. The guy in the red hoodie behind you and the chick in the dress to my left. There's also the beige SUV parked outside. Don't look at them, Jessica pointed out. Living with Naruto and Natasha honed her already impressive observation skills. It also helped with the lessons they taught about espionage, self-defense, and intuitive thinking. Fuck. You're under surveillance? Trish asked disbelievingly. Not all the time. They don't surveil me at home, and they don't use audio surveillance. Think of it as protecting me from anyone that might take an interest, since that's how they do it with non-violent individuals. Jessica retorted, shrugging off Trish's concern. But never mind about that, the guy I'm talking about has a girlfriend. They were serious but not together long before I came into the picture, or was pulled into the mayhem. Were? How long ago was this? Trish asked. More than a year and a half ago, I think, Jessica answered. The girlfriend was my neighbor that had moved into the building a year before all this, and the guy has a weird living arrangement that caused him to stay at my neighbor's apartment most of the time. The whole building knew when he was there. Why? Does he cause trouble or something? No, not really, Jessica said sheepishly. It's just when he and my neighbor had sex. You could hear my neighbor moaning to Kingdom Come. And since he's a super, you could feel the building shake? She explained. I'm not even sure how Nat survived. She whispered to herself, but Trish heard it all the same. So your neighbor's name is Nat. You might as well spill the name of the guy, Trish reasoned. Jessica released a sigh. The name Naruto isn't as common as Nat here in the States. Trish could easily find Naruto through her connections. I can give you an alias of his. Some people call him Nathan, Jessica said. Wow. An alias, huh? What is he, a spy? Trish asked rhetorically with a teasing grin. No. Not him. Nat is? Jessica retorted, leaving Trish slack-jawed. They have a weird romance, and I can't get into that now, she added. Anyway, Nat basically tapped out against Nathan in bed, so she pulled me in. And of course you said yes? Yup, and it has continued up until now. What happened? Trish asked. Nat asked me if I would like to enter a more permanent relationship. Jessica answered, not really sure how to phrase it. She would leave Nathan to be with you? Trish inquired for clarification. Jessica slammed her head at the table. She was stressing over how hard it was to explain her situation. No. It's a menage a trois type deal? And it was this Nat that asked you? Nathan didn't pressure her in any way whatsoever? Trish questioned to be sure. No way. Nat practically forced Nathan to accept the arrangement. And when Nat asked me this afternoon, Nathan has been AWOL for at least 3 days. Jessica explained, glossing over her almost slip-up. Don't get me wrong, but is he gay or something? Oh. That's a definite no. Jessica replied, while her cheeks reddened. That's right. He's basically a beast in bed if he can keep up with you. Trish teased before going back to the topic. If you're okay with the arrangement and you like at least one of them, why not? She suggested. You like at least one of them, don't you? Jessica shyly nodded. It's the guy, right? Jessica nodded again. Then what's the problem? Jessica took a moment to think. If she was honest with herself, she was ready to accept Natasha's offer, but when she heard about Nat's plan for the future, it caused her to think twice. Nathan has a weird lineage? Jessica started. He came from an isolated place where he's basically a member of royalty. Because he's the last surviving member, he's expected to have multiple wives. She explained. There's an even bigger problem that would cause most people to back away, but I can say that if I don't change, I'll be left behind. Although I can still join whether I change or not. She finished, thinking about Naruto's immortality and Natasha's plan to join in the future. Is that change good or bad? Trish asked. She was not one of those people who advocates not to change for anyone, since she knows that not all changes were bad. Best I can say is that if everyone in the world were offered the choice, it would be a 50-50 split. Jessica answered. Immortality is one of those divisive topics. What the hell? Why can't you just tell me? Because either you won't believe me or everything you know about how the universe works would be turned upside down. Jessica replied. Aren't you exaggerating this just a little bit, Jess? Ha ha ha. I'm not exaggerating at all. Well, fuck. Trish commented. I don't know what to tell you, Jess. I think you're the first person ever to experience this kind of problem, she said with a sigh. The first time she saw her sister again, and Jessica decided to bring in a major headache. If every one of her future callers asked her about problems like this, she would probably just quit. All I can say is do what you think you want and deal with the consequence later. You don't have to decide anything for now either. It doesn't seem like they're forcing you. Jessica listened to what Trish said and arrived at one inescapable fact. Ugh. You're useless. That's what I was thinking too, Jessica replied with a groan before dropping her head onto the table. Natasha's Safe House, New York. February 18, 2009, 2100H local? Good to be home, Naruto exclaimed as soon as he got into the apartment. Naruto had a pretty long week. Between babysitting Tony and distracting Morgan, he barely had time to check on Nat and Jessica to make sure they were okay. After the limo got to Tony's downtown apartment, they noticed that Phil wasn't following them. Naruto surmised that Phil was called in by Fury to prevent Phil from spilling anything. Tony and Pepper tried to pump Naruto about S.H.I.E.L.D., but he just brushed everything off and told them he would answer questions some other time. Naruto went straight inside Tony's apartment before flopping on the couch. Tony and Pepper discussed a lot of topics that took them hours to finish. It included Inson's job interview, Frank's payment, some small talk with Rhodey, and a whole range of topics. Morgan eventually woke up, so he relegated himself with babysitting duty. Adulting isn't really his thing. When Naruto noticed the conversation winding down, he silently said goodbye to Morgan before placing his hand on Frank and promptly disappearing, surprising everyone. Naruto dropped off Frank to the nearest Hiration mark near Frank's house before quickly disappearing again. He just didn't have enough energy to do anything else but to cuddle with Natasha and bond with Jessica. Nat, Jess, anyone home? Naruto loudly asked through the apartment. He tries to only use his worldwide sensing ability for long periods unless he's specifically looking for someone. Being able to sense anything in the world takes away all the fun in life and was just plain creepy. When no one answered, he immediately activated his sensing ability as well as his Shinigami in worry. Weirdly enough, he found Natasha in her dance studio at an old warehouse he renovated for her to support Natasha's love for ballet. But due to Nat's hectic schedule, she only does it when she's stressed and worried. Even her negligible chakra reflected her mood. On the other hand, Jessica was walking around Central Park. Her chakra was also turbulent, showing her more than probably chaotic feelings and thoughts, although it was slowly ebbing away. Both of them having chaotic chakra signatures couldn't be a coincidence. Something probably happened between the two. Seeing that Natasha was in a secured area, he decided to Hiration towards Jessica, who was coincidentally sitting underneath one of his accidental Hiration gate trees. After Jessica left from her impromptu meeting with Trish, she wasn't any closer to finding a solution to her headache. She decided to take a long walk around the city, eventually working her way towards Central Park when it became dark. As Jessica was walking around, she came across a cherry blossom tree. Although it was weird to see a cherry blossom so far away from the rest, she just brushed it off, sitting on a bench next to the tree. Somehow, this particular cherry blossom tree was calming her down. Something about it seemed familiar to her. Jessica's peace and serenity didn't last long, though. What you thinking about? Naruto asked after suddenly appearing next to Jessica. She was naturally shocked by his appearance, causing her to almost jump high up into the air. Naruto. What the hell? When did you get back? Jessica rapidly asked after calming herself down. She long gave up on trying to rid Naruto of that particular nasty habit of his. I got home a few minutes ago to an empty apartment. Naturally, I was worried since I know you guys were home this afternoon. That's why I tried to find you too. I immediately knew something was wrong when Natasha was doing ballet. Your chaotic chakra signature just proved my point. Naruto answered before invading Jessica's personal space, causing her to lean back. She also pulled up her scarf to hide her reddening cheeks. So, tell me, Jess, what happened? Jessica should have expected the question. Naruto was a straightforward guy who would always choose to barrel through a problem than think about it for too long. She must have remained stationary for too long since Naruto was already starting to poke her cheeks like a kid. You okay, Jess? Naruto asked, unconsciously flashing his puppy dog eyes. Yeah. Jessica replied with a shake of her head before releasing a sigh. I can't tell you what happened. Nat said some stuff that shook me up, that's all, she explained. Can't tell me, huh? That just makes me want to know about it more, Naruto teased. But I'm going to let it slide for now. Although, I need you ladies to talk it out. Your stress levels are off the roof. Good thing yours is going down. Yeah. I just felt calmer when I got near this tree. Jessica replied. You just had to break the peace, she continued cheekily. Naruto released a pure-bellied laugh. When he calmed down, he turned his head around towards the cherry blossom tree. You do know that this is one of my trees? Naruto asked. Your tree? Jessica asked, confused by his statement. Yup, Naruto said. This tree is one of the accidental physical manifestations of my dimensional anchors. I didn't even know the flash of light that happened along with the trees when I arrived. I only found out about it while I was traveling. He explained. So it's my tree. It absorbs a whole lot of nature chakra and releases some in a controlled manner. That's probably why you feel calm. Jessica finally had the reason for the really weird calming feeling. I should have gone to Central Park sooner if it's like this, Jessica commented. It probably wouldn't have worked before, Naruto retorted. If this affected everybody, we would see people everywhere. Only you and Nat should be affected because you both experienced nature chakra from me, he continued. Anyway, want me to bring you to Nat, or should I just leave? He asked. Jessica thought about it for a moment. She hated that she couldn't seem to make a straightforward decision even after all the time she had spent thinking about it. Let's just get this over with, Jessica replied, which Naruto understood. He reached for Jessica's hand before disappearing. Natasha's Dance Studio, New York. February 18, 2009, 2200H local. The Red Room was a Russian spy program that developed super spies. Their preferred recruits were orphaned girls or females who were sold by impoverished families to the government. They took young girls, 5 years old being the oldest, and trained them in batches. The program itself was one of the projects that originated from the Cold War. They aimed to create spies that could infiltrate anywhere and get close to anyone. The girls would be taught everything a spy should know. They were trained in hand-to-hand, ranged, and unorthodox combat strategies, seduction, information gathering, espionage, and covert operations. All of this was done while they were slowly being brainwashed with subtle suggestions and propaganda to think of the motherland as being above everything else. One of the cover stories for the Red Room was that they were a Russian ballet troupe that trains prima ballerinas. They were obviously taught ballet to reinforce that story. Natasha held on to ballet as a hobby, practicing it even after escaping from the Red Room. Although, she doesn't do it as much as she wants. That was why Natasha was touched when Naruto gifted her a private and secured dance studio. It also has an underground shooting range, dojo, and gym. Natasha had been dancing for almost 6 hours when the warehouse security system, placed by Naruto, informed her that someone had entered the warehouse. Judging by the lack of red alerts, the visitor must have been Naruto. Although she still retrieved her gun in preparation for the off chance of someone managing to break through Naruto's over-the-top security system. She also wiped some sweat off to make herself presentable. When Natasha heard footsteps on the other side of the door, she subtly concealed the gun behind her. This was to give herself the option to surprise her possible opponent. So it was a surprise that it was neither Naruto nor a stranger that walked through the door but rather Jessica. Nice place you got here, Nat. Jessica commented confidently, but Natasha could see the underlying tension. Yeah. I should have brought you over sooner. Natasha replied with a smile before placing the gun down with her other stuff. How'd you get in anyway? She asked, although she was reasonably sure what the answer would be. Naruto brought me, Jessica answered, confirming what Natasha thought. He basically forced me to talk to you. Why? Something about the state of our chakra bothering him or something? Jessica explained, not remembering Naruto's explanation. He got home a few hours ago, and he couldn't find us. So in a Naruto-ish fashion, he tracked us both down. I have no idea why he came to me, though. Probably because I'm here. This place is more secure than the White House, Natasha commented. Although she knows that the White House has a laughable security system. Fury occasionally sends her in to test weaknesses, and she always finds at least a dozen gaps. But the analogy still works. So, where's Naruto anyway? She asked while stripping off her clothes, not minding that she had an audience, to change into something not drenched in sweat. Jessica's eyes were glued to the mini strip show that Natasha was performing. Nat had such a high degree of refined sexuality that she has no trouble seducing even straight ladies or gay men. Jessica snapped out of her stupor when she noticed that Nat had already changed and was now staring at her. He said something about getting out of our hair for a while and going back to LA. Apparently, the Starks wants to hire him to protect their kid, Jessica answered. Huh? Fury should probably know about this, Natasha said to herself before taking her gym bag and walking towards the underground garage with Jessica following close behind. But it's not my job to tell him. I'm on vacation, she continued, a little too happy. The pair continued walking towards the garage, not particularly eager to talk with each other. Both Natasha and Jessica understood each other's messages to delay the conversation for as long as possible. The two walked towards Natasha's black 2008 Aston Martin Vantage V8, customized and upgraded to be a high-performance heavy-duty car. She was reasonably sure that Naruto did something to it as well since it handles better than she expected, but she couldn't find any unusual changes or modifications. Nat got on the driver's side while tossing her gym bag to the small space behind her seat while Jessica got in on the passenger side. Natasha drove out of the garage after making sure the autolock function of the facility activated. "You want to go anywhere?" Natasha asked, having no real idea where they should go, but Jessica shook her head. "All right, let's just drive around. See where it leads us," she suggested. Of course, it was not a random decision on her part. It was a calculated move that would prevent Jess from bolting somewhere mid-talk. "Are you serious about what you said earlier?" Jessica blurted out after a few minutes of deafening silence. "Which part?" Natasha countered. "All of it," Jessica replied. "But let's start with the immortality thing first." "That's true," Natasha said after releasing a sigh. "I was always taught to kill my emotions. That it was just an occupational hazard since you would drown in guilt if you feel stuff. Naruto was the first person that made me feel something more," she explained. "Don't get me wrong. I was never emotionally dead, but I was prepared to die without feeling any form of romantic love. The closest person I almost felt something like this for was my work partner, but nothing ever came of it since I figured out that he has a family." "Well, that sucks," Jessica commented. "But that still doesn't answer why. I still don't believe that it's just because you feel sorry for him," she said, changing Natasha's previous reason to the crudest way possible, which slightly irked Nat. Natasha took a few moments to think of an answer that would encapsulate at least half of the reason why she would be willing to do something as stupid as immortality. "Have you ever had a single moment where you wanted it to last forever just to preserve that feeling for as long as you can?" Natasha asked. Of course, Jessica answered yes to the question. She was thinking of the last Thanksgiving she had before her family died, although there was some small part of her nagging about some moments with Nat and Naruto. "That's exactly what I'm trying to do," Natasha said with conviction. "It may sound cliché, especially since it's coming from me, but Naruto is my forever, literally," she added. "So, where am I supposed to fit in all this?" Jessica asked. "Wherever you want," Natasha replied plainly. With Naruto's unique condition, there is a high percentage chance that he will eventually practice polygamy. All I'm doing is dealing with it now and at the same time making sure that it's at least someone who won't take advantage of him," she explained. "He might look tough and all that, but deep inside, he's just a puppy." "Are you expecting me to do the same as you?" Jessica inquired, referring to Natasha's choice of immortality. "No, but I got to say that I would like you to do it. I heard eternity can be pretty boring," Natasha answered half-jokingly. Nat had been driving for a while, and Jess noticed that they were on the freeway headed somewhere she was not expecting. "Why are we headed to DC?" Jessica asked. "All this talk about the future reminded me that I need to file for 3 months of leave," Natasha said before turning back the subject. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm not sure yet. I just need more time," Jessica confessed, causing a few moments of silence between the two. Stark Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles, February 18, 2009, 1900 H local. The Stark family just got home a few minutes ago. Pepper had already put Morgan to bed since she had a very active day, the same as any other day with Naruto. The couple themselves were exhausted as well, especially since Tony just got back from Afghanistan and was still severely jet-lagged. That was why Tony decided to heat up some leftovers while Pepper was putting Morgan to sleep. He couldn't wait to get some sleep, but it looked like it just wasn't meant to be. "Don't bother heating that up. I brought some ramen," Tony suddenly heard Naruto say from the dining room. "You should probably get some sleep soon," Naruto advised. I know. Pepper already told me," Tony said, exasperated. He took a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from Naruto and sat on the chair. "What are you doing here, anyway? I thought you were going back to your girlfriend," he asked before noticing Pepper walking towards them silently, trying to making sure that Naruto would not detect her. "I was. But my girlfriend and our roommate had some kind of misunderstanding. So I gave them some time to work things out," Naruto explained. "I could also start answering some questions you guys wanted to ask," he said before placing another bowl of ramen on the table in front of an empty seat beside Tony. "Ain't that right, Peps? I thought I could get by you this time," Pepper replied with a groan before sitting in the seat beside Tony. "Thanks for the food, by the way." The trio ate in silence, just enjoying the meal. When they were done, Naruto just picked up the bowls before promptly making them disappear. This didn't surprise the couple anymore due to how many times that they had already seen Naruto do it, but that just reminded Pepper of her agenda. You already know what we want to know before officially hiring you, right? Pepper asked while emphasizing the word hiring. She knew how loaded Naruto was since she was the one who handled his portfolio, and that was just the assets that she knew about. Who knows what else Naruto owns? Yup. You want to know my real background, and what the hell SHIELD is, right? Naruto asked to be sure. Pepper nodded her head while Tony was just sitting in one corner, trying to act disinterested. What do you want to know first? Let's start with what SHIELD is and why they're so interested in Tony. Pepper replied. She saw Naruto pull out a video camera and point it at Tony, which obviously earned curious stares from the couple. What are you doing? Tony asked. Oh. This? Just trying to record your reaction. It's going to be awesome? Naruto said with a grin. This obviously caused Tony to be a little disconcerted. So SHIELD? A little disclaimer, though, I can only tell you what I know, and I can't tell you stuff that could immediately cause you both to either be incarcerated indefinitely or terminated. He added, which further increased Tony and Pepper's anxiety, but Naruto pushed forward with the topic. The Strategic Homeland, Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division or SHIELD is a US-based international spy agency, but you already know that. 40% of their funding comes from the US, 20% from private ventures, and the rest comes from the UN. Any questions about anything that I've said so far? Pepper shook herself no while Tony just stared straight towards Naruto. SHIELD is the derivative of the Strategic Scientific Reserve or SSR. He continued before looking towards Tony. You know that one, right? Tony quickly ran through his memory, searching and compiling everything he had on the SSR. SSR was a top-secret advanced science division created to counter Nazi tech. Tony recited the essential details before stating the most significant and annoying fact. They were also the guys that helped the military finish Project Rebirth. Project Rebirth? Pepper interjected. It's the top-secret project that created Captain America? Tony replied with a bit more resentment coming through than he wanted. He still hadn't gotten over his jealousy that his father put more importance in a dead guy from his past than his own son. He reeled his emotions back in before adopting his easygoing persona again. Some guy must have wanted their name to spell SHIELD so bad. I feel sorry for the guy who had to come up with the name. He commented with a chuckle. Oh. You're definitely not going to like what I'm going to say next. Naruto retorted after hearing Tony's commentary. Tony's mind quickly understood what Naruto was implying, causing him to turn a shade paler and adopting a dubious expression. No. Just no. Tony said in denial. Pepper was seriously concerned with Tony's actions since she still hadn't figured out why he was acting this way. Good thing Naruto didn't make her wait long. Yup. SHIELD was co-founded by your dad, Howard Stark, and Cap's flame, Peggy Carter. Naruto blurted out, confirming Tony's suspicion, and Pepper finally understood Tony's sudden outburst. Hell, your dad provided most of the startup money that Peggy needed. He added. As for why they are so interested in you, Howard pushed forward a clause that you should not be introduced to the chaotic world that SHIELD is situated in. Peggy also mandated that SHIELD would watch over you from the shadows, to make sure you didn't suddenly die, or at least that's what my girlfriend told me. Tony and Pepper sat in silence, absorbing what Naruto told them. The whole thing was so far-fetched, but based on everything they knew, it might just be real. Tony was still reeling from the revelation when Pepper remembered something. So, the surveillance outside the house when you first moved in? Yup. SHIELD the lot of them? Naruto replied. They're still trying to watch you guys. Though I made sure they would have as hard of a time as possible. What are they going to do now? Pepper asked. Nothing. They'll continue what they're doing. Naruto answered with a shrug. I know for a fact that they're already making contingency plans if something happened to Morgan. He added while pulling out a tablet and sliding it over to Pepper. Pepper was about to take it, but Tony grabbed it first. He unlocked it and quickly scrolled through the dozens of files with different scenario labels. Alien invasion? Zombie apocalypse? What the hell? Tony exclaimed. Oh yeah. Very real. They already have an alien on ice, and I already met a zombie. Naruto replied nonchalantly. The alien he was referring to was the blue guy that Fury tried to hide off the books. He only managed to find out about it after he accidentally heard Fury ask Coulson about Project Tahiti. As for the zombie, the impure world resurrection technique technically created those. What? Pepper shouted while simultaneously standing up. Tony would have mirrored Pepper's reaction if he wasn't frozen in shock. All the surprises end here. Who the hell are you? She exclaimed. Naruto internally snickered, thoroughly enjoying the pair's reaction. It was kind of comforting that he could still surprise the couple and prank them even though he was telling them the truth. What do you want to know? Pepper pulled out her phone and opened a note file. She had been compiling questions she would ask Naruto if she ever had the chance, and now was as good a time as any. She already organized the list based on how important the question was. Who are you? We know your background story is all on paper only, and removing that, you don't exist anywhere. Pepper asked, going straight to the thing that has been bugging her the most. Unbeknownst to Tony, Pepper hired a team of private investigators to dig into Naruto's life, and all of them agreed on two things. Naruto was not a regular guy, and all his papers are fake. Tony just hung back, letting Pepper run the show. He recognized that she would be able to ask more pertinent questions. Well, the question should be what rather than who, but I guess I'll answer either way. Naruto mused before taking a deep breath. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a former shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. My girlfriend has had the best description that I've ever heard. He started before pausing for dramatic effect. She called me an immortal dimension-hopping god. Pepper sat frozen in shock, not expecting such a far-fetched answer. Tony, on the other hand, decided to go the other direction and release a full-bellied laugh. Gulmira, Afghanistan, May 28, 2009, 0700H local. What are we doing this time? Eric asked from atop a cliff, positioning himself as an overwatch. The 10 rings are moving their forces inside Gulmira. They're going to make it their new forwarding base. Naruto replied through the comms on the other side of the village. I know someone from here, and we're going to do him a favor. As expected, Tony and Pepper were surprised by Naruto's revelation, causing them to forget temporarily about the shield talk. Being an alien god really does send anyone into an existential tailspin. After an hour of Naruto calming the couple down, he had been forced by Tony to do all kinds of tricks with chakra, including walking up walls and making fires. Good thing Naruto had the forward thinking not to blurt out that he could call for the dead and make anything he can imagine. The whole reveal finally convinced Pepper that Naruto was more than qualified to guard Morgan. His price to protect Morgan was a copy of Tony's armor and the base code for Jarvis's program. Who knows what he could come up with if he combines Wakandan tech and Tony's designs. Naruto decided to stay with the Starks for 3 days, giving Natasha and Jessica more than enough time to work things out. However, he was checking in on the location of the pair from time to time. That was why he was surprised when he sensed them going to Washington and staying there for a day. Before Naruto left, he planted an invisible Hiratian tag on Morgan. He also gave her a 12-bead bracelet similar to the Wakandan Kimoyo beads. But this time, each bead was a fortified hinged clone placed into stasis. This effectively gave Morgan a 12-man bodyguard team. He conveniently left this detail out of Pepper and Tony's knowledge, though. When Naruto got back to New York, he was surprised to learn that Nat had already filed for leave so that Naruto could push forward with her operation. Naruto tried to subtly, well subtle for him, pry out what Nat's and Jess's disagreement had been about. But both of them immediately shuts up every time he tries to pry more on the topic. Naruto brought Nat and Jess to Switzerland to utilize the already existing equipment he used for Peggy's de-aging. He was only able to release a calming breath after the operation was finished. Natasha never felt so weak before, which caused her to panic a little. Good thing, Peggy was there to reassure her that it was normal. The group decided that Nat would stay with Peggy for the duration of her 3-month rehabilitation before she goes back to light duty. Jessica has no choice but to return to New York since she still has to go to uni. Naruto was snapped from his thoughts when something moving at high speeds got inside his default sensing range. He activated his Shinigami before focusing on the incoming object. Motherfucker, Naruto said in a whisper. What's happening? Eric asked when he heard Naruto's exclamation through the comms. We're going to have a visitor. Don't shoot it or blow it up. Naruto replied. You're not going to tell me who or what it is? Eric said incredulously. You'll know when you see it, was Naruto's short reply. He's here. Eric scanned the area through his high magnification spotting scope, trying to figure out where he is, but he didn't see anything. That was when he heard a faint whirring sound coming from the sky behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw a red and gold streak flying towards the center of Gulmira, near where the rockets were. What the hell was that? Eric exclaimed while repositioning the scope to get a better look at the streak. Through his spotting scope, he could see that the blur was actually a red and gold armor. Damn, he finally finished it. Took him longer than I thought. Eric heard Naruto say through the comms. Of course you know the guy in the suit of armor. I mean, why wouldn't you? Eric commented exasperatedly, while still looking at the events unfolding below. The dude was doing everything, taking out terrorists, and blowing up the weapons cache and vehicles, leaving a mess behind. Are we even needed here? Guess not. Naruto replied. But we should stay here in case something unexpected happens. It was a good thing that fate decided not to throw Naruto another curveball, since 10 minutes later, the armor started flying out again after taking out a group of terrorists holding some civilians hostages and a tank who shot him down after his initial takeoff. The armor suit flew off to God knows where, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Seeing that there was nothing else for them to do, Eric started packing up the stuff, but not before sweeping his sights through Gulmira to make sure everything had been handled. He stopped in his tracks, though, when he heard Naruto behind him. The fucker is going to get himself killed, Naruto said before Eric turned around. Naruto pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Jarvis. Can you patch me through to Tony's suit? He asked. This was Eric's first concrete proof that there's someone inside that suit. Of course, sir. Patching you through now, Jarvis replied quickly. Naruto. Hey. I'm kinda busy driving right now. I'll call you back, Tony said quickly through the phone. Don't fuck with me, Tony. I just saw you blow up a tank, Naruto replied in an exasperated tone. What the hell? I just saw you at the gala before I left, Tony exclaimed. That's a clone. Does Pepper know about this? Naruto asked. Naruto knew that Tony left the gala, but he didn't keep track of him since Tony left with Happy. He thought he was just fed up with dealing with the press. The press had been trying for the past 3 months to get some scoop on the family. Even Congress can't get enough traction to force Tony to change his decision about holding the military contracts. Tony's in-depth investigation of the books, through Jarvis's help, turned up some pretty interesting things, and he didn't like where it was going. Every bit of evidence that he uncovered points out that someone high up, like someone high enough to sit on the executive table, was manipulating the system. I liked it better when we didn't know about you. I could still counter how you found out stuff in front of Pepper, Tony retorted. Do you still want to know what I'm going to tell you? Just say it, man. It isn't easy to fly in a suit of armor. Well, it's about to get a whole lot harder. You just flew over a US military restricted airspace. Expect some tails on you. Fuck, was all Tony said before he cut off the comms. Well, that was rude, Naruto commented before pocketing his phone and turning his head back to Eric. You're going down there to sweep the main areas. Make sure nothing dangerous got left behind. What are you going to do? Eric asked while picking up his gear. I'm going to help the guy in the armor. He's about to get shot down by a squadron of F-22s. Naruto answered before picking up the excess gear left by Eric. Let's meet back here in 3 hours, he added before suddenly disappearing. What the hell is he going to do against 4 F-22s? Eric mused before running down the mountain to do what's left of his mission. Naruto, on the other hand, high-reshined just under Tony's armor. He had to activate his flying ability to prevent himself from falling from the sky. Tony's radar must have been compromised when the tank shot Tony down. He knocked on Tony's chest plate to get Tony's attention. Tony was trying to reboot his evasive and detection systems while flying when he heard knocking on his armor. He looked down and saw something a lot crazier than his armor, Naruto flying just below him. The crazy part was he was flying just over Mach 1. His surprise caused him to tumble through the air before stabilizing himself again and hovering around 25,000 feet. You can fly? Of course, you can fly. Why wouldn't you? Tony sarcastically commented. We have no time for that, Naruto interjected. You have 4 F-22 incoming, we have got to go now, he said before trying to reach Tony, but he suddenly stopped the second before his hand touched Tony's armor. Fuck. We're too late. They have visual. As soon as Naruto said that, he pushed Tony away from himself. Cuts started appearing across his skin, which alarmed Tony. Especially after strands started coming out of those cuts and started crawling over his skin, eventually covering his whole body. The strings weaved themselves together to look like some sort of fabric. In the end, Naruto looked like he was wearing a slightly bulky full bodysuit. He was also now wearing a dark orange helmet. Tony finally understood why Naruto was so obsessed with his armor design. Although Naruto's armor was a lot more streamlined than his own and had the ability to be deployed anywhere quickly, he could influence his Project Night plan based on Naruto's armor. He also made a mental note to ask Naruto about the metastatic stands that form his armor. Jarvis also managed to fix Tony's evasion system, but the radar was still offline. Stop daydreaming, Tony, Naruto said as he shook Tony's shoulder, snapping him out of his stupor. We need to take those planes down or at least break their line of sight, as well as the satellite surely aimed at us. Fly low and head for the mountain ranges when you get rid of your tail. Stay on radio contact. I'm on channel 43. He explained the plan. When the jets were finally a few kilometers away, the pair nodded to each other before separating. Creech Air Force Base, Nevada. May 27, 2009, 21:20 H local. Rhodey was rushing towards mission control. Creech AFB was the primary base for operations conducted overseas. Being called down here instead of Edwards' office meant something happened overseas, and since he was the Air Force's expert on advanced and experimental planes, they found something they couldn't identify. As soon as he passed through the doors, Major Michael Allen immediately pulled him aside to brief him. Some people might wonder why a major could be disrespectful to a colonel, but there were some insinuating circumstances involved. Mainly because Rhodey primarily worked on the R&D, and Allen is on operations. At 19:45 H local, something showed up on the radar in Bagram. It was as fast as a commercial jet, and it was headed towards eastern Afghanistan. They first thought it was a system glitch since analysis showed that it was smaller than a car. But after rechecking, they determined that it was not a glitch. Major Allen explained. This information surprised Rhodey. He couldn't think of any object that fits into those parameters except for a slow rocket, but they would have already considered it. We lost it when it got below the mountain ranges. An hour later, it showed up again, and this time it flew through restricted airspace. The on-site officer decided that he wouldn't take any chances and decided to scramble 4 Raptors. They're going to have visual any minute now. That's where you come in. We need you to identify the aircraft. You got satellites overhead? Rhodey asked. We borrowed the satellite that the CIA was using over Iraq. The problem is, it's an old model. The best we can do is track the objects that we're monitoring. But it's better than nothing, Allen replied. After Major Allen finished, the wing leader reported, his voice loud and clear over the speakers. This is Raptor 1. We just got visual on our HUD. Still too far for visual confirmation, the pilot reported. Do a flyby. Find out whatever the hell it is, Allen ordered. Sir. The satellite indicates we have 2 bogies, but they are too close to each other for the radar to confirm, an operator reported to Allen. Raptor 1. We have a reason to believe that there might be bogies. Please confirm, Allen said to the comms. 10-4. The pilot replied, but something happened. 2 signatures suddenly appeared on the radar. We got confirmation. Break 2. Break 2. The lead pilot ordered, causing the squadron to split up. Both attempts of radio contact failed. Permission to engage. Negative. Confirm visual contact first, Allen replied. Central Afghanistan, May 28, 2009, 0850 H local. Naruto was enjoying himself flying through the sky. He was still holding himself back a lot just to let the US's best fighter jet catch up. He made sure to create the illusion of rockets similar to what Tony had with his armor. This was to make them think that he used some form of external propulsion. Let's see how fast a Raptor can go, Naruto whispered to himself before speeding up to Mach 2 and climbing to 50,000 feet. Tony, on the other hand, did the opposite. He dropped to 5,000 feet and opened up his air brakes, causing the jet to zoom past him. The low-altitude flight severely restricted the F-22's flight capabilities. He should know, he helped design the thing. But the pilots were better than he thought since they were on him again after a minute. They're good, Tony commented. How are you doing? He asked. Having fun, Naruto replied. Your planes can't turn. You should look into that. I wanted to fix that. They were just too cheap to pay for it, Tony retorted, still annoyed with the whole thing. Naruto laughed at Tony's statement before speaking. I'm going to spice things up a bit. Just warning you. Naruto then made a titanium steel alloy javelin and threw it towards the second Raptor. Creech Air Force Base, Nevada. May 27, 2009, 21:40 H local. Bogia just went supersonic. Engaging afterburners, the lead pilot reported. Still trying to get a visual, Raptor 3. Bogie B looks like a man, but I'm not sure, the pilot following the second object reported. The report gave Rhodey an idea, but he just could seem to zero in on it. Something almost hit Raptor 2. Permission to engage, the lead pilot shouted through the comms. Shit, Allen exclaimed. Permission granted. AMRAAM launched, the pilot said. We got a hit? He reported after flying past the ball fire. Good work. Help out with the second bogey, Allen ordered, still looking at the aerial view of the area. Sir, we're still picking up a reading, the same operator reported. Raptor 1. The bogey is still in the air. I repeat, it's still in the air. Central Afghanistan, May 28, 2009, 0910 H local. Fucking hell. They're not playing around, Naruto exclaimed while shaking his head. He dropped to 40,000 feet since he didn't expect the strength of the explosion. What was that? Tony asked, still trying to evade the jets. They just used an AMRAAM on me. Took me by surprise. Naruto replied while trying to remove a creak in his neck. How much are those planes again? I feel like I should not answer that question, but what the hell, it's not mine anyway. It's 150 million apiece, Tony answered. So 300 million, huh? That's cheap enough, Naruto mused to himself. Try to stay out of the airspace near me, Tony. Naruto followed the two raptors that just tried to shoot him down. It looked like they were trying to circle back towards his previous position. Creech Air Force Base, Nevada. May 27, 2009, 2147 H local. Rhodey pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After 3 rings, the other line finally answered, but there was a lot of background noise. Tony! Tony! Why is it so loud? Rhodey asked. I'm driving. What do you need? I just need to know if you have got some toys left behind in Afghanistan. Nothing. Why? Good. 'Cause I got 2 assholes that were going to blow to Kingdom Come, Rhodey said before closing the phone and focusing back on the comms. Something just landed behind me. Raptor 2 shouted. Go in front of me. I can't see you from here. I got a visual. A man is standing just behind your cockpit. Shake him off. Raptor 1 ordered. Fuck. I can't shake him off. Shit. What the hell is happening? Alan shouted. The guy just activated my ejector seat, Raptor 2 reported while slowly falling. His jet was not so lucky, though, since it crashed on the mountainside. This is Raptor 3. Bogey 2 is also a man. He's holding onto Raptor 4's belly. That's when Rhodey's phone started ringing again. It's me, Tony shouted. What? It's me in the suit, and the other one is Naruto. Central Afghanistan. May 28, 2009, 0920 H local. That was just awesome? Naruto said to himself before turning his head back towards the other plane that was headed straight towards him. Let's try this one. Katan, Garyaku no Jutsu. A fireball-turned dragon launched out of Naruto's mouth and flew towards the F-22. The pilot tried to evade the fireball, but it just followed him around. After a few seconds, the pilot just bailed on his plane. Naruto then commanded the dragon to hit F-22, virtually engulfing it in a ball fire. This also caused all the ammo and armaments to explode. Damn. Probably too much chakra, Naruto commented with a sheepish look. Stark's Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles. May 27, 2008, 10:30 H local. Pepper rushed towards Tony's workshop/garage. He had been missing ever since the firefighter gala, and she was worried that he got himself into trouble again. She pushed Naruto for information, but he kept his mouth shut. He just said that Tony was not dead. That's why when Jarvis informed Pepper that Tony had finally arrived and was holding himself up in the garage, she dropped everything in the office and ran back home. She barged through the door and ran down the stairs, although she was not expecting the scene in front of her. She entered the security code and walked inside. Tony, Pepper whispered in shock, pulling Tony's attention. Tony looked towards Pepper, while still suspended midair with metal contraptions on each limb, trying to remove the red and gold armor that he was wearing. He sputtered a few moments before giving up on defending himself. Be honest. We've done a whole lot worse than this, Tony deadpanned. Pepper's face immediately turned as red as her hair. She was about to reprimand Tony when she heard something that made the situation a whole lot worse. I don't need to know what nasty things you do in your private time, Pepper heard from somewhere in the computer lab. She slowly turned her head towards the source of the voice and saw Naruto leaning back on a chair with his feet up on the table and eating ramen. Naruto. I didn't see you there, Pepper replied, trying to brush off her embarrassment. Obviously, Naruto said as he placed down the ramen bowl. We can forget everything that was said if you do me a favor? Oh, thank God, yes, Pepper replied, a lot more relaxed. What do you need? Well, one is for me, and one is for Tony, really, Naruto said sheepishly, which is immediately mirrored by Tony. This immediately sent warning bells up Pepper's mind. What did you two do this time? Pepper questioned, preparing herself for the inevitable headache. Oh, you really don't want to know? Naruto answered with a chuckle. He also noticed that after 25 minutes, Tony finally got out of his suit. Tony needs one F-22 with all the bells and whistles, and I need 2 of them. Just send them to Rhodey. What? Pepper exclaimed before turning towards Tony. Where the hell did you go? Afghanistan, Tony said quietly. He expected Pepper to blow up again, but she just stood there with her arms crossed while tapping her foot, urging him to continue. The 10 rings somehow got 3 Jerichos, tanks, and a lot more stuff. They holed up in Gulmira, so I took my new suit and went there myself. And how did you get involved in this? Pepper asked Naruto, still using her mom look. I was there first. It's your husband's fault that he decided to take my job, Naruto retorted. If anything, you should thank me. I just pulled Tony out of the crosshairs of 4F22. Hey, it's not my fault that a tank shot me down and banged up the hardware. Tony defended himself automatically, but Naruto's grin informed him that he just made the wrong move, and it wouldn't be long before he figured out why. You got shot down by a tank? When were you going to tell me this? Pepper exclaimed, causing Tony to try to take a step back before stopping himself. He slowly walked towards Pepper, took her hands, and hugged her. Look, Pep, I'm okay. I'm not hurt though I can say that I'm shaken up by the fall, Tony whispered to Pepper. Pepper hugged Tony tighter. This was so she can subtly pat Tony's body for injuries and, at the same time, hide her teary eyes. When she was satisfied that Tony was indeed okay, she let go of him and wiped her eyes. I still don't know why you need 3 raptors, Pepper stated. Tony flew over restricted airspace, which is why the military tagged him. I was going to teleport us here, but they already had a visual on us, so we scrammed. Naruto interjected before Tony could explain. Tony accidentally hit one of the planes. Me, not so much an accident, but more of a controlled explosion, he added while making a fire dragon appear in his hands and making it dance around him just to emphasize his point. This fire show left Pepper and Tony a little dazed. Ever since Naruto revealed to the couple about his origins and skills, he had been using his skills more and more in private, and they still couldn't believe it. Although the pair had 2 wildly different reactions. Tony had tried to interrogate Naruto for how he does it and what else can he do. His academic and scientific mind wouldn't allow him to rest until he figured out how Naruto did everything. The chakra explanation just wouldn't cut it. Tony even set a sub-protocol for Jarvis to record every unnatural thing Naruto did inside the house. Pepper, on the other hand, accepted the explanation a little more readily. Looking back at everything Naruto had done in the past, being an alien god just makes everything a little more acceptable, even though it would be a lot better if he just said he was some James Bond type of thing. There was just one thing she didn't expect, though. Placing house rules about things that probably no one had ever done before. No fireballs, no teleportation, no X-ray eyes, no lightning balls, no sharp objects, no water balls. Basically, no balls of any kind, and dragons too. Never forget the dragons. Of course, there were always exceptions to the rule. Like he can use his X-ray eyes and teleportation for emergencies. In the end, Pepper, with the help of Jarvis, was able to make a 3-inch thick binder filled with comprehensive rules. Anyways, I have to meet my girlfriend, Naruto said before picking up his ramen bowl. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. I want to watch Rhodey's press conference tomorrow with you guys, he added with a small laugh before suddenly disappearing. Let me tell you something, Pep. I'm going to figure out how he does that, Tony declared. He already told you how he does it. Why can't you just take that answer? Pepper asked while cleaning up Tony's workspace. Because chakra is not real. There's got to be another explanation, Tony insisted. Ugh. Just let it go, for now, Tony, Pepper reacted. Anyways, I contacted the wedding planner. She's coming on Saturday. Tony walked towards Pepper from behind and placed his arms around her waist. He gave an exploratory kiss to her neck and whispered. Good. I really don't want to extend this engagement period. It's so boring. I may have a way to pass the time, Pepper sexily replied before turning around and kissing Tony deeply. John, Switzerland. May 28, 2009, 0830H local. Thanks for bringing me. I really needed the break, Jessica said as soon as they arrived. She had already decided not to go in for the next 2 days, which was why she carried an overnight bag. I couldn't just leave you there. You've been studying too hard these last few months. You can say you took a long weekend in Switzerland? Naruto replied with a chuckle before giving Jess a peck on the lips, but she had other plans. She grabbed onto Naruto's face and kissed him deeper before he could pull back. When Naruto returned to the apartment in New York after Nat and Jess's misunderstanding, he was immediately pulled inside and forced into a weird conversation. By the end of the day, he was forced into something he didn't expect, an official relationship with another woman. Naruto still had no idea what transpired for both of them to pursue something so unorthodox for this world. He was reasonably sure there was an agreement between the 2 women. Still, his self-preservation instinct stopped him from asking. Although, if he was honest with himself, it felt a whole lot better to be romantic with both Nat and Jess rather than just with Nat. Ehem. The kissing couple heard from somewhere near the house entrance, which caused them to separate. The pair turned their head towards the door, and they saw a smiling Natasha leaning on the door frame. Enjoying yourselves? Jessica didn't even look a little sheepish. She just smiled sweetly while wiping her lips and sauntering towards Natasha and giving her a deep kiss of her own. Still jealous? Jessica asked with a sexy tone. Well, I'm still waiting on Naruto, Natasha answered, gesturing towards Naruto. Jessica turned around and saw what Natasha was referring to. Naruto was looking at the two of them with lust clearly visible in his expression. It's good to know we can still get that reaction out of him, Jessica commented. Natasha sauntered towards Naruto and gave him a kiss, which snapped Naruto out of his stupor. He shook his head before focusing back on Natasha. Where are we again? Naruto asked seriously. We're in John Soln's, Natasha answered with a giggle. Okay, Naruto absent-mindedly replied before Natasha pulled him inside. How are you doing anyway? Naruto asked Natasha as soon as they got into the house. Jessica, on the other hand, immediately went upstairs. Presumably, towards Natasha's room to place her stuff away. Still not 100%, but I'm getting there. Natasha replied, emphasizing her point by doing some light calisthenics. Already got my next mission from Fury. What are the parameters? Naruto asked. I have to go undercover for Hammer Industries. Fury believes that Justin Hammer has some shady deals. He wants me to look into it. I think there's more to it, though, Natasha explained. Come on. Don't leave me hanging, Naruto urged. Well, I think it's just something to put on my resume, for background purposes. He probably wants to put me inside Stark Industries somewhere in the future. Well, that's stupid. I can just put you inside the company anytime without Stark and Pepper knowing. I'm still technically on the board of directors, you know, Naruto told Natasha. Just let Fury do what he wants. I get paid either way, Natasha replied. Right on time, too, since Jessica decided to walk down the stairs. Where's Peggy? Jessica asked Natasha. On her run. She should be back in maybe an hour or two. It's taking her longer to get tired, Natasha answered. The trio made the best of their alone time. They were telling stories, laughing, and a whole lot of other things. It took another 2 hours before the door opened. Peggy walked inside the house, only a little winded. Her typical exercise routine just doesn't work anymore, and it didn't sit well with her former military side. This train of thought distracted her enough not to notice the trio in the living room. Oh. Didn't know you guys were coming? Peggy said with her usual British accent. But this is perfect. Naruto, how do you exercise? I don't exercise. It does nothing for me, Naruto answered quickly. But I could give you some things to make your workout harder. Oh. That would be lovely, Peggy said, a lot more relieved compared a few seconds ago. Naruto stood up and retrieved something from behind him. He walked towards Peggy and handed over the item. As she took it, she saw that it was an ornate metallic bracelet. I'm not saying I don't appreciate the gift, but I don't typically wear jewelry, Peggy commented jokingly. This is an invention of mine. I call it the resistance band. Naruto proudly said, but it looked like the girls didn't appreciate his naming sense judging from the stifled laughter. Shut up. He mumbled towards his girls before bringing his attention back to Peggy. That band will make every movement harder. It can be anywhere from 2 times up to 100 times. It will automatically adjust the level while absorbing the latent chakra that you're emanating to keep the effect up. Just keep it on at all times, even if you're just relaxing. This is perfect. Thank you, Peggy replied gratefully before putting it on. She immediately felt the effect. It was like walking through water. I'll just clean myself up, she said before walking up the stairs to take a bath. Wow. You made a bracelet for her, huh? Natasha told Naruto with a contemplative tone. This caused Naruto to sweat involuntarily. I have one for you, Naruto quickly said. Don't worry. I believe you. Stark Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles. May 28, 2009, 1300 H local. Knock, knock. Naruto shouted at the entrance. He usually would have just teleported right inside his room, but reckoned that he should at least go through the front door since he brought a guest. He made sure to tell Jarvis that it was a surprise, though. Are you sure it's okay for me to come? Jessica asked just slightly behind him, a bit of nervous energy coming off of her. The whole scenario feels surreal. It might be because Naruto teleported her just as she started taking a nap or because of the massive mansion in front of her. Either way, she felt like she was being introduced to the parents. Yeah. No problem. We're just going to watch the news and maybe have some snacks before going back, Naruto answered confidently. It didn't take long for the front door to open, revealing Pepper in her stay-at-home clothes. She must have decided not to go in and just have a relaxation day. Naruto. Why are you using the front door? Pepper asked before noticing another person beside him. Well, hello there, she said while extending her hand towards the leather jacket-wearing woman beside Naruto. I'm Virginia Potts, but you can call me Pepper. Sorry for just showing up. Naruto didn't even wake me up before jumping. Jessica explained while holding on to Pepper's hand and shaking it. Before introducing herself. I'm Jessica Jones. Jessica for short. All of this was said with as much politeness as she can muster. Pepper just nodded with a smile, guessing that she was one of Naruto's girlfriends. Come on in. Tony and Morgan are already set up in the living room even though there's another hour before the press con. Pepper said before turning towards Naruto. I have no idea why you want to watch the press release about your mess, though. Naruto nonchalantly walked straight inside the mansion with Jessica sticking closed behind him. We just want to see how Rhodey will lie on live TV. Naruto answered while walking towards the living room. He immediately dashed towards Morgan the moment he saw her and carried her around, making her laugh. Hi, Morgan. How are you, princess? Naruto's antics just made her laugh harder, which also made Naruto laugh. While Naruto and Morgan are making each other laugh, Tony noticed Jessica at the living room entrance, standing uncomfortably. So he decided to make it worse. He stood up and walked over towards the unexpected guest. Hey, I'm Tony Stark, but you should know that. Billionaire, ex-playboy, genius, philanthropist, but you should know that since you're in my home. Tony said in the most Starkish way possible. Basically, just himself dialed to 100, and he was thoroughly enjoying the reaction that he was getting. And you are? Jessica took a minute to compose herself after the Tony Stark basically just harangued her. Still, Naruto's stories about the billionaire helped her calm down. Jessica Jones. I'm Naruto's girlfriend. Jessica replied. You mean one of Naruto's girlfriends? Tony retorted with a smile, but Jessica just took that in stride. He checked her out up and down, which caused both Pepper and Jessica to raise their eyebrow. Wow. Look at you. Naruto must have been a god or something. Wait. He really is a god. Well, let's just say he's really lucky. He rambled, only to stop when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Naruto still carrying Morgan. It's not like I appreciate you complimenting my girlfriend here, but you should stop before your engagement falls through, Naruto whispered while gesturing towards Pepper. Tony turned his head towards Pepper and saw her staring straight towards him while standing cross-armed. He then turned his head back towards Naruto. Help me, Tony whispered back in a desperate tone. Jessica slowly moved towards Pepper, trying to get away from the childish friends. Are they always like this? Jessica asked quietly. No. They're usually much worse, involving millions of dollars worth of damages and a whole bottle of aspirin. Pepper replied before pulling Jessica towards the kitchen, leaving the friends in their impromptu skit. So tell me about yourself, Jessica. Jessica expected some form of questioning from the Starks when she figured out where Naruto took her, so she was able to formulate an answer even before she was even asked. There's nothing much to learn about me. I'm 23 years old and currently taking criminology. That's about it? Jessica replied, making sure to give only as little information as possible. Huh. Just like Naruto. You probably have some huge secrets, too, like being an immortal god or female super spy. Pepper nonchalantly commented. Jessica was taken off guard by Pepper's assertion. She expected the questioning. What she didn't expect was for Pepper to know a whole lot more than she thought. She was about to defend herself when a voice suddenly blared through the speakers, which surprised Jessica. Miss Potts. We have a guest, Jarvis informed Pepper. Who is it? Pepper asked. Mr. Stain? Stark Industries, Malibu, Los Angeles. May 28, 2009, 13:20 local. Mr. Stain? Jarvis announced. This statement caused quite a stir from everyone inside the house. In the 3 months between Tony's announcement and now, Pepper was able to stall Obadiah from visiting the mansion by flooding him with work. This ensured that Obadiah wouldn't be able to hinder Tony's investigation and to distance Morgan to the possible danger. Obadiah visiting now meant something different happened. Naruto rushed towards the kitchen with Tony behind him, while still carrying Morgan. He was internally scolding himself for forgetting to be ever vigilant even if he was in a relatively secure area. Jess, Peps, can you take Morgan upstairs? I'll stay here with Tony to meet Stain, Naruto said while handing Morgan over to Pepper before turning back to Tony. I know you're already suspecting Stain, so for the love of God, don't talk too much. Pepper and Jessica had already left the kitchen and walked towards Morgan's room. They would hide with Morgan there until they were called back. I know, Tony replied with faux confidence. Being one of the smartest people alive, he could see that the pieces of evidence were pointing to the board members. Add the fact that only Obadiah is in a position to take over Stark Industries if he was gone, and he immediately becomes the primary suspect. Still, his relationship with Obadiah prevents him from fully accepting the theory. What are you going to do? Naruto started walking towards the front door but not before rapidly changing to a black suit right before Tony's eyes. Black shades and an earpiece also appeared on his head, making him look like a Secret Service agent. Tony understood Naruto's intention to act as his bodyguard, but it was just too much. There was nothing that could be done about it, though since Obadiah has already been waiting too long outside. Naruto walked towards the door and opened it, revealing an imposing Obadiah Stane, but he just brushed it off. Mr. Stane. I'm Nathan Umber. Mr. Stark's head of independent security under Mr. Hogan. Naruto lied while extending his hand towards the older man. He made sure to use one of his identities so that in the off chance, Stane looks into his identities, he would not find anything of value. Is Tony inside? I need to talk to him, Stane said with well-acted concern. Only Kurama's negative emotion sense tipped him off of Stane's real feelings about Tony. Yes, sir. Please follow me, Naruto replied before walking back inside and heading straight towards the kitchen. Naruto made sure he locked the door and used his Sharingan to check Stane for weapons. His vigilance immediately paid off since he found half a dozen Stark Industries tech in Stane's pockets. He released a small burst of lightning chakra to disable the devices. Obadiah saw Tony pouring 2 cups of coffee on top of the kitchen counter. He saw the guard stop just outside the kitchen, giving them privacy while still close enough to respond to any situation. This unforeseeable development prevented him from doing anything drastic. One thing he noticed, though, was the absence of Pepper and his daughter. Tony, how are you? Obadiah asked, trying to start the conversation. Tony slid one of the coffee cups closer towards Obadiah. Busy. All the wedding prep is severely cutting into my workshop time, Tony said dismissively as he took a swig from his coffee. But you're not here to check in me. Otherwise, you would have come to visit me earlier. So, what do you need, Obi? Obadiah released a sigh. Tony was never one for small talk, and it was going to work against him. It would make it a lot harder to talk Tony into doing what he wants, but he can still make do. Still can't get anything past you, Tony. Obadiah placated jestingly before turning more serious. I need you to open up the weapons division. Don't start again, Obi. Until I find out who is selling my stuff on the black market, I don't need to do anything, Tony interjected forcefully. Besides, our total income has increased by 8% ever since the weapons division closure. If anything, you should be asking me not to open it, he retorted. Obadiah, of course, knew about this small fact, but closing down the weapon division practically halted most of his cash flow. Selling weapons on the black market was the sole reason he was able to build up his war chest to what he had initially thought was enough to take over the company. He just wasn't able to factor in one thing, an invisible stakeholder with at least 10% stocks. Stane was only able to figure it out 2 weeks back after he helped the accounting department look through the company books. He could see the telltale signs of multiple shell companies owning small shares, all owned by one person. He had no idea who it was, but he was pretty sure that someone high up facilitated it. We are ironmongers, Tony, Obadiah shouted, frustrated about how stubborn Tony was being. Your father built this company to help people by making sure the government could protect them. I will not have you dishonor his legacy by bringing the company down, he added, trying to use Tony's daddy issues against him. Tony immediately paused mid-sip when he heard Obadiah's statement. Even though he believed that he had already moved on from his trauma, he still freezes up every time that he hears about his parents. Breaking out of his trance isn't much better, since a mix of overwhelming emotions started to fill him. Obadiah was smirking internally. Knowing Tony for as long as he did, he had picked up some things from his personality. He was just waiting for the inevitable blow-up that would allow him to manipulate Tony, but it looked like fate had other plans in mind. Mr. Stark. Ms. Potts is calling. Would you like to answer? Naruto interjected, causing Tony to snap out of his stupor. Naruto had been observing the conversation, making sure that Obadiah was not going to do anything. That was why he was able to text Pepper to cover for him if he called. Just in time, too, since Tony's negative emotions suddenly skyrocketed, giving him a reason to call Pepper. Sure. Let me talk to her now, Tony replied. Naruto then walked towards the counter island and placed his phone on it before sliding it over towards Tony since he still doesn't want to be handled stuff. Tony recognized Naruto's tactic to break him out of his emotional spiral. Although, he's not answering for the sake of it. He really needed to talk to Pepper after the blatant manipulation from Obadiah. Obadiah, on the other hand, was internally cursing the guard. He wasn't sure if that Umber did it purposefully, but the guard was still a thorn on his side. Tony picked up the phone and placed it up to his ear, making sure it wasn't on speakers. Hey, Peps. Heard you were looking for me? Miss me already? Tony asked jokingly, trying to lift his spirits. Keep dreaming, Tony. We're having some girl time, Pepper replied with a chuckle. All right, I'll pick you up later, Tony said before closing the phone and leaving him a lot more calm. He turned his attention toward Obadiah. My father might have built the company, but I made it into what it is today. There's nothing you can tell me that will change my mind, he said with finality. Obadiah couldn't believe that his plan didn't work, and all because of a simple phone call. He knew that there was nothing else he could do to convince Tony otherwise. He released a sigh before drinking all of the coffee and turning toward Stark. Okay. Just don't tell me that I didn't warn you, Obadiah replied. I should go. The audit is still ongoing, and there's a lot more to do, he added before quickly walking out without even giving Tony a chance to reply. Naruto followed Stain out of the door, acting as the perfect bodyguard. He walked ahead of Stain and opened the door. Have a safe trip, Mr. Stain, Naruto said. Obadiah stared at the guard for a good while, trying to get a read on the guy that fucked the meeting up. Before I go, what's your name again? Obadiah asked, making sure that he gets the right name for his guys to look into. Nathan Umber, sir, Naruto answered without hesitation. Good man, Stain replied while removing the imaginary dust on Naruto's shoulder. Make sure to look after Tony. He'll need it, he continued ominously before getting on the waiting SUV. As the car was driving away, Tony approached Naruto from behind. So, he's the guy, huh? Tony let out, referring to the leech inside his company. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. What are you going to do about it? Naruto replied while simultaneously changing his suit. I'll have Jarvis track everything he does. I need something that will link everything I have to him. Just make sure you don't do anything stupid. You still have a wedding to get to. Naruto's statement caused both men to laugh before heading back inside the mansion. Pushing aside thoughts about Stain and just looking forward to Rhodey's interview. Obadiah, on the other hand, was still seething with how the meeting concluded when he received a call. He retrieved his phone and immediately saw that it was encrypted. Stain? Obadiah greeted as soon as he answered. It's Raza. I have something you might want to see. Triskelion, Washington, D.C., June 3, 2009, 0900H local. Fury was currently standing inside his office in front of the large window overlooking the Washington skyline. Hill was just behind him, reading out reports from multiple high-level missions. On the other hand, the missions in Taiwan failed, though a second team has already been sent. Hill ended. Good. At least they aren't that incompetent, Fury commented. What's the progress report for Project Olympus? He asked. Project Olympus was one of Fury's pet projects alongside the Avengers initiative. Olympus was the codename given for the helicarrier's design and construction. It was originally a Navy project with the goal of creating bases with more stealth and maneuverability compared to regular aircraft carriers. The whole thing was already a decade in the making. When Fury saw the scrap designs, he immediately took it and placed the best minds S.H.I.E.L.D. had to offer in order to make it their own. He was able to put everything he wanted in there. They were going to hide it by using radar-absorbing coats and retroactive panels, making them practically invisible from the sides and below. The only downside was that they would have to stay far away from regular air traffic lanes since the maximum operating height is only around 25,000 feet, making the helicarrier well below commercial airplane cruising altitude. Everything had a price, though, and his dream base certainly didn't come cheap since it had already cost him $30 billion with another estimated $15 billion more needed to make it operational. The helicarrier was 5 times pricier than a Nimitz-class carrier and 3 times the Ford-class carrier, which is still in development. Hill did a few swipes on her tablet before finding what she was looking for. The main vessel itself is already at 70%, but there's a problem with turbines. Hill answered. Since the turbine engine power was increased by 25% to accommodate for potential engine loss, production has slowed down by 10%. She explained. The estimated completion time is around November 2011, sir. Fury released a grunt that could mean anything, at least for Hill. In reality, Fury was ecstatic about how soon he would get the carrier. How about the initiative? What's the latest report on the potential members? Fury asked, referring to his other pet project. Hill quickly adopted a displeased look. She had already voiced her displeasure about the whole Avengers initiative. She just couldn't see the use of loose cannons in trying to protect the world. Dr. Hyde is still in Brazil, working at a bottling plant. Ross is trying to call a ringer from the UK. We're still looking into who he's trying to call. Hill reported, starting with Dr. Banner. Barton and Romanoff are doing their missions. We have no idea where the Fox is, she continued. We got a whole bunch of potential candidates from the index, but I have no idea why you can't just choose from any of them. Because they're inefficient? Fury replied like it answers everything. Add another one on the list. Who? Tony Stark. I heard he built something new. He answered. Hill was, of course, surprised with Fury's order. Tony Stark was one of the few guys with a standing do not interact order, and Fury wanted to invite him to his Power Rangers. Although she still obeyed Fury's order. Fury would further inquire about the Avengers initiative, but a headache decided to show himself. Hey, Cyclops. What the hell, man? What's taking you so long? Naruto shouted as soon as he appeared right in front of Fury with his back facing Maria. Fury's eyebrows started to twitch, but he kept his calm. Hill, on the other hand, followed her instincts and quickly drew her gun and pointed it at Naruto. She only holstered gun when Fury's gun remained untouched. You need to give me more than that, Fury responded with false calm. He already connected Naruto as the harbinger of headaches. The bug blew. America's ass. The most patriotic guy in existence. The captain. Why haven't you guys found him yet? Naruto replied. One might question why Naruto was acting like this over the fact that the captain was still in the ice. However, everything could be explained with one word, Peggy. That's right. Peggy had been continuously asking Naruto about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s progress on finding the captain. The last time he was in Switzerland, which was 5 minutes ago, he had enough with all the asking. Don't get him wrong. He wasn't annoyed with Peggy but rather with S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. survey party was like only 10 kilometers away from the captain before moving to another quadrant. It's simple. Coulson just hasn't found him. I can't exactly throw large amounts of resources even if it's to find the captain, Fury retorted. Wait a second, Naruto said before suddenly disappearing. Who was that, sir? Hill asked. She was pretty sure who that was, but it was better to be sure. Right. You still haven't met the asshole personally, Fury mused. That was the Nine-Tails or the Fox. You might know the guy as Romanoff's boyfriend? Huh? He really has quite a personality on him. I thought all of you were just exaggerating. Hill replied before Naruto appeared again. Naruto didn't show up alone this time since a disoriented Coulson was with him. It looked like Naruto had just pulled Coulson out of the bed since his suit is slightly disordered. Wake up, Coulson. You are going to want to be awake for this, Naruto said while patting Coulson on the back. I'm awake. Don't worry. Coulson replied with a little less energy than usual. Now, what's the reason you pulled me out of bed and brought me in front of my boss? Naruto reached behind him and pulled out a map with a lot of writing. Coulson recognized it as his survey map. Hill walked over beside Fury to get a better look at what was happening. Recognize this? Naruto asked. Yeah. That's my copy of the crew's survey map that's looking for the captain. I'm not even going to ask how you found that. Coulson replied, a lot more alert. He was reasonably sure that he was going to learn something new. Preferably the captain's location. Exactly, Naruto commented with a smile before pointing at the S.H.I.E.L.D. survey crew's current position. Your guys are currently here. He then moved his finger to another place on the map. They were here before. Do you know what's 10 kilometers north of that position? I'm not going to like the answer, am I? Coulson replied. Depending on how you look at it? Naruto retorted with a grin. You still want to find the captain, right? Northern Afghanistan, June 5, 2009, 2200 H local, Mr. Stain. A pleasure to finally meet you in person. Raza greeted Stain while extending his hand. A loyal customer, eh? Stain replied while shaking Raza's hand. Now, what is it you want to show me? He asked, trying to move the conversation forward. He doesn't want to stay in the middle of nowhere. Raza walked towards the huge table inside the room. This was made by Stark during their escape. The thing that will change warfare as we know it? Raza said theatrically before pulling the cover off, revealing a metal suit of armor. The modern reincarnation of the knight? He added. The scary thing is, he has already perfected it. Stain was immediately mesmerized by the suit of armor. He already knew that Tony was a genius, but this just brings it to another level. Amazing? Stain mused in awe before noticing the gap in the middle of the chest plate. What's missing here? The doctor placed an electromagnet in his chest to prevent shrapnel from damaging his heart. My men say that something was glowing at the center of his chest. That might be what powers it, Raza answered. Stain let out while pulling something out from his pocket and placing it on his ear. What do you want for me to take this? 2 more Jericho missiles and one of. Raza tried to answer before he suddenly felt paralyzed. You see this? Stain asked while showing a small device. This is one of SI's prototypes. A neural overload device. It releases a series of high-frequency sounds and electromagnetic waves that essentially give you epilepsy. This right here, pointing to a device behind his ear, counteracts the EM waves. Raza was glaring hatefully at Stain. Thank you for the gift, he added before walking outside and looking towards his guards. Clean everything up and pack up the armor inside, he ordered. Stain's guards acknowledged his order and started to shoot everyone in the camp. Stain just pushed everything out of his mind and got inside the car. Shield Safe House, New York. June 7, 2009, 2300H local. Damn, the captain is hot? Naruto stated a little louder than he would have liked. Everyone else in the room turned their head towards him and gave him an appraising look. Hey, I'm into chicks but come on. Look at the guy, he defended himself. Everyone in the room was here with one express purpose, watching over Captain America. Naruto, Fury, and Hill were the only people inside the personal observation deck with a one-way mirror overlooking at a surgical suite where the still partially frozen captain was being checked. Coulson was in the suite overseeing everything. Moving on, Hill stated, ignoring Naruto. We have already performed an MRI, CT, and brain scan. We have 100% confirmation that he's still alive and partially conscious. It's like he just went into hibernation. I don't think any average human would just hibernate in that situation. They would have just immediately died, or just become frostbitten until they died. Naruto weighed in. Erskine's formula must be godly as hell. You guys just fucked up with that banner guy. Project Reborn was not ours, and you know that. Fury defended S.H.I.E.L.D. Ross got a little too enthusiastic with his project. Fury just wouldn't admit that the military just got the jump on him. Whoever thought of hiring Dr. Banner as the lead researcher must be among the few geniuses in the military. However, the way they handled the fallout of the Hulk countered his idea that there were smart guys in the military. Either way, Banner is still in Brazil. I'm not trying to keep as close as an eye on him as possible. Although, I pushed some stuff away. We don't want a tank on steroids in the middle of Rio, right? Naruto replied. But, I think he is planning to return stateside. What makes you say that? Hill asked. There was absolutely no intel about that. She should know since she was the one who monitors the intel coming in from all the initiative candidates. He leaves his laptop in his apartment when he goes to work. You should look into that? Naruto answered. Not really providing the reason while still giving advice. He then turned towards Fury. By the way, I still haven't got paid for Cap's intel. Don't think just because I'm going out with Nat that I work for free. Huh? I thought you did it out of the goodness of your heart. Fury replied sarcastically. Yeah. Joke all you want, Fury. I can just take the captain there and bury him somewhere else. Naruto retorted half seriously. Of course, it's a messed up idea, and he had no intention of doing it. If he ever wants to scare Fury into doing something, like maybe paying his dues, he would just need to take the captain away and bring him to Switzerland. Fury's eyes narrowed, and stared down Naruto, trying to assess if Naruto would go through his threat. He was using his training to try and read Naruto's tics, but it looked like it wouldn't work. He released a sigh before giving in. What do you want? Fury asked. Can I borrow Cap's shield for a week? Naruto said with a mischievous grin. Why? I just want to play with it for a bit. Naruto replied with a shrug before reaching for something behind him. Come on, Nikki. I already have it with me. Fine. Just give it back within a week. Fury answered resignedly. Yes. Naruto exclaimed with a fist pump before putting the shield away. The trio turned their attention back to the still partially frozen captain. What's your plan for him? Assuming he wakes up, Naruto asked. We're going to make a halfway house somewhere and slowly break the news. Hill answered instead for Fury. How are you guys going to do that? We've got an old building we could use. Some agents would become actors. The goal is to just set him up first before slowly reintegrating him. Fury replied, relating the plan that he settled on after Hill consulted with some psychologists. Naruto looked at the two agents incredulously before laughing. He was laughing so hard that he was already on the floor, holding his stomach. It continued for at least 5 minutes. He slowly stood up and wiped the tears at the corner of his eye. Oh, wow. Haven't laughed that hard for a long time, Naruto mused. Fury and Hill just stared at the self-proclaimed mercenary. They had no idea what Naruto found so funny about their plan, but he just had to know what it was. Care to share with the class? Fury inquired with a raised eyebrow. You really don't know, do you? Naruto replied, to which Fury just gave another stare. Come on. He's the captain. He's got an IQ of like 180, an eye for detail, and an eidetic memory. What do you think would happen? He rhetorically asked. Naruto practically spelled out his reasoning, which boiled down to the captain figuring out the ruse almost immediately. This would make a lousy impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. But even after all that, Fury still couldn't understand his logic. I thought you guys are supposed to be smart. Naruto commented with a shake of his head. I'm not going to tell you anymore. Just work it out, he added. Anyways, I have to go. Just keep me posted on how your plan works out, he states with a small chuckle before suddenly disappearing. Fury started gritting his teeth. Finding Captain America was one of the most monumental parts of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history, and making sure everything worked out with the Cap was paramount. If Naruto found something wrong with how he would do it, then he should be made aware of it to make sure it could be studied. Hill, find out what he's talking about, Fury ordered. I got an idea, sir, Hill hesitantly replied. Fury gave Hill a nod, urging her to continue. It's common knowledge that the captain is as straight of a shooter kind of guy we are going to get. If we ever want him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, we need to be honest with him from the start or at least not present him a false front. Fury stood silent for about a minute, thinking about all the possible approaches that he could take about introducing Rogers to the world and all its potential repercussions. Send me a write-up from the psychologists on retainer, Fury ordered before walking out of the room. Hill followed close behind. John, Switzerland. June 8, 2009, 0530H local. Peggy was doing some basic yoga positions, stretching out her body before going for her daily run. She checked the resistance level of the band on her wrist. It was currently set on only 4 times resistance, and it was already making everything harder than it should be. She was about to walk out of the door when it suddenly opened from the outside, revealing Naruto, who was sporting a wide grin. Oh. Hi. What are you doing here so early? Peggy asked, a little surprised. It wasn't abnormal for Naruto to suddenly appear out of nowhere. That was basically one of his quirks, but it was very rare for him to show up this early or this excited. I've got news, and you're going to love it, Naruto replied, walking past Peggy and entering the house. I'm going for a run. Can't you just tell me while we're running? Peggy suggested, her military conditioning practically forcing her to stick to her schedule. Oh, you're not going to say that for long, Naruto retorted before reaching behind him, revealing something large, metallic, and circular. Peggy's breath hitched, and tears started forming at the corner of her eyes as she immediately recognized that the object was Steve's shield. They finally found him? Peggy whispered in a shaky voice. She felt her legs slowly turn into jelly. Naruto recognized the signs and pulled Peggy towards the couch. He then walked towards the kitchen to fetch her some water. Peggy gratefully took the glass and took a tentative sip. You okay? Naruto checked. He could see that Peggy was holding herself back a lot. Yes. I'm fine. More than fine, actually, Peggy answered after clearing her throat. When did they found him? A day or two ago. He just arrived 2 hours ago at a S.H.I.E.L.D. medical safe house in New York. Naruto replied. I just borrowed the shield to show you. Like proof of life or something? He added with an awkward chuckle. How is he? They did a whole bunch of tests. MRI, CT, and a brain scan. Everything looks normal, well normal for a super soldier placed on ice, Naruto explained. He's still on ice, though. They want to make sure everything's ready before waking him up. Peggy slowly nodded, feeling absolutely relieved that Steve was alright until she realized what Naruto just said. Ready for what? Peggy asked. The welcome party, of course. Naruto answered like it was the most obvious thing. Fury's still debating on how he wants to do it, but he's leaning towards one of the options. I called him stupid for it. I'll need to hear it first, but I got a feeling it's ludicrous if you called it stupid, Peggy stated. Fury wanted to wake him up in a 40s to 50s hospital room. They're going to say they just found him a few months after the crash and slowly let him adjust, Naruto stated. Bloody wanker. What the hell is wrong with Fury? Peggy exclaimed. Steve would figure it out immediately, even before Project Rebirth. She adopted a faraway look, remembering Steve's time during basic training. He always had an eye for detail and an unorthodox mind. Add the fact that he absolutely hates liars, just behind bullies and... She left the last part unfinished. Fury's thought process is understandable. He has been a spy for so long that his option always goes into deception and other stuff like that, Naruto stated seriously before cheering back up. Anyway, we got 3 months to whip you back to shape? Are you saying I'm fat? Peggy asked with a dangerously low voice. No. No. Of course not. Naruto replied quickly while cursing himself for not thinking things through. I'm just saying that if you want to keep up with the captain, we should start training your specialized katas up to a certain level, he explained. Bollocks, Peggy cursed under her breath. When are we gonna start? Now. Just right after you do your daily routine and stuff, Naruto said as he walked back towards the door, but he suddenly stopped right before he walked out. Stupid. Stupid. Ugh. He exclaimed while banging his head on the door. Peggy stared at Naruto with both worry and curiosity. She walked up behind Naruto and placed her hand on his shoulder. Naruto turned his head towards her. "What's the problem?" Peggy asked with a soft voice. "Tony and I just overlooked something and it might just bite us in the ass," Naruto answered. "We'll start with the katas tomorrow. I need to handle something," he added before suddenly disappearing, leaving Peggy on her own. "Ugh. He's just gonna leave me with no other details," Peggy complained. "Kids these days. No respect for the elderly," she said before walking out of the door to start her run. She couldn't stop her smile though every time she remembered that Steve is finally out of the ice. Stark Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles, June 7, 2009, 2100 H local. Tony, Pepper, and Morgan were enjoying their rare time off. Nothing like family time to recenter oneself even amidst everything that has been happening. The Stark family was just sitting on the couch with Pepper playing with Morgan when Tony returned back to the living room with a bowl of popcorn. "Don't get me wrong, I love the excitement, variety, and all of that, but sometimes it's nice to have some downtime," Tony mused out loud. "Yeah, and then Naruto suddenly shows up out of nowhere," Pepper replied. Morgan perked up when she heard Naruto's name. "Naruto?" Morgan asked while looking around. Don't say it one more time. You'll summon him," Tony said half-jokingly. "What? Naruto?" Pepper retorted. "He's not going to appear out of nowhere," she added before instantly regretting it. Naruto suddenly appeared in the living room. "Told you. He's like Beetlejuice. Say his name 3 times and he shows up," Tony exclaimed while Pepper has a sheepish expression. "Tony, we need to talk," Naruto said seriously. "Ugh. Can't this wait? I just microwaved some popcorn," Tony whined. "Stain got your scraps?" Naruto plainly replied. "Scraps? What scraps?" Tony asked. Pepper is listening to the conversation intently. "The 10 rings collected the Mark I scraps and Stain got his hand on it," Naruto answered. "What? Didn't I blow that up?" Tony exclaimed. "Yeah. As far as I can tell, you left nothing but scraps. The only thing they salvaged is the twisted armor," Naruto explained. "The problem comes when Stain somehow got footage of the attack on Gulmira. He got some SI scientists and engineers reverse engineering the armor." Tony cursed under his breath. Using RDX to blow up his armor was looking like a bad decision. It looked like he should probably have used a high-temp explosive to melt down the armor. "You got the names of the employees helping Stain?" Tony asked. "Some but not all. I can get the full list tomorrow," Naruto replied. "What are you going to do with them?" "For now? Nothing. Depending on what happens, I might fire them," Tony said. "Jarvis. Search the SI servers for anything that might relate to my armor. Start looking into Obi's PC. Immediately, sir," Jarvis quickly confirmed. "You should probably keep Happy with you at all times. Rhodey would be even better. He's looking for a valid power source and you've got the only viable one. He might make a play for it," Naruto advised. Tony unconsciously placed his hand on his chest. The one currently inside his chest was a second version of the arc reactor. It has double the output of the first arc reactor. There was just no telling what Stain could do if he got his hand on the miniature arc reactor. "You guys still got the knife I gave you guys?" Tony and Pepper look at each other before Pepper answered. "We still got it but we can't exactly bring it with us. A knife isn't exactly the most discreet thing ever," Pepper replied. Naruto adopted a more contemplative look. "Give me your arm?" Naruto requested but Tony and Pepper were a little apprehensive. "Come on, it's not going to hurt." Tony and Pepper reluctantly extended their left and right arm respectively. Naruto grabbed onto their wrist until some kind of writing appeared above the pulse point. The writing started to fade until it completely disappeared. "Just rub your wrist if you're in trouble. I should show up and get you out of there." Tony and Pepper stared at the spot where the writing showed up. "There's also a small load of yang chakra in there which should help with small wounds and bruises." "How about Morgan?" Pepper asked. "I already gave her the bracelet. That's more than enough to take out a standard assault squad," Naruto replied absent-mindedly before walking towards the couch and dropping beside Tony. "Man, this day just keeps coming," he said before releasing a sigh. "Never thought I'll ever see you tired," Tony commented. "What has got you so wound up? Not enough time with the ladies?" he teased while wagging his eyebrows. "Yeah. There's also the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. finally found the guy your old man kept on looking for," Naruto replied. Tony took a few seconds to understand who Naruto was talking about. Though, he got assaulted by mixed emotions when he figured out who Naruto was talking about. "They found the captain?" "Yup. Brought him back to New York a few hours ago." Tony stayed silent after he got his confirmation. Pepper could clearly see the internal battle that Tony was fighting. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Pepper interjected. Remember Coulson? Pepper nodded at Naruto's question. He found Captain America. Like the Captain America? Yup. In a plane 10 m below the ice somewhere near Greenland? Huh? When and where are they going to bury him? Pepper asked. There will be no burial. Well, at least for some time, Naruto retorted. The guy is still alive. The super soldier serum kept him alive. He just needs some thawing out and he's good to go. Tony and Pepper were obviously surprised. It had been almost 70 years from when the plane crashed. How the hell was he still alive? Morgan had already fallen asleep sometime during the conversation. All the adult talk probably bored the hell out of her. Naruto stood up and did some small stretches. All right. I need to check up on the girls. Call me if you need anything, Naruto announced before disappearing. Tony and Pepper took a few moments before they recovered from Naruto's news. Next time we have some downtime, never say his name. Got it, Tony said. No problem. Already learned my lesson, Pepper replied. Stark Industries Factory, Los Angeles, June 30th, 2009, 2000 local. Sir, we're down to 15% power, Jarvis reminded. I know, Tony replied, before using the last of his flares to get out of Stain's grip. WTF, man. You're just going to sit up there? He shouted through the comms. Yup. Clean up your own mess. I told you to toss him out of the company and be done with it, Naruto retorted. Tony just grumbled back. Naruto was currently on top of a Roxanne building 2 blocks away, watching the fight between the armored suit and the giant man. Having a good day? Considering that my men and I just had to outrun that behemoth, I'll just say that it has been a typical workday, Coulson answered. Naruto picked him up right after he gave his men orders. I could have used a heads up that there was a Goliath in there. I thought you knew. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. not know? You guys were tailing the dude for at least a month, and you had no idea what he was doing. What a spy agency, Naruto commented. Coulson didn't even try to counter Naruto's argument. S.H.I.E.L.D. was widely regarded as the best spy and paramilitary force to ever grace the surface of the earth. They pride themselves in always being ready to deal with a wide variety of circumstances. To achieve this level of preparedness, they gather as much information on everyone as possible. That was why he was so irked when they were caught unaware by the mass of steel. He would make sure that somebody will get fired by that massive oversight. Though to be fair, I didn't expect Stain to build something so huge. His scientists must have encountered problems with making a suit, so they just made him a mech instead, Naruto added while staring at the monstrosity that Stain was wearing, or more like piloting. The Goliath was around 25 feet high and maybe weighing 5 tons. Naruto used his Shinigami to study Stain's armor, and he was not really surprised by what he saw. 2 miniguns for each arm, anti-tank guns, and a couple of missiles. Just basing on what he can see, the armor was powerful AF. It was basically a walking tank. He wouldn't say it straight to Tony's face, but he low-key thought that Stain's armor was fantastic. Tony's 6 feet 2 inches, red and gold armor practically looked like a midget compared to Stain's. Tony couldn't take a solid hit from Stain since he was unsure if his armor could take the punishment. The one advantage he had over the Goliath was that he was faster and more agile. The bulkiness of the monstrosity prevented it from making any motion without doing some form of wind-up. Tony couldn't do anything but do hit and run attacks to the joints and exposed parts of Stain's armor, but it looked like he couldn't keep it up for long since his arc reactor was running out of juice. He's slowing down. I need to call in some backup. Fury will blow a gasket if he finds out that the Golden Boy died, Coulson said while pulling out his phone. Don't you mean furious? Naruto replied with a chuckle to which Coulson was thoroughly unimpressed. Call for backup but don't let them help him for now. Care to tell me the reason why? Coulson asked while staring at Naruto incredulously. 'Cause you still need some Avengers candidate, and this is Tony's hero moment. The first Avenger and the ex-Merchant of Death in the same team. Highly volatile, but it could work, Naruto explained. He could die, Coulson retorted. He won't, but Tony doesn't need to know that, Naruto argued. Coulson released a sigh and relayed Naruto's request to the backup team. The duo could see a team working their way towards the SI factory while making sure to stay away from the fighting knights. It looks like the backup wouldn't have any use for now since Tony decided to do something new, boosting straight up towards the stratosphere. Stain didn't disappoint, though, since panels around the Goliath's leg opened up, and this opened revealing powerful rockets that propelled the massive construct upward. The rockets left behind a crater, showing evidence of just how powerful they were. Damn, look at them go, Naruto stated, genuinely impressed with what was happening. Wait here a second. I need to pick up Pepper. I got a feeling that they're going to kick it up a notch if Tony's plan fails, he explained before disappearing. Coulson ignored Naruto's sudden disappearance since he had already seen it so many times before. He had to agree with Naruto's statement. Desperation can make a man do a whole lot of stupid, and Stain would most likely be desperate after whatever Tony is planning. After a few seconds, Naruto reappeared on the roof with a disoriented Pepper. Ugh. I have to agree with Tony. I'm not too fond of your teleportation thingy, Pepper said while trying to hold back her lunch. It only took a few moments before the redhead's temper flared up. What are you doing here with Phil just watching Tony fight that thing? Coulson subtly moved back to get away from the redhead's target. He had a lot of experience of dealing with angry redheads since he had a close working relationship with Nat. But it looked like Naruto was not afraid of Pepper, or he just didn't have any sense of self-preservation. First of all, it's Hiraishin and not teleportation thingy, Naruto retorted half-jokingly before getting a lot more serious. And as for us not doing anything, it's because of the fact that it is not our fight. He needs to do it himself. It's better for him to work it out on his own. Especially in a safe, controlled environment like this. Safe and controlled environment. You call this safe and controlled? Pepper retorted while pointing to the rising Tony and Stain. Oh yeah, definitely. Shield is here to control the environment while I'm here to make sure that he won't die. See, safe and controlled environment. Naruto answered calmly, but Pepper was still pissed off and unconvinced. Just watch. He's not going to die today, he added. Where's Morgan, by the way? Pepper took a series of deep breaths until she calmed down enough. She's with Happy in the safe house, Pepper replied. What happened anyway? I haven't checked on Tony for a week, and the next thing I know, Tony got his chest piece removed and was on the verge of dying. Good thing he had a Hiraishin tattoo on him, Naruto asked. Coulson listened in on the conversation trying to get something that he could report. Jarvis reported a separate archive that he couldn't access in Obi's computer. Tony couldn't precisely walk toward Stain's office without getting mobbed on the way there. Pepper started. I got definitive proof of everything that Obi has done. Backdoor selling, skewed contracts, and the 10 rings renegotiating their deal with him, she said with a sneer. I saw Phil on my way out and brought him to deal with Obi's monstrosity before it got started. We just got there too late. And none of you tried to call me? Naruto replied sarcastically before they heard something huge dropping near the SI factory. Don't worry. That's just Stain. I thought that was going to take him out. Tony was on the rooftop, catching his breath. He was down to 6% power. Just enough to keep the suit from turning into a statue. He walked over towards where Obi dropped. As expected, the ceiling couldn't take the force of the behemoth dropping from 35,000 feet. Stain just punched 3 floors into the basement. He peeked through the hole and saw something alarming. Stain's massive suit was nowhere to be found, and the breaking sound under him was not a good sign. A massive metal hand broke through under him and wrapped around his body, effectively trapping him. Tony's suit was groaning due to the force of the grip. Stain worked his way up the rooftop. The Goliath had dents, scratches, and missing parts. Most notably, the missing helmet. Tony could see Obi's bruised and bleeding face. That wasn't very nice, Tony, Obi wheezed out, referring to letting him drop from high up. He only managed to survive by forcibly opening up the air brakes, slowing him just enough not to die. Well, leaving me to die on my own wasn't nice either, Tony retorted with his usual attitude while thinking of how to get out of the situation. He looked around and saw the only viable plan given the circumstances. He disabled the external speakers. Jarvis, overload the arc reactor and push the discharge to the rooftop, he ordered. Jarvis could take over any system connected to the central server ever since he had been uploaded into the Stark Industries system. Are you sure, sir? It might kill you, sir. It would also cause massive damage to the factory and take it out of operation for at least 3 months. Jarvis asked for confirmation. Just do it. I'll die now if I don't do anything, Tony retorted. He could already hear the external plating bend. All right, sir. 15 seconds from discharge, Jarvis informed Tony while placing a countdown timer at the heads-up display. Tony reoriented his hand so that the repulsors on his palm are aimed towards Obi's face or somewhere close to it. He fired the repulsors, which missed Obi's head but just enough to startle him and get out of his grip. Tony created some distance and fired his unibeam straight towards Obi's face. This caused Obi to stumble backward, right into the path of the arc reactor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tony counted down. When the countdown reached 0, a beam of blue light fired up into the sky, enveloping Stain in a wave of energy. From a distance, Naruto could see everything that was happening to Stain. Weirdly enough, his armor was the first one to go. His armor slowly melted before disintegrating. The same thing happened with Stain himself. The flesh started melting, but it quickly charred before disintegrating. Well, he's dead, Naruto informed Pepper and Coulson nonchalantly. We should go back down. Pepper felt so much lighter. She knew it was terrible to be thankful that Obi was finally dead, but it was either him or Tony, and she would always choose Tony to live. Naruto grabbed hold of Pepper and Coulson before using Hiration. They reappeared just in front of Tony, who was lying flat on his back with his faceplate open. Pepper immediately ran towards Tony and knelt beside him, checking for any injuries visible on his face. She started stroking his cheek, but he still didn't open his eyes. She raised Tony's head and laid him on her lap. How much power you got left? Naruto asked. 0.5%. I already disconnected my suit, so I'll just be lying here until it recharges back to 5%. Tony replied without looking at anyone. He was too tired to do anything else. All right. How long is that anyway? Naruto asked again. Maybe 20 minutes, at least, Tony replied. Damn. Okay. Coulson and I are going to give you two some privacy while we clean up some of this, Naruto stated before walking towards the rooftop access with Coulson behind him. How are you going to sweep this all under the rug? With a mess this huge, we don't sweep this under the rug. We just redirect the public's attention to something else while making a bigger mess to cover up this one. Coulson answered, already thinking about which plan would work the best for the current situation. It looked like they would need to use their celebrity contacts to create some sort of scandal for them to get by. I'll call for a cleanup crew. We need to clear some debris and tag some tech to make sure no one gets a hold of it. You do that. I'm on guard duty, Naruto said before disappearing, leaving Coulson on the staircase alone. Stark Industries office, Los Angeles, July 1, 2009, 1000H local. Naruto was currently walking towards the side room, wearing his bodyguard disguise. That was where Tony, Pepper, and Morgan were staying while waiting for the start of the press conference. He had no idea what plan Coulson decided to use, but he was sure that it would go off the rails. He heard talking as he got close to the door. Just follow the script I gave you, and we'll take care of the rest, Naruto heard Coulson say before the door suddenly opened. Mr. Umber? Coulson greeted Naruto using his pseudonym before walking away. Can't even stay around and chat a bit, huh? Naruto mused to himself before walking inside the room and closing the door. What's up? He greeted the family. Tony was reading some cue cards that were probably given to him by Coulson while Pepper was fixing up Tony's suit. Morgan quickly jumped off the couch and ran towards Naruto. He quickly picked her up and carried her. You're getting big, princess, he said to Morgan. Can you believe it? They're calling me Iron Man. The suit is not even made of iron. It's a titanium gold alloy composite with carbon lamination, Tony complained before quickly changing his mind. You know what? I kind of like it. It's catchy. You should have heard what they're calling Stain. Iron Monger or Iron Goliath, Naruto countered. Why not Iron Giant? Pepper interjected. 'Cause there's already a movie about Iron Giant, and he's a good guy, Naruto answered. Pepper looked at her phone on the table when it lit up. Everything's ready. We should go, Pepper told Tony. All right. Just let me take this, Tony replied. He took a bottle of soda before leaving. Naruto followed the couple towards the main hall. He was going to stay some ways back while still carrying Morgan, just to prevent her from running around and getting mobbed. 10 minutes later. Do it. Do it. Come on, do it, Naruto whispered repeatedly. Don't do it. Don't do it, Coulson countered repeatedly. The pair were standing at the back of the room, looking over the press conference. One might ask what they were talking about, and there was one simple answer, Tony hesitating on reading the cue cards that Coulson gave him. I am Iron Man, Tony stated, causing all the reporters to go wild. Naruto laughed hard, since he was right that something like this would happen. Why can't anything be easy? Coulson mused. Stark Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles, July 1, 2009, 2300H local. Tony was with Pepper on the bed, who was already asleep. They had a really long day, and he had no one to blame it on but himself. The press were like piranhas, doing anything for a nibble of a story. He was about to fall asleep when Jarvis spoke up. Sir, there's someone in the living room, Jarvis informed Tony. Tony quickly got up and reached for a 13-round taser gun. He thought about calling Naruto, but he could just call him if he can't handle it. Does he look hostile? Tony asked while loading up the taser gun. It doesn't look like it, sir, Jarvis replied. Tony walked out of the room and slowly worked his way towards the living room. When he reached the living room, he saw a silhouette of a man, facing the panoramic windows. He hid the gun behind him and walked towards the man but made sure to keep his distance. I am Iron Man. The man started. You think you're the only superhero? Mr. Stark, you just became part of a bigger universe, but you just don't know it yet, he added. As if dealing with gamma radiation-saturated scientists, enhanced individuals, and aliens are not enough. Now I have to deal with a spoiled billionaire who doesn't work well with others and likes to keep all his toys to himself. Who the hell are you? Tony asked a little threateningly. The man walked into the light with a confident stride, revealing a bald African-American man with an eye patch on his left eye and wearing an all-black tactical suit covered by a black trenchcoat. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury introduced himself with a subtle smirk. I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers initiative. Set an appointment. I'll be available in 3 months. Tony retorted sarcastically. The Avengers initiative is something I thought up. Gathering the best the world has to offer and set them up to deal with things the world is not prepared to deal with. Fury ignored Tony's quip. The world's first and last line of defense? Who else is on this team of yours? No one yet, but I've got some prospects. Fury replied. I'm here because a common acquaintance of ours recommended you. Although I still would have scouted you without the recommendation. It's Naruto, isn't it? Tony asked, 99% sure of the answer. Him and Coulson? Fury answered while walking towards the door. There's a file packet on the dining room table. Take a look at it. I'll contact you sometime in the future, he said before walking out of the mansion. Tony walked towards the dining room and saw a thin file folder on the table. He picked it up and scanned through it. There was just one thing he realized as he was reading through it. What the hell did I get myself into? Stark Mansion, Malibu, Los Angeles, July 2, 2009. 0900H local. So, Fury finally showed himself, huh? Naruto said when he saw the folder Tony was reading. Tony turned around and went towards the dining room entrance. Damn, did you sleep? Tony had dark circles under his eyes. To answer your question, a creepy pirate did indeed come, and I couldn't sleep after I started reading this. Tony replied as his usual sarcastic self. I had Jarvis search for everything he could find about what's in here. So, what did he find? Naruto asked, genuinely curious about what Jarvis could have found considering S.H.I.E.L.D's strict information control. Something and nothing at the same time? Tony picked up his phone on the table and scrolled through it. I got a lot of news articles, journals, papers, social media, conspiracy theories, yada yada. But the thing is, I got nothing substantial on anyone in this except for the banner guy. What makes him so different? I already met him at some conventions. Brilliant guy, a little weird. Maybe that's just what happens if you collect 7 doctorates? Tony answered absent-mindedly before he realized he was moving away from the topic. Anyway, I got most of his papers with electromagnetic waves, particularly high-energy radiation. I have to say the guy really is a genius, he added. I found a lot of clips of him wrecking the military. I guess that's what they wanted the sonic cannon for. You're missing 2 guys in here. Naruto removed the cover page of each Avenger candidate and lined them up on the table. Interestingly enough, Nat's and Clint's photos used generic silhouettes and were heavily redacted. Banner's cover page also had some partial redaction. We're not going to discuss the 2 silhouettes since their files are redacted for a reason. All I can say is that they are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The cream of the crop? He explained. Banner's files are partially redacted because of his work with the military. Your files are not redacted for obvious reasons. He moved the cover photos to the side and retrieved 2 sheets of paper from behind him. This is my file. I have no idea why it's not there. Maybe they thought you know me enough, but anyway, here it is if you would like to read it. Partially redacted, of course. Now, this is the Cap's file. I guess Fury still wants him to be kept secret since they still haven't woken him up. Tony took both sheets of paper and looked over it, starting with Cap's file. There were still some redacted areas on it but probably less than before. The redacted areas were mainly focused on Project Rebirth. What surprised him, though, was the number of missions listed. He's no military man, but he was sure that doing over 100 special ops missions in the span of 2 years was impressive enough, but add the fact that there were no failures. The Boy Scout was just showing off. He moved his focus to the other sheet of paper, and he noticed that there were more redacted areas compared to the captain's but not enough to make it annoying like the agent's profiles. He skimmed over it and noted that he already knew most of what's inside. The only detail added that piqued his curiosity was the aliases and works Naruto has done. Ninetales and the Fox, codenames given to the most prolific and effective information broker/mercenary out there. There were only estimated jobs done since most of it was done in secret, and the number alone was staggering. Approximated 5,000 information gathering jobs and 800 mercenary jobs. What the fuck, man? How the hell did you do 5,800 jobs? Tony exclaimed. Naruto did a single hand sign before a clone of himself appeared beside him. Shadow clones. I got thousands of these guys around the world, though not all of them are active. Naruto replied. Only a few hundred of his clones were not hinged as inanimate objects, while merely a few dozen are not disguised. Cheating alien bastard, Tony mumbled before going back to the folder and cross-referencing everything that he could find. Naruto decided to just stay silent and fix some breakfast since he could sense Pepper preparing herself for the day. He turned on the coffee machine and cooked some eggs and bacon. He finished cooking just in time since Pepper walked down the stairs as he transferred the food to the plates. Wow, Naruto is cooking this morning. Pepper excitedly. She considered Naruto's cooking as one of the best out there. Naruto placed the food and coffee in front of Tony and Pepper before setting one for himself. Eat up? You two got a lot to do today, but Tony will probably stay behind studying those little-ass folders. Naruto replied. Pepper took a bite and released a small moan. She still had no idea how Naruto could make eggs and bacon taste so good. She looked towards Tony and noticed that his sole focus was on the folder in front of him. How long has he been awake? Pepper asked. Probably the whole night. A one-eyed pirate came to visit last night and gave Tony that folder. Naruto answered, intentionally leaving out that the pirate was trying to recruit Tony into his super-secret superhero boy band. What? Nick Fury, the head honcho of S.H.I.E.L.D., came to visit. You should ask him about it, not me. He's your fiancé? Pepper felt that Naruto was hiding something, but she decided to ignore it for now. She stood up and walked behind Tony and tapped his shoulder. Tony was obviously startled but quickly recovered when he saw who it was. Hi, Peps. How long have you been there? Tony asked. Long enough. Pepper replied with a small huff. What are you reading there? That does not look like our typical company report. Oh, this. Some one-eyed black guy gave this to me. Said something about the Avengers initiative. These are the candidates he wanted. Tony answered truthfully, not even bothering to lie. By the way, we're going to hire a bodyguard just for you. Some things out there are just crazy. Pepper reached for the folder in Tony's hand and started to skim through it. To say she was shocked was an understatement. Super spies are somewhat believable. World War II, super soldiers? She already knew about that thanks to Naruto. Advanced exosuit/armor? Her fiancé was the one who made it. What really got to her was a scientist that could transform into a green rage monster and the guy inside their house right now. One of the best information brokers/mercenaries around. She knew Naruto was some kind of muscle for hire, but how good was the guy to earn him a do not engage status? They wanted Tony to join this? Pepper asked Naruto. Yup. The Avengers, the first and last defense of humanity against any enemy that they are not prepared to face. Naruto replied. Fury wants to build a team that can fight guys like me, he said, causing incredulous looks to form on Tony's and Pepper's face. Well, not guys like me, that's just a massacre waiting to happen, but aliens and extra-dimensional entities. Tony's eyes widened and latched onto one detail. Aliens are real? Not like you but like E.T. and Martian kind of thing? Tony inquired. Hey, I'm an alien. Naruto retorted, but Tony just raised his eyebrow. I'm not alien-like, but I can still be an alien. Naruto released a sigh. There are aliens. We don't get too much alien traffic since Earth is a backroad planet, at least that's what Fury has in his files. However, there are still a good number of aliens currently with us. If we are a backwater planet, is there really a threat from out there? You would be surprised. As far as records go, the most recent incident that almost wiped out humanity happened in 1995. According to Fury's hidden files, Kree accusers had already launched a wave of orbital bombardment kinetic thermobaric bombs. I have no idea what the hell an accusers is, but Kree is an alien race that has blue skin. Naruto recounted, ignoring the Stark's aghast expression. Good thing Fury met a human alien chick that took care of the problem. Human alien? Don't you mean, half alien? Pepper interjected. Nah, like human alien. She's a human that was taken by aliens and brainwashed. Don't worry, she's fine now. Naruto replied. Pepper stared at Naruto before snapping out of her stupor. I miss the time when the only problem I had was fixing up the company reports. Pepper stated. I can't believe that ignorance really is bliss. Tony was just staring out into nothingness, his mind running 1,000 miles a second. Ever since he started inventing, he was always a problem solver. Engine not putting out enough power? Just slap a turbo on it. Missile targeting system acting up? Invent a hybrid targeting system to fix it. The problem he was trying to solve now was the proverbial axe hovering over their neck, aliens with a fleet designed to decimate the population on the planet. He really doesn't like the feeling of helplessness. Tony. You okay there? Naruto called out, causing Tony to shake his head. You have to tell me that you have got vital information on those aliens? Tony said seriously, expecting that Naruto would turn into his usual how the fuck did he know about that self. Sorry to disappoint you, man, but I don't have much info on anything out there, only what public and private organizations have like Fury's private files. Naruto answered a little sheepishly. And from what I can tell, the aliens on our planet are outcasts and refugees. The largest alien community has 100 individuals of shapeshifters called Skrulls. They're leftover from the main refugee group that left in 1995, so they don't have many files and alien tech with them. Tony unconsciously released a groan. How about the Kree? What does Fury have on them? Tony asked with a hint of desperation. The Kree Empire is a militaristic race that has an AI as its leader. They're the ones that pushed the Skrulls to the brink of extinction, Naruto said, trying to recount what Fury has in his files. Based on the world's average technological level, we are maybe 50 years behind them. Their blood can also be used by humans to accelerate healing and possibly revive the dead. Who the hell tested that? Pepper interrupted. An independent research group Fury established. They acquired a half-dead body of a Kree and started testing shit with it. Tony stood up and retrieved the Avengers folder from Pepper's hands before walking out of the room, presumably towards his workshop. Naruto and Pepper couldn't do anything but stare at Tony's retreating back. So, is he going to eat that or what? Naruto asked, pointing to the untouched food. New York City, New York. July 12, 2009, 1000H local. Naruto and Peggy were currently in an office space he rented overlooking the SHIELD safe house. In front of them was a collection of screens showing the interior of the safe house. The largest screen was showing a small room, an imitation hospital room from the 1940s. At its side is a screen showing the large room where the mock hospital room was placed. Fury basically ignored Naruto's advice. It was only a day ago when Fury gave Coulson the all-clear to wean Captain Rogers from the anesthesia. According to the medical requisition forms, they were using 10 times the recommended amount just to keep the captain knocked out. This only reinforced the physiological changes the supersoldier serum had on the captain. SHIELD and what he assumed were Hydra agents, as well as some agents from private companies, have all been trying to get biological samples from the first successful supersoldier to create their own version. The keyword was trying. Naruto had been replacing the blood and hair samples with ones from a golden retriever, the perfect animal substitute for the captain if there ever was one. Not that he was going to say it anytime soon. How can he be so stupid? I taught him better than that. Peggy complained with a groan. To be fair, you taught him to think like a spy. His default is to keep secrets and lie. Nobody can just go against their nature at the drop of a hat, Naruto replied. This caused Peggy to glare at Naruto. Don't start with me today. I'm not in the mood, Peggy countered before looking back at Steve's sleeping form. Naruto looked at the other feeds, focusing on one monitor in particular. He could see Coulson briefing a red-haired agent named Grace Van Pelt. He was looking into everything else in the base. As far as he could tell, the only other thing noteworthy in the base was a garage filled with 2 security team squads. He was still focusing on monitoring the safe house when somebody knocked on the door. Peggy quickly drew her gun and aimed it at the door, thinking that some undesirables figured out their position. However, she noticed that Naruto remained calm and just continued checking the feeds. Come in, Naruto shouted, which partially surprised Peggy. The door slowly opened, revealing Jessica carrying a coffee tray and a paper bag from the coffee shop around the corner. Hey, I brought coffee, Jessica greeted before closing the door. She sauntered towards Naruto and gave him a quick peck before dropping the food and coffee on the table. So, what are we doing here? Checking out how SHIELD is going to fuck up waking up Captain America, Naruto answered. What time is your class? My 3 p.m. class cancelled, so I'm free for the whole day. Jessica walked towards the screen where the captain was still sleeping. Wow, he looks damn hot for a guy sleeping for over 60 years. Naruto immediately turned his head towards Jessica with mock indignation. Hey, I'm hot, Naruto retorted, causing Jessica to chuckle. I'm not saying you're not hot. I'm saying that I can understand one of the reasons why Aunt Peggy here can't get over the guy. Jessica sent an exaggerated wink towards Peggy, causing her to blush. So, anyone care to tell me what they're going to do? Naruto nodded and turned around towards the monitors. He pointed towards the screen where Agent Van Pelt was talking with Coulson. See that redhead there? Jessica nodded. She's going to dress as a 1940s nurse when Captain Rogers wakes up. They are going to try to convince him that he has just been retrieved from the ice a week or so after the crash. How is that going to work? They can't just lock him up in that room forever, Jessica commented. perfectly encapsulating one of the problems in Fury's plan. You're going to graduate college with honors. No doubt about it, Naruto said seriously. Jessica smiled when she heard Naruto's comment. She walked in front of Naruto and sat on his lap before looping her arms around Naruto's neck and kissed him. Peggy ignored the couple and just focused on the feed. A few minutes later, she noticed that Steve Rogers was finally waking up, evident by the shake of his head. She couldn't help but flash a smile when she finally saw Steve's clear blue eyes. Naruto and Jessica noticed Peggy's emotional moment and quieted down, giving her a moment to enjoy the moment. Shield Safe House, New York. July 12, 2009, 1100 H local. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. The first Avenger. The first superhero. Widely regarded as the human representation of freedom. One of the most influential factors that pushed the World War II effort in favor of the Allies by leading the Howling Commandos against the Johann Schmidt or Red Skull and HYDRA. Steve Grant Rogers was born on July 4, 1918, to Sarah and Joseph Rogers. His father was killed in action during World War I. He had always been a small and sickly kid, causing him to form only one significant friendship in the form of one James Buchanan Barnes. His mother died from tuberculosis during his last year of high school. When Steve and Bucky heard that the U.S. finally joined World War II, they immediately tried to enlist, but Steve was always denied due to the many health problems. Bucky, on the other hand, was immediately accepted and sent to basic. Steve Rogers never gave up, though. He tried to enlist at different recruitment centers around New York City. His fate changed during the 1943 Stark Expo. Steve was pulled by Bucky into a double date, but he slipped away to try and enlist once again. Coincidentally, Dr. Abraham Erskine, a defector from Germany, took notice of Steve's morals and fast-tracked Steve's record after a short interview. Steve was sent to Camp Lehigh for assessment and training. He was chosen by Dr. Erskine for Project Rebirth, a top-secret super-soldier program by the U.S. military and the Strategic Scientific Reserve or SSR, the predecessor of SHIELD. Project Rebirth was a success, causing Steve Rogers to pack muscle and gain almost a foot of height. However, Dr. Erskine was killed by an undercover agent, effectively killing Project Rebirth. Steve Rogers, or now known as Captain America, was used as a mascot and propaganda machine, boosting U.S. military recruitment. His fate changed yet again when he went on an undercover mission to rescue Allied soldiers, particularly the 107th Infantry Regiment, which Bucky was a part of, from a Nazi HYDRA concentration camp. This mission alone had proven his worth as a soldier and leader. Captain America led multiple raids against multiple Hydra bases with his specialized unit, the Howling Commandos. Along the way, Howard Stark gifted Captain Rogers with a circular shield made from vibranium, one of the strongest metals known to man. Every win he accomplished over Hydra tilted the war in favor of the Allies, but everything must come to an end. The first blow came with the death of Bucky Barnes during the mission to apprehend Dr. Arnim Zola. The next blow, however, came with the defeat of the Red Skull. As a last-ditch effort to deal considerable damage to the U.S., the Red Skull harnessed the Tesseract's energy to create bombs that would decimate the U.S. cities. The Red Skull was able to take off with one of the bombers, forcing Captain Rogers to crash the plane in the Arctic Circle. Everyone thought that the captain perished that day, but multiple search and retrieval missions were done to find the captain's body. Howard Stark successfully found the Tesseract but not the captain. Captain America inspired the U.S. to build SHIELD. Steve Rogers never expected that he would be able to wake up alive. He fully expected to wake up in the afterlife, heaven or hell, wherever he was destined to go. He pushed himself up on the bed and observed his surroundings. There was something disconcerting with everything he was sensing. He focused his attention on the live baseball game on the radio. It didn't take long before a nurse/secretary checked up on him. "Morning," the nurse greeted smoothly before checking her watch. "Or should I say afternoon? Where am I?" Steve asked. "You're in a recovery room in New York," the nurse answered. Steve listened in on the surroundings and confirmed that the statement was not quite right. One of the side effects of the supersoldier serum was the acquisition of an eidetic memory. "Where am I, really?" Steve asked again slowly. "I don't understand," the nurse replied, getting a little nervous. "The game, it's from May 1941. I know because I was there," Steve stated with absolute certainty. Van Pelt knew that the plan had failed, so she immediately pushed the panic button. He stood up from the bed and walked towards Van Pelt. "So, I'm going to ask again, where am I?" "Captain Rogers," the nurse said, trying to calm down the situation. "Who are you?" Steve shouted, but 4 armed men in black combat suits entered the room. New York City, New York. July 12, 2009, 11:30 H local. Well, that was a dud. As expected, Naruto said while looking out the window. He was looking at Captain Rogers running barefoot down the street towards Times Square. He then turned towards Peggy. What do you want to do now? Peggy took a deep breath to calm down her mind. All she wanted to do was run out the door to meet Steve face to face again, but she knew it was not exactly viable right now. She needed to remain hidden for as long as possible to keep an advantage over Hydra. We're going to wait for Fury to bring him to the old gym before meeting him, Peggy stated. For now, we should keep watch of the situation. New York City, New York. July 12, 2009, 11:33 H local. Are you going to be okay? The guy with the eye patch said. Yeah. Steve answered while looking around at his surroundings. I had a date, he added. The gravity of the situation finally hit the first Avenger. He couldn't believe that some part of him would rather die in the ice than be found now. Everything that he was seeing was new and familiar at the same time, the crowd, the buildings, the cars. Everything was just so disconcerting. Only his training and experience kept him from freaking out. We should get in the car. I can't answer the questions you obviously have while we're still out in the open, the man advised. Some people would usually just follow that suggestion, but the captain was not just anyone. He would not just trust anyone even if he was technically in the States. He turned around and faced the man. You don't expect me to just follow you anywhere, do you? Steve stated while looking at the man suspiciously. God, I hope not. The man replied with a chuckle. But you should know that you have no other option for now. I can say that I'm part of a US-based agency, the man added while flashing his badge. Steve ran multiple scenarios in his mind to see what was the best course of action, and he decided that there really was only one viable thing he could do right now. Of course, he could fight his way out right now, but he would indeed get recaptured due to his lack of intel. If he gets into the car now, he could still fight his way out if things were to go south. He nodded towards the man to show that he would follow for now. The man walked towards the black car behind him and opened the car's back door. Steve warily walked towards the car. The man got in on the other side of the vehicle after he closed the door. He confirmed that the agents were trained and coordinated since the cars quickly lined up into a convoy as they started moving. I'm Nick Fury, the Director for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division or SHIELD, your namesake. The man now named Fury introduced himself. Steve couldn't help but focus on the name of the agency Fury said he was a part of, but he pushed the thoughts about it away for now. We are a US-based international agency focused on dealing with the weird aspect of the world, Fury explained. The car drove under the same building that he had just escaped from. For now, we're going to a series of medical tests on you to make sure everything is A-okay. Steve just listened to Fury talk. He was still not sure if he was safe for now, but at least he was confident that they would not suddenly aim their guns at him. Nevertheless, he was still keeping track of everything he could use as a weapon. The cars parked near the door and Fury got out of the vehicle. Steve copied what Fury did and followed the director. He noticed that the agents kept some distance from him and were making sure that he was not getting crowded. As he was nearing what he guessed was the medical center, evident by the white room with multiple machines, he decided to ask a question that's been plaguing his mind since the moment he woke up. Can you answer a question for me? Steve said. Sure, as long as it's not classified. Fury replied. You don't exactly have your clearance back. Steve agreed to Fury's statement, but what he was curious about shouldn't be classified. Do you know what happened to Agent Margaret Elizabeth Carter? Steve asked, making sure to use her full name. Fury fully expected this question to come. Director Carter's and the captain's tragic romance story was well known by everyone. Hell, some production companies even tried to make a movie out of it. The production plans only stopped due to Director Carter's sensitive career history. Fury had already planned on how to approach the topic. Former Director Carter was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. She obviously became the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury stated, hoping that he could soften the blow. She retired almost 8 years ago. 4 years ago, she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Steve felt a sense of dread washing over him. She died on November 20, 2007, at a Royal Air Force base in Alconbury, UK. Steve stopped in the middle of the hallway when he heard what Fury had said. Steve continued to stand in the middle of the hallway, trying to absorb what he had heard. New York City, New York. July 13, 2009, 0500 H local. This is a restored 1950s boxing gym. We bought this place 2 days after we found you, Fury stated while walking around the old-school gym. One of my guys had this place restored and placed a fully functioning apartment on the top floor, he added. Fury had to give it to Coulson. The gym was looking good. There are 3 agents next door who are going to monitor you for at least 3 months. Steve waved off what Fury said. He was too busy looking over the place. He noticed that there were those mini cameras mounted in the corners of the ceiling. S.H.I.E.L.D. really was deadest on keeping an eye on him. I'm going to leave you to it, Fury said before walking towards the exit when Steve didn't give him a reply. Just press on the big red button in each room if or when you need anything. Your briefing schedule is on the table in the dining room upstairs. Fury had arranged a series of meetings with some agents to teach and guide Captain Rogers through modern society. They would focus on everything that could help Captain Rogers adapt faster, like modern technology, finance, modern history, current affairs, and social norms. Modern warfare, tactics, and training reconditioning would happen after the previous plan. Fury's goal was for the captain to be mission-ready in 6 months. Maybe a year at the most. Fury subtly checked that the agents he had assigned to this mission were not undercover Hydra agents. However, he could never be 100% certain unless he did something drastic like strapping them to his lie detector or contacting Naruto, and God knows that he doesn't have to deal with that right now. Fury, before you go. Steve called out as Fury was walking towards the door. Where's my shield? He asked. If there was one thing you could use to symbolize Captain America, it was the red, white, and blue vibranium shield. It had been with him ever since he officially started to do missions. He routinely used it both offensively and defensively. Of course, he had formed an emotional attachment to the shield. Well, about that. Fury started sheepishly. We did find your shield, but one of my individual contractors borrowed it while you were still in a coma. Steve raised his eyebrow. He liked to think that he could read people well enough, and according to his reading, Fury would not trust people not in his own organization, especially with something as important as a shield made from a rare metal. He was supposed to bring it back a week after he borrowed it. I'm going to try to make contact with him so he can bring it back. Steve just nodded, dropped his bag beside the staircase, and placed his leather jacket on top. He chose clothes from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wide selection. He had chosen 5 casual clothes, 3 home clothes, a brown leather jacket, and a tactical suit just in case. Fury left the building when he saw Captain Rogers walking towards the punching bag. Understandably, he would like to release some stress after the day that he has had. Hell, from Rogers' perspective, everything from fighting Red Skull to waking up in the 21st century happened within a week. Steve heard the automatic door lock engaging. He knew that there were more than 3 agents monitoring him. From his observation, at least half of the people in the neighborhood were agents. However, he just didn't have the energy to do something about it. Maybe in the future, he might care about it, but not now, not after the week that he has had. He settled into a standard boxing stance and started pounding the punching bag, releasing all of his frustration into the bag. It didn't take long for the punching bag to start swinging wildly. He stopped when he noticed that the bag was about to rip. Steve grabbed hold of the bag to steady it and started taking some deep calming breaths. He didn't even feel winded with that short exercise due to the super soldier serum. You need someone to steady that for you? Steve suddenly heard someone ask. Steve quickly turned towards the direction of the voice and went into his fighting stance. He saw a man sitting on the ropes of the boxing ring closest to him. The blonde man was wearing a burnt orange shirt with blue jeans. However, the most noticeable thing about the man was the animal-like whiskers on his cheeks. Who are you? Steve asked threateningly. The gym itself was supposed to be a secure location, so how did someone sneak inside? I have a bone to pick with Fury. I'm not one of his independent contractors. I just happen to have a closer working relationship with him than other agencies, the man said before he jumped off the rope. Steve went on high alert as the man walked towards him. He surmised that he was the one that had borrowed his shield. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Information broker, mercenary, and overall badass. The man introduced himself. What are you doing here? Steve asked while still not dropping his fighting stance. I'm here to return this to you, Naruto said as he retrieved something from behind him. Of course, Steve was shocked when Naruto pulled out his shield, seemingly out of nowhere, and tossed it towards him. He caught the shield and quickly inspected it before placing it on his arm. I'm also here to talk to you about something. I guarantee that you will like to hear what I'm going to say, Naruto stated confidently. Just a warning, somebody's listening in on our conversation. Shield, Steve said quietly. Hell, nah, Naruto countered. I already hacked their feed. They have no idea that I'm even here, he added with a chuckle. The person listening in now has a more personal stake in this conversation. Steve had no idea what hacking meant, but he assumed that it was something impressive. He wouldn't admit it, but he was interested in what this Naruto wanted to talk about. Although, he was still not dropping his guard. Naruto walked towards the bench press and sat on it. He took out a hot cup of ramen from who knows where and started eating. Steve looked at Naruto incredulously, not expecting this turn of events. You want some? Naruto offered, to which Steve shook his head no. All right, more for me. He continued before taking a sip of the soup. Before we start, I need you to remember that we are living in some weird times. You understand? Sure. Steve quickly replied, wanting to move forward with the conversation. First of all, you should be wary of everyone around you. Not everyone who acts as your friend is actually your friend. Naruto started. I can't tell you what I'm talking about until you're used to the 21st century, but I can tell you some names you can trust in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Phil Coulson, and Sharon Carter. It's your choice if you're going to believe me. One name quickly got Steve's attention. Sharon Carter? Steve asked. Got that, didn't you? Naruto said with a grin. Grandniece of Peggy Carter herself. Tenacious girl, that one. Followed her in Aunt's footsteps even against her mother's wishes. Steve couldn't help but smile when he heard Naruto's description of Sharon Carter. It looked like Peggy still lived one way or another. Thinking about Peggy brought down his mood, though. Peggy Carter never married. Some people thought that she was focused on her job, but most people agree that she just couldn't move on from her first romance. Naruto stated. Apparently, a guy that didn't even show up on a date. Steve had no idea why Naruto was telling him this, but he winced when he heard about the missed dance. If he was the kind of person who cursed, he would be spouting a storm towards the Red Skull. Her love story was almost made into a movie. Why are you telling me this? 'Cause Peggy Carter is still alive, Naruto said with a mischievous grin. Steve quickly faced Naruto with wide eyes. Can you say that again? Steve asked pleadingly. It would be one of the cruelest jokes ever made if it was not true. Got your attention now, right? Naruto replied, still with his grin. There are some extenuating circumstances that can't be talked about right now, but the bottom line is that Peggy is still alive. You want to meet her? Steve was shouting at himself to say yes, but it was like he couldn't find his voice. It was like everything that had been happening to him in the past 2 days had finally caught up with him. The psychological and emotional strain had rendered him speechless at the most crucial moment. Well, it looks like you don't want to. See you around, I guess, Naruto said teasingly, but Steve couldn't detect the sarcasm causing him to panic. Naruto was starting to leave when Steve saw a boxing glove hit the back of Naruto's head. Steve followed the path where the glove had come from and saw an image straight from a dream. Peggy Carter had been listening in on Naruto and Steve's conversation from the apartment upstairs. She and Naruto had sneaked inside the building after the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did a sweep before Steve and Fury arrived. Naruto just set the feeds on a loop in the apartment before they arrived, effectively showing the room as empty. Most of the time, Peggy appreciated Naruto's joking nature, but now was definitely not the time. She couldn't believe that she had agreed to let Naruto be the one to soften the blow since anyone else was better than the guy whose default setting was to prank everyone. That was why she had to step in when Naruto went too far. Steve was looking at her with both disbelief and love. Peggy didn't even know how she identified those two emotions, but she would take it regardless. She walked down the stairs and sauntered towards Steve until they were only a few feet away from each other. It took a few more moments before Steve was finally able to do anything. He reached towards Peggy's face and ran his thumb across her cheeks, making sure that it wasn't a dream. Peggy unconsciously leaned into Steve's touch. How? Steve croaked out. How what? Peggy interjected. How is this possible? Don't get me wrong, I'm ecstatic that you're alive, but why are you still young? Steve amended his question. Are you saying that I'm old? Peggy said with a raised eyebrow. We're both old. Steve countered, which caused Peggy to chuckle. Peggy looked behind Steve and gestured towards Naruto. Steve followed her line of sight and his sight went towards Naruto. Naruto visited me in my hospital suite one day and gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. Peggy started. He told me that he knew that you were still alive, but since I was basically dying, he offered me a deal. I was going to be his final test dummy for an experimental procedure that he created. It would basically make me younger and make me into pseudo-super soldier. He knew I was still alive? How? Steve inquired with disbelief. He's weird. You'll know more in the future. Peggy answered with a smile. Hey, I'm not weird. I'm unique. Naruto interjected, but it just fell on deaf ears. Peggy walked into Steve's arms and hugged him, which he reciprocated. You know, you still owe me a dance, Peggy stated. This brought a smile to Steve's face. I know. Steve replied. We should probably reschedule for after Fury releases me from my house arrest. Hearing Fury's name reminded to Peggy of something she should warn Steve about. Speaking of Fury, you can't tell anyone that I'm still alive, or that you have already met Naruto, Peggy instructed. Why? I'm not going to tell you right now. You should use your downtime to adjust and enjoy your time, Peggy replied. We're going to tell you in the future, so you shouldn't worry about it for now. Steve just nodded. He was going to push all the problems onto his future self and just enjoy the moment right now. Peggy, Naruto called out. Just call me if you need to go. I need to take care of something, he said as his own way to give some privacy to the reacquainted couple. Peggy flashed him a smile before resting her head back into Steve's chest. Naruto pulled out a speaker from his storage seal and set it up. He started It's Been a Long, Long Time by Harry James and Helen Forrest before he shined away. The last thing he saw was Steve and Peggy slow dancing to the music. Natasha's Safe House, New York City, November 07, 2009, 0800H local. 4 months. It has been 4 months since Captain Rogers woke up and met with the love of his life. Honestly, Naruto thought that Steve would somehow blow Peggy's cover, just basing it on his Boy Scout attitude. Naruto had seriously underestimated the captain's acting abilities since Fury thought that Steve was still depressed underneath everything. Fury's plan to educate Steve on modern society has been going well. Although Naruto had to fix up some stuff to make sure everything went smoothly. Flashback start. Fury was currently in his underground office in Washington, D.C. This was where he did his sensitive work like the plans regarding Hydra and the Avengers initiative. Only Maria Hill knew about his hideout, but he was sure that Naruto knew about it, and if Naruto knew about it, then you could expect Romanov to know about it as well. What Fury was doing right now was double-checking all the reports that he had gathered about the agents that he sent to tutor the captain. He was grateful that he was now aware that Hydra was growing inside S.H.I.E.L.D., so the work that he needed to put in instantly tripled. He needed to check every person that he interacts with, create appropriate reasons to push out the Hydra operatives, and figure out which projects he could afford to be compromised, all without Hydra figuring out what he was doing. Fury was still checking the reports when Naruto showed up. He didn't even show an ounce of surprise with Naruto's magic trick since he had seen it too many times for it to invoke any emotion. Naruto must have seen it too since he frowned when he noticed Fury's lack of reaction. You're no fun anymore, Naruto said before sitting down on the chair in front of the table. Good to know that I'm just a source of entertainment for you, Fury blandly replied. He took another look at the reports before placing them down and looking at Naruto. I need the shield back. What shield? Naruto asked, acting innocent. I don't have time for this. Where is it? Geez. What had got your panties in a bunch? Naruto commented. I think Cap already has it since I left it there a few hours after you dropped him off. You already met him? In person? Nah, I got no interest in a man with no sense of humor, Naruto answered. I watched him few times, not creepily of course, he added with a grin. Fury knew that in the past 2 days Captain Rogers was in the gym/apartment/safe house, there were no external contacts except for his agents. However, he also knew that the surveillance camera feeds could be tampered with, but he couldn't do anything against it unless he placed an agent by Captain's side at all times. I noticed the agent rotation schedule. What's your plan with that? Naruto asked like he had no idea what plan Fury had cooked up. Fury had already figured out that Naruto was just acting, but he played along with it regardless to see what Naruto was getting at. The guy came from the 40s. I can't consider him an asset unless he adapts to the current times, Fury explained. Asset, huh? Naruto mused. I'm not sure you will be able to use him in your standard espionage missions. He's a leader and a fighter, he added. You might be able to use him in search and retrieval, extraction, short insertions, and maybe, the welcome wagon. I know that. Fury grumbled. Pretty useless since S.H.I.E.L.D. only does a few high-value missions of those types. Anyways, that's not what I'm here for and it's your problem, Naruto replied. I want to see which agents you chose as the captain's guides. So, it's Hydra, huh? Fury let out. Fury picked up the report summary with the list of 6 agents that had been given the assignment and gave it to Naruto. Naruto took the list and looked it over. You did a great job of screening the agents. Too bad you didn't check deep enough. Naruto's statement caused Fury to frown. Every one of these dudes and dudettes are deep undercover Hydra agents. What? Fury exclaimed. Yup. From what I can tell, the first 2 were recruited before they joined S.H.I.E.L.D. while the last 4 were recruited inside the academy. Naruto replied. Just think of it like this, 40% of every agent's below 6th level clearance has some Hydra influence on them. 60% of anyone 6 and above. At least that's what I got from checking 80% of your personnel. Fury couldn't help but slam his head down on the table. He knew that Hydra had a lot of pull inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., but hearing some concrete figures made the task of cleaning up S.H.I.E.L.D. a lot more daunting. Hydra literally has S.H.I.E.L.D. by the ropes. Anything less than a complete purge and rebuild would cause S.H.I.E.L.D. to be taken over again. What would it take for me to see that list? Fury asked with a slight hint of desperation. You're not going to see my list anytime soon. Naruto answered quickly. Set everything you can for now before worrying about what to do with HYDRA. He stood up from his chair, retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, and tossed it on Fury's table. These are the agents that I would recommend you to use. It's your choice on how you're going to play it so that Hydra has no idea what you're doing. Fury took the paper and pocketed it. He was going to check it later, right after he had few fingers of bourbon. Naruto didn't stay long and left Fury to deal with the mess. Flashback end. Naruto was thinking back on the events that had happened in the last 4 months when the door opened, revealing an irate Natasha. He would have chuckled when he saw Nat looking like a frazzled secretary, but a stern glare from her effectively stopped him. Good morning, Haim. Naruto greeted with a charming smile, but Nat ignored him and went straight to the couch. How was work? Nat automatically groaned when she heard the question. I just got a promotion. Natasha replied while kicking off her heels. It's horrible. That two statements don't exactly work together. You know, that right? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. It works if your boss is Justin Hammer and he promoted you as one of his personal assistants? Natasha countered. Naruto gave his full attention when he heard what Natasha had said. He stopped monitoring Natasha and Jessica after they requested for him to stop. In return, they would have a Hiratian seal on them at all times. That was why he had no idea what was happening with Nat at work and Jess at college. He's a young Tony Stark copycat cranked up to 100. I think he just promoted me just to get a chance to get in my pants. He didn't do something, did he? Naruto asked in a low tone. Nat immediately noticed Naruto's change in tone. She turned towards him and saw a distinct difference. Naruto's irises had changed into something more feral, more fox-like. His whiskers were more pronounced. There was also an oppressive aura coming off of him. She placed her hand on his arm to calm him down. If Naruto's aura broke through the seals that he placed around the apartment, people who experienced his atmosphere would feel suffocated. Some might even straight up die. Solns, calm down. Nothing happened. Natasha said with a soothing voice. He tried to make something happen but nothing did. I can handle myself. Worst come to the worst, I'll just break some bones and get myself fired. Naruto visibly started to calm down after hearing Natasha's statement. His aura receded and his eyes turned back to his usual blue. He grabbed a hold of Nat's waist, pulled her up to his lap, and took some deep calming breaths. Tell me again, why did Fury assign you this mission? Naruto questioned while burying his head in Nat's hair. Natasha leaned towards Naruto's body, just enjoying the moment. Fury got some info that Hammer was doing some questionable moves. Natasha answered. Corporate espionage on Stark Industries, shorting of contracts, and black market sales. Just like Stain. Damn. Is every arms dealer just a power-hungry asshole? Naruto mused. Well, Tony is just an asshole most of the time, he added with a chuckle which Natasha mirrored. That sounds right? Natasha agreed. Have I told you how Hammer is pulling his hair out recently? Are you going to tell me why? Natasha turned around and mounted Naruto, facing him while flashing a mesmerizing smile. Everyone in the industry hoped that Tony would completely dismantle his weapons manufacturing division after he temporarily suspended its operation. Natasha replied. Instead, Stark Industries returned stronger than ever, focusing on underutilized markets like body armor, reconnaissance, weapon systems, and communications. Tony almost went through with his plan to close the weapons manufacturing division and just focus on the consumer market, specifically clean energy. Pepper and Naruto were the ones who changed Tony's mind. Pepper concentrated on the political and corporate aspects of his decision, like broken contracts, lawsuits, decreased cash flow, employee layoffs, and corporate restructuring. All of which would significantly impact the company. Naruto focused on the technological innovations and alternate options, like focusing on defensive loadout instead of the weapons themselves and stricter weapon tracking and control. What about the whole Iron Man fiasco? Natasha's demeanor turned sour when she heard Naruto's inquiry. That's a whole other beast entirely. Natasha started. A bunch of CEOs of weapons manufacturing companies banded together, led by Justin Hammer himself, and lobbied for the US government to take Tony's suit. It has just started, but it's quickly gaining traction. So that's what they've been doing, Naruto murmured, but Natasha heard it. Who's doing what? Naruto snapped from his musing and stared back at Natasha's green eyes. Hydra has been moving some pieces. They are doubling down. Bribing, blackmail, and calling in favors. Naruto explained. I thought they were preparing for the takeover, but it didn't really fit with the timeline, but if their goal is to get their hands on Tony's suit, it fits a whole lot better. Natasha had no real idea about Hydra's movement. If it weren't for Naruto, she wouldn't even be aware that Hydra was inside S.H.I.E.L.D. She wouldn't even be affected by HYDRA unless it was time for their takeover, since she was more of a field operative. A lot less drama and backstabbing than the administration. What are you going to do about it? Natasha asked. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Hydra will not be able to move in the light. They can only do backroom deals and underhanded tactics. It can do a lot but not as much as they would like. Naruto continued. Besides, if Tony can make the US government back down in an attempt to get his tech, then there won't be any more blatant moves in the future and he will have solidified his hold on his suit. And if he bombs it or the unexpected happens, then I bomb the suit, or I guess melting it down is the better option. Naruto contemplated before focusing back to the topic at hand. They wouldn't even know I did it, so it's the perfect crime. Can you imagine Hydra grunts wearing a fully functioning Iron Man suit? He added while releasing a fake shiver. Natasha got off of Naruto and walked towards the kitchen. She retrieved a glass, filled it from the tap before drinking it. She was feeling a little famished, so she decided to look for some food. We got any leftovers? Natasha asked. Yeah. There's some pizza in the fridge. Naruto answered before standing up. I'm going to heat it up. Just relax for now. Natasha flashed Naruto a grateful smile and kissed him before moving towards the couch. By the way, Tony is going to start looking for a bodyguard/assistant for Pepper anytime now, he said while putting the pizza in the microwave with a glass of water. He's going to hire an assistant for his assistant? Natasha countered incredulously. Pepper is going to retire in December after their wedding, Naruto replied while bracing himself on the counter. Why December? Tony is going to get married on December 16th. Same day as his parents died. Naruto started. He wants to replace the memory of that day with something better. Natasha looked at Naruto weirdly, which caused him to chuckle. I know, right? I can't believe he has something like that in him. The microwave stopped a few seconds after he finished talking. Naruto took the pizza and placed it on the center table. He took a slice and sat down next to Natasha. Why are you telling me this, anyway? Because I want you to tell Fury about it. Just imagine what could happen if you took on that assignment. Naruto is practically vibrating with the prospect. Wow. You're really excited about this, huh? Natasha commented with a smirk. Alright, I'll ask Fury about it. She added before remembering something. How's the captain and Peggy doing? They're doing great. Naruto answered with a grin. I had to sneak them out of that safe house 8 times last month alone for their dates. I have an extended break next week. We should go on a date, Natasha suggested, to which Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. Bogota, Colombia, November 23, 2009, 1800 H local. Naruto and Eric were currently staying in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The mission Naruto chose this time? The systematic disassembly of a drug cartel that has a side business in human trafficking, who was rapidly working up their way up the ladder. By systematic, he means wiping out the whole cartel. Eric was cleaning his gear when he heard Naruto walk into the room. So, 3 months left before the return of the prodigal son. What's your plan after this? Naruto asked. Eric froze in his seat. He had honestly forgot about that small fact. The monthly missions kind of made him forgot about his plan to take over Wakanda and forcefully change the world order. He looked up at Naruto, who was leaning on the door frame. I have no idea, Eric admitted while unconsciously reaching for the Kimoyo beads that he was currently using as a necklace while it wasn't yet complete. I will probably still head to Wakanda. What are you going to do after you arrive? We'll see, Eric replied before fixing up his loadout. Naruto was kind of stuck with his plan now. He couldn't get an accurate read of Eric's thoughts. As far as he could tell, it could go 50-50. Eric could just join the Golden Tribe as a war dog or force a royal upheaval. He would need to deal with the problem if everything goes south. Naruto decided to just move on to the current mission. He retrieved a hollow projector and placed it on the ground. The projector showed an accurate map of Bogota and its surrounding area. Eric stood up and approached the projected map. Naruto manipulated the map to focus on a mansion southeast of the city. This is the final mission area. After we deal with some cash houses and safe house in and out of the city, we're going to raise the whole place down after retrieving everything of value. Naruto explained before showing the whole map again. This time, multiple red dots appeared on the map. We're going to hit every one of these places tonight before heading to the final mission area. Our goal is to end everything before the sun rises tomorrow. Any questions? Eric just shook his head negative. Naruto retrieved a smartphone and gave it to Eric. That thing has map of every place that you're going to hit. We'll head out in 2 hours. Stark Mansion, Long Island, New York. December 16, 2009, 1900H local? I think the tie doesn't match the suit, Tony said nervously as he was fixing up his tie. It's a black tie with a black suit. There's nothing better that could match that, Rhodey retorted while trying to keep his calm. Maybe a gray tie would be better. Give it a bit of variety, Tony replied. Or maybe something more colorful. A rainbow tie, perhaps. Just to give some color? He added while still fixing up his tie. If someone was observing the pair, they would most likely see Rhodey's eyebrow twitching. I should probably change my shoes too. This statement finally snapped Rhodey's patience. He grabbed hold of Tony's shoulders and shook him a bit. Tony, your tie is fine. Your shoes are fine. Just settle down, Rhodey shouted before taking a deep breath to calm down. Everything's fine. We checked, double-checked, and triple-checked. Nothing will happen. Okay. Tony stared at Rhodey weirdly for a few moments before his expression turned more contemplative. You realize that you just jinxed the whole thing, right? Tony said seriously, causing Rhodey's face to scrunch up. Jinxes aren't real. I have a dimensional hopping demigod as one of my groomsmen. I think jinxes are a lot more believable, Tony countered matter-of-factly. A few weeks ago, Naruto decided to come clean to both of Tony's friends about who he really was. He felt that he trusted them enough for them to learn more about him. To say the duo was surprised was an understatement. Touché, Tony visibly got a lot calmer as he and Rhodey conversed. They decided to just pour a finger of bourbon for each of them while waiting for someone to call them. I never imagined you getting married, or at least getting married before me, Rhodey let out with a small chuckle. I'm not that bad. One of your favorite quotes in college was the more, the merrier, and that only applies to chicks, Rhodey countered. Tony had the audacity to act offended. I was just doing my gentlemanly duty. Who knows what would have happened if I just left them on their own? Tony replied jokingly, causing the pair to release a series of laughs. As their laughs died down, Rhodey decided to tackle the one duty that the best man has. Tony, Rhodey called out, causing Tony to turn towards him. Last chance to back out, man. You can still push this back or cancel it altogether. Pepper would understand if you got cold feet. To be completely honest, Rhodey would hate for Tony to suddenly have cold feet. Aside from the commotion that it would cause, he was not looking forward to Pepper's reaction. She would completely understand Tony's position, but it would definitely affect her on some level. Some women are going to rage when they hear that their fiancé was getting cold feet, but Pepper is too classy for that. Tony got a contemplative look on his face. He would never burn his chance to marry Pepper right here and now, but you could forgive the guy for thinking deeply about taking one of the most significant steps in his life. Even now, he couldn't believe how much he loves Pepper. He would never get caught getting lovey-dovey in public since he still had an image to maintain. You know, I'm just going to go through with it. The wedding costs too much to back out now, Tony replied sarcastically. Somebody knocked on the door a few seconds after it. Doors open. Happy peeked inside the room and looked at the duo sitting on the couch. He was wearing a light gray suit, which was the dress code decided by Tony and Pepper. They decided on a simple theme, black and white. The bride would obviously wear a white gown. The maid of honor would be wearing an ivory-colored dress while the bridesmaids would be wearing off-white, all of them made by Renee Strauss. Tony swore that there was no difference in those colors. The groom would be wearing a black suit while the best man and groomsmen would be wearing gray suits, with the best man wearing a darker color. The suits were designed by Giorgio Armani. 10 minutes, Happy informed them. Great, I'm getting tired of waiting, Tony said before standing up and heading straight to the door. Rhodey and Happy walked beside him towards the wedding proper, which was in the vast area behind the mansion. Tony had rarely used the mansion ever since his parents died, but it seems fitting to be in this place when his life's direction changes again. Besides, with his decision to do the wedding on the day of his parents' death, doing the wedding at the mansion seemed like a no-brainer. Did we encounter any problems? Tony asked, making sure he could fix anything unforeseen while he still could. Happy grimaced when he heard the question which Tony saw. Come on, Happy. Spit it out. Ugh. Where to start? Happy let out, which was never a good sign. The caterer got stuck in traffic. The flowers wilted along the way. The lights somehow short-circuited. You know the usual? He drawled on, trying to play down the gravity of the situation. Tony stopped in the middle of the hallway and stared at Happy dumbfoundedly. Why the hell are we still going through with this then? Tony asked, getting a lot more serious. Well, Naruto came through, Happy answered. It was a lot harder to hide him doing stuff, though. Tony released a sigh of relief when he heard Happy's answer. So, what did he do? Naruto started by doing that cloning thing and changing into a lot of different guys. Still weirds me out every time I see it. Happy started. He took over the 3 kitchens and started cooking a bunch of stuff. Naruto didn't even use the ingredients in the kitchen. He just kept pulling stuff out of nowhere. At least the theme became around the world cuisine, so we got that going for us? Damn. Tony commented, visibly impressed. How long did cook, and how much did he prepare? 2 hours and more than 10 times the original amount. Happy replied. I have no idea how Naruto cooked all of it since a lot of those foods take a long time to cook. He even made some meals that take a whole day to prepare. What the hell? Rhodey exclaimed. Never mind that, for now. How'd he fix the plant and light problem? Naruto went to the back garden and created a bunch of flowers. The plants just sprouted from the ground? Happy explained. He still couldn't believe that Naruto did it even though he was there. As for the lights, he pulled out some glass balls that emit omnidirectional light and float. Tony immediately got interested in the lights that Naruto created. It sounded like the perfect lighting device, especially for decoration and search and rescue missions. Did he say how he made it? Tony asked. Something about seals and chakra battery. I have no idea how he did it. Happy said honestly. The trio finally reached the wedding proper. Tony and Rhodey were impressed by the current setup. The wedding planner only helped arrange the wedding and coordinate all the different things needed, but the planner herself was not at the wedding. Tony and Pepper decided to have a small wedding. Like 20 people only, including the judge officiating. Tony basically said fuck it and didn't invite anyone except for close friends and family. Tony will probably host a public event in the future, but for now, this wedding is just theirs. The trio could see that everyone was already at their seats. On the right were Tony's friends and family. His only representative for the family side was Morgan. Pepper's friends and family were on the left side. Her father, mother, and 2 sisters came. Mr. Jonathan Potts was a retired federal judge from Virginia. He fully expected Pepper to be a lawyer, so he was shocked when she decided to enter business school. He was Tony's #1 critique due to Tony's previous lifestyle, but it all turned around after Morgan was born. It was almost the same narrative for Mrs. Veronica Potts, who was a chief of medicine. Tony looked around a bit more before walking towards Pepper's parents while greeting their guests on the way there. He shook Jonathan's hand and gave Veronica a peck on the cheek. Did I miss anything? Tony asked like his usual self but a bit more respectful. He really didn't want to piss off his not-so-future father-in-law. Not much. Jonathan replied with a shrug. Though, one of your groomsmen was still fixing some stuff until a few minutes ago. Which one and what did he do? The tall blonde one. Jonathan answered. He carried in those decorative Corinthian pillars and R. Tony turned his head toward the podium and saw the white pillars and the arc Veronica was talking about. He almost choked when he saw what those pillars were. A few years back, Tony decided to donate a few $1,000,000 to the Greek government because he watched Hercules while drunk. As a show of gratitude, the Greeks gave him a few pieces of stuff, like statues and a whole facade of a decrepit temple. He had no idea where to put it, so he placed it in the basement storage. Basically, Naruto carried some 4-ton pillars in front of everyone, and no one questioned it. He could even see the posts embedded on the ground. Why the hell would Naruto expose himself like that? You okay, honey? Veronica asked in a concerned tone. The question snapped Tony out of his mini panic. He shook his head a bit and recentered himself. Yeah. Just surprised by how good it looks? Tony lied. It looks like he didn't lie smoothly enough since Jonathan was looking at him weirdly. Good thing he was saved by Happy approaching the trio. Mr. Potts, can you proceed to the staging area? We are 5 minutes away, Happy said. Jonathan nodded and bade them goodbye before walking to the back. Tony decided to go to his position. A few moments later, Rhodey, Happy, and Naruto arrived. Classical music started playing on the speakers. Tony and Pepper decided to just let Jarvis play the music through the speakers accompanied by a holographic projection of a band or a symphony at the side. The holographic band was showing a symphony playing canon in D. It's showtime, Tony said to no one in particular. The wedding procession started their march. Morgan was the first in the line as the flower girl, wearing a beautiful white dress. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his daughter eagerly walking down the red carpet. Behind Morgan was a robot that was basically only an arm on tracks, carrying a pillow with the rings. This was, of course, Dummy, the first robot Tony ever built. The buggy robot was made back in the 80s. He upgraded it throughout the years but being problematic was one of its charms. Dummy was followed by the bridesmaids, then the maid of honor. That was when Tony saw his fiery angel on Earth. Pepper walked down the aisle, accompanied by her father. The pure white lace dress perfectly complemented her milky white skin. The inlaid micro-diamonds refracted the light from the glow balls, making the dress shine like stars. She decided to tie her hair up while letting 2 strands frame her face. Tony stared at Pepper slack-jawed and wide-eyed. Good thing there were only a few guests, or he would be teased for quite a while. That is if he cared about how he looked right now. Rhodey definitely took his job as the best man seriously since he nudged Tony to bring him back. For her part, Pepper had to stifle a giggle and feel flattered seeing Tony gape at her like that. Some might ask why she wasn't feeling emotional or overwhelmed at her wedding. To that, she says, why the hell not? There were only 2 gears available if you were doing anything with him, and that's either excitement or contentment. She only felt bliss right now. Like the universe just wanted her to be there no matter what. If she had any idea about the problems that had happened, she would think otherwise. Jonathan and Pepper finally reached the podium, and Tony felt it isn't soon enough. Jonathan gave Pepper a peck on the cheek before giving Tony a loaded look. Tony gulped when he saw Jonathan's silent warning. Pepper opted out of using a veil, so Tony could see Pepper giving him a beautiful smile. "How you doin'?" Tony asked, channeling his inner Joey Tribbiani. "I'm already at the altar. No need to pick me up," Pepper countered with a raised eyebrow. "Nothing wrong with making sure that I can lock it down." Tony's retort caused Pepper to giggle. "Anyway, let's get this wedding started." 7 years. You have been with me for 7 years, and you still decided to marry me. I'm not saying I'm not a catch cause I'm definitely am. I'm just saying you would have to be a little crazy after seeing what I was like before, and for that, I can't ever be more thankful. You somehow changed my life, and I didn't know it was happening until I was in, hook, line, and sinker. Tony started his vows. He decided to just wing it and talk about what came to his mind. "I promise to be less of a headache. I promise to spend less time in my workshop," he added jokingly before being a bit more serious. "I will always come home to you and Morgan. I will always, always, place our family as my #1 priority until the end of the line. I thought being your assistant for years was exciting, but being your girlfriend definitely took the cake. Never in a million years did I imagine that I would be marrying an immature, hyperactive, brilliant, driven." Pepper was interrupted by Naruto. "Don't forget Filthy Rich." Naruto's comment caused a round of laughs from everyone. "Yes, Rich." Pepper agreed half-jokingly. "Sure, you were a nightmare, but you proved to me, to everyone, that Tony Stark has a heart," she added, referencing her gift to Tony when he first changed his arc reactor. "I promise to always support you even if I will worry about you. I promise to reel you back in when you bite off more than you can chew. I will never let you feel alone ever again. Do you, Anthony Edward Stark, take Virginia Potts, to be your wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part?" the judge asked Tony. "I do," Tony answered without any hint of sarcasm. "Do you, Virginia Potts, take Anthony Edward Stark, to be your husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part?" the judge asked Pepper this time. Pepper didn't get to finish her answer because Naruto dove for the couple. Just in time, too, since the pillar right behind Pepper's head suddenly exploded. Chaos ensued, everyone scrambled to get out of the area. Rhodey and Happy quickly moved the people inside the mansion after they confirmed that Tony, Pepper, and Naruto were okay. "You should suit up, Tony. We got company," Naruto suggested, but Tony and Pepper were still in some kind of shock. "Why are they trying to kill her?" "Not me," Tony murmured to no one in particular. "They are not trying to kill her. The shot was a little off, deliberately missing her by an inch or two," Naruto answered while pulling Tony and Pepper behind the pillars. Naruto's answer somehow snapped both of them out of their shock. "Do you know anything about this?" Tony asked Naruto, hoping someone knows about it. "Not really, but I have a guess. I'll tell you when I have something concrete," Naruto answered. That was when they heard an explosion at the front of the house. "Go suit up, Tony. I'll protect Pepper here and everyone inside. I'll take them to the basement." Tony nodded before starting to head off, but he felt someone grabbing a hold of his wrists. He turned around and saw it was Pepper. "I do," Pepper said. "What?" Tony let out, genuinely confused. "I'm saying I do. So, we're married now," Pepper continued. "And since I'm your wife, I get to order you around?" she added. "I'm telling you to kick the asses of the assholes who ruined our wedding, but make sure you come back safe." Tony flashed a smile and nodded before going for his suit. Pepper couldn't do anything else but stare at Tony's retreating back. She only stopped when Naruto started leading her back inside the house. "Damn, Pepper. Not even 10 seconds into your marriage, and you already have Tony by the balls," Naruto commented, genuinely amused. Hydra Forward Base, Long Island, New York. December 16, 2009, 2100 H local? Hydra had been in a steep decline these past few years ever since the goddamned Ninetales decided to fuck everything up. They had to unload most of their assets and burn a lot of bridges just keep themselves afloat. They also had to go deeper underground than ever before, even deeper than when Captain America defeated the Red Skull. Communications between cells dropped by 99%, while contacts within a division dropped by 90%. They had to scrap or halt a bunch of their projects. Overall, the Ninetales alone pushed back their plans by at least 5 years. The lack of communication was the number one reason why Pierce had no idea that there was an operation going on that had the probability of revealing Hydra even if it was a success. To be fair, there was the possibility of him not knowing of the operation even if Hydra was working at 100%. The mission was headed by a different cell that operates a separate, underground science and weapons research division under Wolfgang von Strucker. He wouldn't mind the mission as much before, but Hydra was in a precarious situation. Pierce dropped everything the moment he heard that the Winter Soldier was thawed out. He tracked down the defrost order to Strucker, as well as the mission request. Sergeant James Buchanan Barnes, aka the Winter Soldier, was their oldest and most effective asset. The pseudo-super soldier had accomplished hundreds of missions over his 50-year tenure and had a success rate of just over 90%. Naturally, this high-profile assets control was given to Pierce, one of the 3 leaders of HYDRA. Before the arrival of the Ninetales, every request for the Winter Soldier's use needed to be approved by him. But with the appearance of the Ninetales, contact between the leaders was kept to a minimum. That's why each cell leader could thaw out the Winter Soldier as long as they completed the checklist. He really should rethink that weak-ass requirement. Pierce got out of his car after his security detail opened the door once they checked the surroundings. His security detail was made up of a SHIELD reserve strike team. He made sure that most of the strike team, which he suggested the creation of, was made up of loyal Hydra agents. He only needed to maneuver some pieces and change the commander of the strike team to a Hydra agent, somebody like Brock Rumlow. Too bad, Rumlow was still in the military to pad up his profile. Pierce walked inside an unassuming commercial building and headed straight to the top floor while giving the receptionist a look before riding the elevator. The receptionist was obviously a Hydra agent. When he got on the top floor, he went inside the janitor's closet at the end of the hall, where he could access a secret elevator that would bring him down under the basement where all New York operations were monitored. They had already abandoned this base due to a decrease in the number of missions done in New York, but it looked like Strucker saw fit to reopen the site. As soon as Pierce got out of the elevator, he saw a setup similar to the NASA command center, although a lot less impressive. 25 operators were monitoring each member of the attack team, including the Winter Soldier. He looked around the room to look for the man in charge of the stupid operation, but he turned towards one of his security when he didn't see him. "Ask around for Strucker. I want to talk to him," Pierce ordered. The security nodded and quickly went to follow the command. Pierce went down towards the command floor, leaving his security detail near the entrance, and looked for the operator that was monitoring Sergeant Barnes' vitals and head-mounted camera. The feed was showing the Winter Soldier walking up a hill through some light vegetation. He couldn't see Barnes' current loadout, but he assumed that it was a sniper rifle and an assault rifle, probably an AWM and an SA-80, just basing it on the mission parameters. "Anything to report?" Pierce asked the operator. "Nothing, sir. Everything is going as planned," the operator answered respectfully. Pierce nodded and looked around at the other monitors to check on what was happening. He focused on 3 monitors, in particular, the ones where it was showing the agents rigging what he assumed was a car bomb. As Pierce was looking at the feeds, Strucker approached him. Strucker didn't greet him since convention dictates that Pierce needed to recognize Strucker's presence. After a few seconds of tense silence, Pierce started talking. "What the hell are you thinking?" Pierce asked, his irritation evident in his tone. Strucker just ignored his superior's displeasure and took a moment to answer. He already formulated his argument the instant he was notified about Pierce's arrival. "Hydra is in decline. Some might think that it's just a temporary setback, but we both know that we will not survive long like this. A Hydra might survive cutting its head off and come out of it stronger, but what would happen if it starved to death?" "No cutting of the head there," Strucker answered. "Yes, we are in decline," Pierce agreed. "But what does it have to do with the mission?" "Power. It's always power. Isn't that the ultimate goal?" Strucker replied. "We want the power to rule the world. To make it better, one way or another, and for that, we need power. However, ever since that damn fox showed up, we lost much of our power. We have already started losing our hold on the underworld. Our reputation is in tatters. We are getting mocked in the shadows," he added. "We need Stark's armor to force our influence back. You know that we are already in the process of acquiring it?" Pierce countered, referring to the Senate committee, talking about confiscating the suit for the US government. Of course, the tech would get lost in the mix, and they would get their hands on it. The committee was headed by Senator Gabriel Stern, one of their members that managed to infiltrate higher in the government. Either way, it's your job to make something like that. Who says we don't have the prototype? Strucker retorted, sounding proud. It was only 2 months ago when we upgraded Sergeant Barnes' prosthetic, so we are certain that we can build at least some parts of the extremities. He explained. The problem is that we have no idea how to miniaturize the actuators and hydraulics enough to allow someone inside. It's more like a robot at this point. Aside from that, we have no idea how to produce enough power to power everything. Even Sergeant Barnes' prosthetic can only last for half an hour of heavy use before it needs to recharge, and the arm has a lot less power requirement compared to a whole suit of armor. That still doesn't answer the question of why did you order the Winter Soldier to kidnap Virginia Potts? We don't need the attention right now. If the original plan goes off without a hitch, we will have the armor by next year. Pierce said, his tone heating up. We only get it if we succeed. If it fails, Stark will only solidify his ownership of the suit, and we can't make any plays so soon after the hearing since it could directly lead back to us. Strucker replied, keeping his calm. But if my plan succeeds, we can have the suit now, and we won't have to use what little political clout we have left to get the suit from the military. If it fails, we still have your plan to get it by next year. As for why do it at their wedding? It's simple really, they dropped their security at the house down to a minimum. Strucker reasoned. Of course, there's a chance that it could reveal us, but it's a risk we have to take. Pierce stared at Strucker. His mind ran 1,000 miles a second, assessing the situation while taking into account what Strucker just said. After a few moments, Pierce seemingly decided on something. Let's see what happens, Pierce stated ominously. For now, give me a rundown of what they're going to do. As you know, Stark and Potts are having their wedding today, Strucker said while ignoring Pierce's subtle threat. Sergeant Barnes is going to fire a live round during their wedding, which should be happening in the backyard. This should cause everyone to panic and run towards the front gate. A 24-man attack team will get inside the mansion grounds by ramming the gate with a car bomb. This team will act as a diversion for Iron Man. They are all equipped with an EMP grenade that should theoretically slow him down, if not wholly stopping him. It doesn't matter if it works or not since they only need to hold Stark up front while Sergeant Barnes extracts his wife-to-be. It's game over from there. Pierce walked back towards the operator monitoring the Winter Soldier, with Strucker following not far behind. It looked like Barnes had already found his sniper nest since he was already looking down the scope. It was a shame that they hadn't implanted the Winter Soldier with their experimental cybernetic eye with a camera feed. They still couldn't figure out how to increase the battery life, but it was good enough to enhance the user's ocular abilities for at least 3 hours. They could also see what he sees, which was definitely a plus. It looks like they already started. When is he going to take the shot? Pierce asked. I don't know. Strucker answered nonchalantly. I just ordered him to cause a commotion that will push them towards the front. It's his judgment when he starts. Pierce nodded and just stared back at the monitor. It took a few minutes before the Winter Soldier loaded a round. It looks like he's about to start, Pierce let out. A few seconds later, the Winter Soldier took his shot, but they saw an unexpected thing. They couldn't see it clearly due to the distance, but they saw one of the groomsmen looking towards Barnes and then diving for the couple. This, of course, surprised the pair since Barnes was a good 1.5 kilometers away. There's an enhanced with him. Pierce started his observation before turning towards Strucker. Did you know about it? No, Strucker admitted while assessing the current situation. The plan hinges on Tony Stark getting distracted by the diversion team while Barnes took Virginia Potts. Of course, there was an order to take the suit Stark would use if possible. However, with an enhanced, that has heightened senses, and with Stark, the plan might just fail. But we still have the Winter Soldier that can deal with him. What can enhanced senses do to a super soldier? Pierce stared at Strucker incredulously. Enhanced senses? That's more than enhanced senses, Pierce countered. The guy has more than enhanced senses. He also has increased speed and reaction time if he was able to move Potts away. You better hope this plan of yours doesn't get tracked to us. He added, unknowingly, that a certain Jinchuriki had already figured out that it was them who sent the Winter Soldier. Stark Mansion, Long Island, New York, December 16, 2009, 21:45 H local? Every one of the guests was currently in the wine cellar in the basement. The basement had 2 exits and both them were on the same side of the room, so Naruto, Rhodey, and Happy could easily guard the place. In case the assholes outside managed to work their way into the room, they could still move to the other exit as Naruto would hold back the enemies while not revealing anything special. Tony would be the one dealing with the assault team. Naruto could see the EMP grenades using his Shinigami and smirked. Hydra really underestimated Tony's obsessive nature to fix any problem that he had with his tech. One of the first things Tony added to his suit was EMP shields. Naruto looked around the room and approved of the situation. Since every one of their guests was family and close friends, nobody was getting hysterical and panicking. Afraid? Sure. Who wouldn't in this situation? But they believed that Tony could handle the guys outside while Rhodey and Happy could protect them. Tony will be alright. Those guys are easy pickings compared to what he had already been through. Naruto told Pepper when he saw her worrying about Tony. She was holding on to Morgan while sitting on a chair. Besides, he knew what was at stake if he failed. He will not back down even against a god. That's what I'm afraid of. Pepper confessed in a whisper while brushing Morgan's hair. Tony forgets his limit sometimes and bites off more than he can chew. I can say for sure that Tony will not die today. Those guys outside aren't coming for him. Naruto replied before staring straight into Pepper's eyes. They are coming for you. Jonathan, Victoria, Rhodey, and Happy heard Naruto's assertion while Morgan just ignored it and just leaned into Pepper. Naruto discreetly activated a surveillance disruption seal that would prevent anyone else from listening in on their conversation. It made it look like they were just talking silently or anything inconsequential to anyone outside, depending on the receiver. What do you mean they are coming for my daughter? Who are you anyway? Jonathan asked. He knew that the guy was close to Tony since he was one of his groomsmen, but Jonathan had no other details. Me? I'm Nathan Umber, Tony's intern/boarder and Morgan's bodyguard. Naruto introduced himself. He, of course, used his alias. Anyway, there's a guy working his way to the mansion, and I'm fairly certain they are going for Pepper or Morgan to use them as leverage. Rhodey got a dangerous glint in his eyes and started walking towards the exit. What are you doing? Going after the son of a gun, before he arrives? Rhodey replied, amending his statement since Morgan was still there. Huh. That guy would eat you for breakfast even if you take Happy with you. Naruto answered back. You know the guy? Rhodey asked. Yeah. Met him on a few jobs. Always had him scurrying away though I never tried to finish him off for reasons I can't divulge. Naruto responded. As for his description, let's just say he's a cyborg, Captain America. Rhodey cursed under his breath. If Naruto was saying that the asshole going after Pepper was someone like Captain America, then it really must be a super soldier no matter how unlikely it was. Even General Ross's attempt on recreating the super soldier serum ended in failure, and they supposedly had one of the smartest guys of this generation. That also means that there was someone powerful who wanted Tony's suit. Met him on a few jobs? Finish him off? What kind of intern or bodyguard are you? Jonathan said incredulously. The special kind? Naruto replied with a grin. I'm going to meet the guy. You can handle things here, right? Yeah. Rhodey confidently confirmed. They picked up weapons on their way to the basement. Rhodey was now holding onto an AR-15, Happy was using a 12-gauge semi-auto shotgun, while Jonathan had a Beretta handgun. Naruto gave the room one last look to confirm that everyone was fine before walking up the stairs, heading straight to the brainwashed super soldier. He activated his Shinigami to look for his target but not before looking in on how Tony was doing. It seems like Tony was making short work of the assault team, and they were slowly starting to retreat when the EMP grenades didn't work. Naruto found the Winter Soldier jogging through the backyard while carrying an assault rifle. He decided to just meet him halfway and walk towards the back door but not before slightly changing his appearance and the shade of his hair. Just as Naruto had planned, Barnes breached the mansion's door at the same time he arrived. That's not nice. Can't you just knock? Naruto commented jokingly. The Winter Soldier just stared at him while tilting his head. A beat later, he attacked Naruto with a barrage of bullets while walking towards him. Naruto decided to play along since Barnes had a camera strapped to him, so he hid behind a pillar and let him finish the whole clip. After 31 shots were fired, Naruto peeked around the pillar and saw the Winter Soldier rushing him. Barnes pulled his hand back and punched Naruto with his metal arm, fully expecting that it would completely demolish the guy in front of him. That was why he was surprised when Naruto nonchalantly caught the punch that could obliterate a concrete wall. Naruto dropped low to the ground and launched a kick to Barnes' abdomen, only releasing the metal arm when the Winter Soldier started flying through the air back out of the door. Of course, Naruto followed out of the door, expecting an exciting fight ahead. Triskelion, Washington, D.C., December 16, 2009, 21:20 H local? Fury was trying to make sense of the report that Coulson had just handed over. In particular, this report was focused on one of the projects he had placed outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control, a tandem project for the Avengers Initiative, Project Tahiti, or Terrestrialized Alien Host Integrative Tissue Induction. Fury thought of this project during the time he met Carol Danvers. He had figured out two crucial details in Marvel's notes in the space laboratory. First of all, Kree were a hardy humanoid species capable of at least thrice the regeneration speed as Homo sapiens. Secondly, Kree had a similar DNA makeup to Homo sapiens. His scientist even discovered that the Kree DNA was the source of the anomalous genetic fragments found in human DNA. This basically confirmed that the enigmatic missing link was an alien. But discovering the origin of humankind was not his goal. It was the regenerative properties of the Kree. Fury acquired a heavily damaged Kree body from when Carol fought the accusers. He was able to hide and preserve the body through some of his private contacts. Good thing, too, since he now knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was infected with HYDRA. Louis Seaver, or patient number 3, survived the transfusion just like everyone else. And just like everyone else, he has exhibited some problematic mental episodes, presumably caused by the genetic memory of the GH35. Coulson reported. Subjects 1 through 3 are still going into some kind of trance and drawing some kind of symbols. Overall, the symbols they are drawing are slightly different from each other, with some overlaps. Are they able to function properly? Fury asked. Even if the subjects enter a trance from time to time, it was a small price to pay to keep them alive. Only the first few months, after that, they slowly descend into madness, placing more importance into drawing the symbols than taking care of themselves. Subject 1 needs to be put to sleep time to time just so someone can put some nutrients into his body. Coulson answered with a little sadness in his voice. The sight of his fellow agents slowly losing their sense of self made him question the viability of the project. Fury released a grunt when he heard Coulson's answer. Any suggestions? I can only think of one solution, sir, Coulson said before pulling out another file packet from his arms, opening it, and placing it in front of Fury. That's an experimental procedure created by a doctor/scientist in California. It would completely wipe the memory of the patient after creating a copy of it. This procedure could also place false memories. Do it. Start with subject 1. Try to make it seem like he was just on an extended vacation if you can. Fury ordered, to which Coulson replied in affirmative. Coulson picked up the folders and said his goodbye. But before he could leave, Naruto dropped down from the ceiling. Boss sent me to tell you that Stark's mansion is under attack, the now assumed Naruto clone said calmly. What? Fury exclaimed while suddenly standing up from his chair. Coulson, send a counter-assault team to Stark Mansion now. Don't. The Naruto clone countered. Wait for the report. What do you mean, wait for the report? Fury asked with a raised eyebrow. There's no need to send a team for now since Boss and Tony are handling it. Naruto's clone replied. He wants you to sit and wait for a report of the attack to come in since Boss knows for a fact that you sent a surveillance team to the wedding. Fury quickly understood the reason behind Naruto's request. He knew that there was a team near Stark Mansion, so, at the very least, he should know about it any second now due to the sensitive nature of this event. If, for some reason, he doesn't receive word of this incident or it takes a long time, then he could get some idea where there are some holdups in the communication ladder. Coulson, prepare a capture and containment crew as well as paramedics. Wait for my call before sending them out. Fury amended his previous order. Coulson nodded before leaving to do what he was ordered. Give me some details. There are 25 men. 24 of them are a standard assault team. Tony should be taking care of them, no problem, Naruto answered. How about the last one? Boss is taking care of him, so no need to worry, the Naruto clone replied. Though if you want to know, the 25th guy is the Winter Soldier. Fuck. So, it really is HYDRA, huh? Fury commented. You have any idea about what they want? He asked, reasonably sure of the answer. That's easy. They want Tony's suit. Naruto confirmed Fury's suspicion. They're just going about it in a roundabout manner since it looks like the Winter Soldier's target is Pepper. A hostage? That might just work if you weren't there, of course. Boss is banging his head on the wall since he didn't see this one coming. The clone confessed. Ever since Hydra has gone underground, Boss has pulled back on a lot of their surveillance. Only making sure to check in on them from time to time. I have got a feeling that there will be a lot more jobs in the future. Huh. Rookie move. Boss sent a swarm of clones to look into it. It turns out Hydra's science team sent the crew without notifying the higher-ups. Kind of understandable since communications dropped to a minimum. Naruto let out. One of the higher-ups heard about the mission, though, so one of them is in the control room. Tell me, where's Pierce? Damn it. I should have known. He said he had an emergency a few hours ago and left with a reserve strike team. Fury exclaimed while slowly thinking about how to work to his advantage. Maybe get something from Pierce. Enough about that. We're just waiting for the boss to finish his fight with the soldier. Let's talk about something else. Like maybe Dr. Banner and the ever-stupid General Ross. The clone said with a grin. Don't. Fury promptly replied. He just hired a mercenary to capture Banner. Can you believe it? Trying to capture Banner while the guy is hiding in Rio. He ended with a groan. Have they found him? Not yet from what I can tell. They think he's somewhere in Mexico, which he was a year ago. It's just a matter of time before they find him. You going to send anybody to help the guy? Ross and I had an agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not interfere with the military in this matter as long as they give us constant reports and give us access to Banner after they get him. Mostly to make sure they are not dissecting him or some shit. And here I thought you guys were the ones who wanted to open him up? Naruto clone joked, but it looked like Fury didn't appreciate it judging by his expression. We won't even try to open him up. Even getting some biological samples might be out of the question. Fury replied. First of all, that's not how we do it at S.H.I.E.L.D. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Fury's statement, causing him to amend his statement. We are not supposed to. We normally just tag them and give them a contact. Secondly, Banner might just change during the procedure. So, that's the real reason then? Naruto said while nodding his head sagely. Either way, Ross and I never said that a third party couldn't interfere with their operation. Naruto flashed a mischievous grin. Don't worry, Nicholas. Fury's nose flared when he heard Naruto using his first name. I already have a plan brewing to help the guy in case something happens. I'm even planning on smuggling him back stateside. Please don't. Fury replied, almost pleadingly. I don't want a hulking green monster inside the country. Don't overreact. It's not going to be that bad. Naruto reassured with a wave of his hand. Besides, with how smart Banner is, he would have found a way back into the country if he wanted to, and Ross will be the one to get burned if something happens. He added before he suddenly focused on something. Call Coulson. They are almost done. Fury nodded before picking up his desk phone and dialing a number. You have green light? Stark Mansion, Long Island, New York. December 16, 2009, 2200 H local? Naruto jumped a few feet in front of the downed Winter Soldier, who was struggling to get up. He was looking around the area, and he had a feeling that this fight would be a little surreal due to the still organized and intact wedding venue. He mentally created a list of goals that he wanted to accomplish in this encounter. First, he needed to make sure that Barnes escaped this fight. This was to make sure that Steve and Peggy would be the ones to help the guy. Secondly, the camera just had to go so he could keep Hydra in the dark. The Winter Soldier slowly stood up, the Super Soldier Serum working overtime to heal his injuries. As soon as he got up, he checked his abdomen as well as his arms and legs before glaring at the masked man. Are you ready? Naruto asked with a wide grin under his mask. Sergeant Barnes didn't even try to continue the conversation and just pulled out a knife. The two just stared at each other, waiting for someone to make the first move, but it looked like Naruto's patience ran out first. The blonde ninja decided to take out the camera strapped by the side of his head. He threw a kunai aimed squarely at the forehead of the mechanical armed soldier. Barnes jumped out of the way, but Naruto was already expecting this and launched a sharp kick aimed towards his head. The soldier got grazed by the side of the head, effectively destroying the camera. Oh. Did I break your camera, Sunshine? How about I break you next? Naruto teased with a sadistic grin, but the Winter Soldier remained stoic. Barnes rushed Naruto with the intent of a quick takedown since it was clear that he couldn't win in a prolonged fight. He aimed a stab towards Naruto's temple, but his opponent blocked it, causing him to drop the knife into his other hand and tried to stab again at the abdomen. Naruto anticipated the maneuver and grabbed a hold of the soldier's wrist. Seeing that they were virtually at a standstill, the Winter Soldier jumped and did a double dropkick that impacted Naruto's chest. This effectively created space between the two of them. That's rude. You don't just drop-kick a person. Naruto groaned out, faking that he's hurt. It's unfair that you have a pointy thing. I want one too. Wait, I have one. He continued before pulling out a tri-pronged kunai. The Winter Soldier just stared at Naruto disinterestedly. He shifted his knife to his left hand and pulled out his pistol. Naruto flashed a grin at the Winter Soldier's action because it looked like he would now have some semblance of a fight. Barnes decided to make the first move this time. He fired a shot towards Naruto, but it was easily dodged, so he rushed him while firing through half of his clip. Naruto also ran at the Winter Soldier, but he was dodging or deflecting the bullets with his kunai. When they were finally within arm's reach of each other, they crossed blades. Sergeant Barnes had the upper hand, though, since he would fire his pistol from time to time. This pushes the tempo of the fight in his favor, but it ended when he ran out of bullets, causing him to toss the gun away and shift the knife back to his right hand. He was using his metal arm to deflect Naruto's kunai, but the plate armor covering his arm was slowly getting stripped off. As for Naruto, he held himself back a lot throughout the fight, though a bit less than normal. It was upgrading from fighting an academy student to a genin if he was a Kage or even an Otsutsuki. Not much change, but a change nonetheless. Naruto was slowly getting bored of the fight, so he decided to end the battle and give Barnes a reason to retreat. He waited for Barnes to switch his knife to his metal hand again before making his move. When the Winter Soldier tossed his knife to his left hand and did a downward strike, Naruto deflected it with his kunai, so it harmlessly passed just in front of his face. Before Barnes could recover, Naruto did a leg sweep, effectively laying the soldier flat on his back. Naruto quickly grabbed onto the metal wrist while placing a knee onto Barnes' back. With a quick tug and twist, he pulled out the prosthetic arm. It looked like it was pretty painful too, since the usually stoic and silent soldier released a brief scream. He tossed it aside and grabbed a hold of both of Barnes' ankles, and threw him far out of the wedding grounds, effectively giving the guy a reason to escape. He used his Shinigami to look and see what Barnes was going to do. Naruto saw him make a call through his radio. After a few seconds, the Winter Soldier started marching towards the tree line. He created a clone and popped it, informing all of his clones about what had happened. That was too easy? Naruto mused before walking towards the metal arm and picking it up. He then used his Shinigami again to look in on how Tony was doing. It looks like he's also done too, huh? Naruto leisurely walked towards the front lawn while still carrying the arm. When he reached the front yard, he saw Tony dragging the knocked-out assault team towards the fountain. He was sitting the guys around the fountain after making sure that he tossed their weapons away and destroyed their tech. Need help? Naruto asked, causing Tony to look up towards him. Nah. Tony replied through his suit speakers. Is everyone okay? Yep. Naruto answered, emphasizing the P. You can leave this to me. Check on Pepper and Morgan. You sure? Yeah. They must be worried about you. You can find them in the wine cellar? Naruto said. Tony nodded before walking back inside the house. You also might want to study this thing. He called out while waving the arm around. What the hell is that? An arm? I know that it's an arm. What are you doing with a metal arm? The guy that missed Pepper earlier had this on him, so I took it off. Might be something that interests you. Tony released an audible groan before taking it from Naruto's hand. It was evident that Tony was a little weirded out due to him carrying the arm as far away from himself as possible. Naruto let out a chuckle seeing the awkward situation. Naruto finished up Tony's job of lining up the soldiers. He made sure that all of them would remain asleep by injecting them all with knockout drugs. He also took out his phone and took a photo of each of the members of the assault team. This could be used later by Fury, just in case this event gets lost in the mix. Even with how high profile this even was supposed to be, Shield/Hydra might just sweep everything under the rug. The blonde ninja also took note of the tech that they had used, giving more focus to the communicators. He pocketed one of the intact ones before destroying the rest. A few minutes later, Rhodey, Happy, Tony, and Pepper, who was now wearing some sweats, walked out of the mansion. The other guests must have stayed inside the house. Where's the big bad? Rhodey asked, seeing that there are only 24 guys sat around the fountain. Got away. Lost his arm, though, so that's a plus. Naruto answered with a straight face. He ran back towards the tree line out back. Everyone bought the lie, seeing no reason for Naruto to lie. What are we going to do with them? Pepper inquired, giving the unconscious men some scathing look. She was miffed that someone tried to do something on her wedding day. She really didn't want to be one of those girls losing their minds when somebody ruined their wedding, but she could be forgiven after what happened today. I called Fury to pick these guys up. There should be a team coming anytime now. Naruto replied. Almost 10 minutes later, a caravan of SUVs and vans drove straight into the mansion. Naruto's grin dropped when he saw who was leading the team, Jasper Sitwell. I'm going inside the mansion. Naruto informed the group, which slightly surprised them. Whatever happens, don't trust the leader of that group. Call your attorney and your security team. Contact Fury too, just to be sure. The group tensed when they heard Naruto's statement. Tony and Rhodey flexed their hands to prepare for anything that might happen. Relax. He won't do anything blatant. I just want you guys to be alert. Naruto walked inside the mansion when he saw the group nod in understanding. Call Jeff and Kane. Tell them to come ASAP. After that, call Fury or Coulson, whoever answers first. Tony ordered Jarvis while still wearing his armor. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied. Sitwell walked towards the group while eyeing the unconscious men. He was able to legitimately intercept Coulson's order about the fiasco on Stark Mansion. Pierce also gave him the order to retrieve the men and, if not possible, dispose of everyone. He also made a mental note to ask about the blonde masked man that went inside. "I'm Agent Sitwell. Fury sent me to make sure that everything's okay." Sitwell introduced himself. New York City, New York. January 30th, 2010, 1500 H local. Natasha and Naruto are currently in a coffee shop a few blocks away from Hammer Industries' main office. For some reason, Justin Hammer decided to actually work and give some instructions to the research division. That's why Natasha and Naruto finally got to officially meet up while she's at work. "So," the asshole introduced himself, then Tony said, "Sitwell? Do you get sick when you stand up?" Naruto barely finished telling his story before laughing hard. He, of course, used a version he could use in public. Natasha bowed her head and combed her hair over to hide her embarrassment. Naruto rarely gives a fuck what everyone else thinks of him. Natasha has also developed a thick skin for public opinion, or coworkers' opinion, due to her reputation, but Naruto's full-blown laughter is just a little too much. Everyone inside the cafe is looking at them weirdly. She basically just confirmed how bad it is to bring Naruto in a low-level infiltration mission. "Naruto, honey, calm down," Natasha said while gently rubbing onto Naruto's arm until he settled down. "It's not even that funny, Han. They can't use their normal term endearment due to the unlikely event that Hammer is having her monitored." "Hey, it's funny." Especially the face Sitwell did when he heard it. "It's like he's constipated or something." Naruto defended himself while simultaneously releasing a snicker. "It's really not?" Natasha countered while subtly releasing a smile. "Anyway, how many creamers you have on your coffee?" she asked, referring to agents and private security following them. "5. You know I like it creamy," Naruto answered while wagging his eyebrows. Natasha had to laugh at Naruto's blatant double entendre. "Though you should place 3 sugar in your coffee. Why would you ever buy plain black coffee?" Natasha raised her eyebrow when he heard Naruto's statement. She knows where the first 2 bugs came from. One is from S.H.I.E.L.D., for her protection, and another is from Hammer, the creepy asshole. Now, who the hell placed the 3rd bug? "I like all types of coffee. That's one of the requirements to be a secretary. You have to like all types of coffee," Natasha replied while tapping a code on the table, signaling Naruto to hide their conversation without killing the bugs. "And don't diss my coffee preferences. I saw you drinking black coffee too. That's premium roast coffee a la mid. You're supposed to drink it without anything added to it," Naruto answered with an indignant expression. "You drank it while eating ramen. Your defense is invalid from the start," Natasha deadpanned. Naruto did a one-handed tiger seal and placed his hand flat on the table. Small black markings rapidly expanded from his hand until the circle markings just went past the couple before disappearing. Weirdly enough, no one except the both of them saw the black markings. Nobody would hear anything important. "As far as everyone is concerned, we're just talking about how everything's going with some steamy flirting from time to time," Naruto informed with a wink. "You're a manchild. I'm your manchild. Woe is me," Natasha replied, causing both of them to laugh after a moment of silence. "Not that I don't love this little outing of ours, but what brought this on?" Naruto asked. "Can't I just have a coffee date with you, Solns? I would have believed you if we didn't just go to Rio last week. If we didn't know any better, Jess and I would have thought you were gay," Natasha told Naruto with a blank look. "I mean, who leaves both of their girlfriends, on a private beach, wearing some micro-bikinis to check on a lanky nerd on the run? Oh, come on. I already made it up to you, girls. You both were practically limping for 2 days," Naruto replied with an almost pleading look. "You're never going to let this, are you? Till death do us part?" "Ugh," Naruto groaned out. "You're not even going to ask me about how Banner's doing." Natasha just stared dead into his eyes, which caused him to squirm. "Please." "All right." Natasha finally relented, deciding that she already let him stew for long enough. "What you got on the guy?" "Nothing pressing on Banner's side, but it looks like Mr. Blue is 3/4 of the way done with his research," Naruto answered. "You finally figured out who Mr. Blue is, right?" "Yeah. We patched into their private network through the good doctor's laptop. We were able to send a tracking worm in their network, and it traced back to Grayburn College to one Dr. Samuel Stearns," Natasha replied. "Nice. So, we can expect Banner to work his way to New York in a month or 2, Naruto surmised before frowning. His time frame would be tight as fuck. Ross is already in Panama. He's maybe a month away. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared for a Rio war zone? Don't even joke about that. We can't even intervene if Ross fucked it up," Natasha said with a shake of her head. "You know that they are going to fuck it up? For God's sake. They got Emil Blonsky. The guy is more bloodthirsty than I am, and that's saying something. Naruto's statement obviously caused Natasha to have a headache. Let's get off this topic for a while. How's work? I'm trying to get fired, Natasha confessed before smirking. That's why I asked you out today. Maybe Hammer would fire me when he confirms I'm in a relationship with someone. So, I'm the bait? That hurts, Naruto said with a pout. Well, I need to be fired without anything that he can hold over me. If I just fuck things up, Hammer might just use his brain and come after me, Natasha replied nonchalantly. Fury is already hinting on another mission. What the hell? How about Pepper's assistant gig? Naruto exclaimed. Sorry. I think he's going to send Agent 13 or Mockingbird, Natasha answered a little sadly. You know about General Vasily, right? You're going to intern for a pedophile? Come on. Pepper's secretary is a whole lot better. Naruto tried to convince Natasha. I'm not the one who's choosing the missions, Solns, Natasha placated. If it makes you feel any better, you can help me clean up his network after I got the A-OK? Really? Naruto asked with a hopeful look, to which Natasha nodded too. In their 2-year-long relationship, she already mastered how to cheer the demigod ninja up, and it all boils down to mission, assassination/massacre, food, ramen, and sex. Since they are already eating and she's still a little weirded out when they have sex in public, so she decided to let him join her mission. Although, she's reasonably sure that he would be ecstatic when he sees her as Pepper's new assistant. It's bizarre how you are able to create sparkles come out of your eyes and with the sunshine as your background, Natasha commented. Huh. You should have seen what Lee and Gai-sensei can do, Naruto replied with a slight shiver. Do I want to know? Natasha inquired with an incredulous look. No. You really don't. Naruto answered seriously before flashing an eager look. Want to see it? Yeah. Natasha mirrored his smile. Naruto revealed his Shinigami before staring straight into Natasha's eyes. He used Tsukuyomi to create a compilation of Lee and Gai moments and flashing it straight into her brain. He knows that he should not abuse the most powerful eye in existence to show his girlfriend one of the most traumatic things in the multiverse for shits and giggles, but how the hell can he not try to see Nat's reaction to the unblockable genjutsu technique? The Tsukuyomi lasted only a second, but Naruto can clearly see when it stopped just by looking into Natasha's expression. Her face started distorted into a complicated expression. I regret every choice I made that led me to the one point in time, Natasha said, a haunted look. Imagine seeing that in person every time. I'm sorry. It's all right. I had years to get used to it, Naruto replied seriously. The couple stared at each other before they simultaneously started laughing out loud. Naruto moved from his seat in front of Natasha to the empty seat beside her. He then placed his arms around her waist and started snuggling her neck. Natasha leaned into Naruto and started running his hands through his hair. Okay. Not that I don't love you snuggling up to me, but what brought this on? Natasha asked. Can't I just do this because I love you? Naruto countered with his puppy dog eyes. I know you can and you will, but not this sudden, Natasha reasoned. Naruto released a sigh. Well, Hammer is on his way. Around a minute away. Naruto's statement caused Natasha's eyes to widen. I just want to mark what is mine. He bit Nat's pulse point at her neck, drawing a little bit of blood. She involuntarily released a moan. You have no problem with this, right? No. I don't believe I don't. Natasha let out in a sultry voice. Naruto straightened up and started making out with Nat hard, drawing attention from everyone in the cafe. The men are all looking at Naruto with a murderous glare while the ladies are lightly panting from the softcore action going on in front of them. It's lucky that they sat at the far side of the room, and there are no underage kids in the cafe at the moment. Natasha swung her legs and mounted Naruto before continuing them making out. Their make-out session got so intense that their tails looked away from them. A few minutes later, 2 massive men in a suit walked into the cafe and looked around. They talked in their mic before a man wearing a gray 3-piece pinstripe suit with a god-awful orange tan walked in. This epitome of an egotistical asshole is none other than Justin Hammer, the CEO of Hammer Industries. He's a 5 feet 8 inches, Caucasian man with brown hair and brown eyes. He always carries himself with a particular type of swagger that causes people to either love or hate him instantly, more of a latter. The certified man-child was put on the helm of a tech company just after he got out of high school. Previously known as Hammer Technology, Justice Hammer, Justin's father, created the company with the express purpose of being the rival of Howard Stark. Justin Hammer followed his father's ideologies and repurposed the business to be a weapons manufacturing company and changed the name to Stark Industries. All of this in order to mirror the flourishing Stark Industries. He even managed to reinvent himself to be a carbon copy of Tony Stark himself. Basically, he doesn't have his own image. Hammer Industries is a self-proclaimed rival of Stark Industries. Self-proclaimed since Stark Industries has long surpassed Hammer Industries in all aspects. The small glimmer of hope for Hammer to outdo Stark during the weapon contract suspension fiasco has all but been purged the moment Tony Stark revealed his Iron Man suit. Not to mention the fact that Stark Industries has somehow bounced back, smelling like daisies and roses after they re-upped and cleaned the whole company. They even managed to release an entirely new set of weapon systems that manage to outclass everything that's currently in the market. Justin Hammer can only think of one last thing that might be able to push Hammer Industries back in the spotlight is his company creating and selling an Iron Man armor of his own. Stark has no intention of letting his suit be used by anyone other than him. A selfish thought Hammer can get behind, but the suit's sheer effectiveness on the battlefield would make any country's mouth water. If only his dumbass research department would be able to create even a working prototype. For God's sake, they almost managed to kill an Air Force pilot during one of their testings. Good thing they managed to sweep everything under the rug. He needs to contact somebody to try and fix the guy, or the pilot might just blow the whistle. His secretary is trying to reach a Dr. Stephen Strange, but the asshole is not answering for some reason. The reason Justin Hammer made an effort to go to the cafe is because of his secretary. He hired the fine piece of ass for one reason and one reason alone, to tap the hell out of that ass until he's tired of it. The fact that Natalie Rushman is a little overqualified for a secretary didn't even cross his mind when he saw her modeling pictures. So, when after almost a year of working his charm on Natalie and she didn't give him what he wants, he was ready to persuade her even if it was repeatedly hinted that she's in a relationship. When Justin heard that Natalie would go on a coffee date with her mysterious boyfriend, he ordered his men to follow her. He also planted a bug on her just in case. He decided to drop by when his men confirmed that the guy she is with her boyfriend. Justin entered the cafe with his usual confident demeanor. He looked around and saw the familiar redhead practically dry humping a dark-haired guy. He wanted just to pull Natalie off the guy and call his guards to politely escort the man of the premises, but cooler heads prevailed. Ehem. Hammer cleared his throat, but the couple kept on making out. Ehem. He cleared his throat again, and this time they separated. Natasha purposely ignored his boss trying to get their attention, but they can't just tune him out for long. She swung her legs out to get herself of Naruto before sitting back onto her seat before pulling out her compact to clean herself up. She started by wiping off her messed up lipstick and ended with fixing her hair. She purposefully took her time fixing herself up to rile up the asshole. "Hey, boss. Didn't see you there?" Natasha said, acting surprised. "What can I do for you, boss?" she asked, completely innocent of what she was doing, not 2 minutes ago. "Well, I was meeting a client down the block when the guy's here," Hammer said while pointing to his guards. "Saw you here. So, I decided to introduce myself. I wouldn't want to be a bad boss, do I?" "That's sweet of you, boss man," Natasha replied with false sincerity before taking a glance at Naruto, who is silently pointed to his hair. That's when she saw his hair slowly turning black. That's when she understood that he was using an illusion, everyone in the room except for herself the whole time to hide his identity. "Let me introduce you to my fiancé, Nathan Umber," she introduced to Hammer before turning her head back to Naruto. "Han, meet my boss, Justin Hammer." Naruto stood up and walked around the table. He decided to show a friendly exterior while subtly transmitting a minuscule amount of killing intent. The disparity between the information processed by Hammer's conscious and subconscious was more than enough to intimidate the asshole. "Hey, it's nice to finally put a face on the name," Naruto greeted. He can see a slight sheen of perspiration forming on Hammer's forehead. "Oh. You so Nat has been talking about me, huh? Nothing bad, I hope?" Hammer said with a smile, trying to cover his nervousness. "Most of it," Naruto replied seriously, but Hammer took it as a joke. "Come on, have a seat. Have your grunts order for you," he added before going back to his seat beside Natasha, which was certainly noticed by Hammer. Hammer moved to sit down to the seat where Naruto was previously sitting before calling over one of his guards. "Grande, iced, sugar-free, decaf, caramel macchiato with soy milk, extra shot, and cream," Hammer whispered to his guard. Naruto and Natasha heard the order, and they had to force themselves to stop their eyes rolling. "So, what do you do for a living?" "Me, I'm just a humble CEO of Hammer Industries. You know, one of the best military contractors in the world. I mean, I just came from a meeting that would net me several $1 million. Nothing big," he continued with a swagger, hoping to intimidate Naruto and impress Natalie. "That's awesome," Naruto exclaimed with faux excitement before getting a more contemplative look. "Though I would never personally used Hammer tech. They just jam too much," he added, causing Hammer to grimace. "Oh, I forgot to answer your question. I'm in the business of private security and investigations. I just killed 22 guys in the past 3 days. He didn't kill anyone personally, but some of his clones cleaned out some counting houses in Colombia as a job for a captain of local police. Naruto had to contain a smirk when he saw Hammer suddenly pale. Just got back stateside last night. Justin Hammer cleared his throat before gathering himself back. So, you're private military? Hammer asked, trying to get as much detail as he can from the guy that's hindering him from tapping the fine redhead. Though he still can't believe that he's doing this much for abroad, he would just throw away. I have an open recruitment in my circuit if you're interested. He might just be able to get rid of the guy by sending him into deep water, and he would be there to comfort his secretary as a good boss would do. Nah, I work alone. Don't want to mess with what's working so far. Naruto replied. Hammer cursed internally that his made-up plan didn't work. His guard arrived and handed over his coffee. He decided to retreat for now and create a more foolproof plan. Though, if that doesn't work, he might just need to let Natalie go. He still has other targets to go through. Anyway, I have to go for now. I still need to work on some stuff. Hammer said before standing up and looked at Natasha. Natalie, you don't need to come in for today and Monday. Have a great long weekend with your fiancé. Nathan, is it? Nice meeting you. He added before promptly leaving. As soon as he got out of the cafe and got inside of his SUV, he ordered one of his men. Look into that Nathan Umber. Find anything you can find and place it on my desk by tomorrow night. God damn. He's bigger of a douche than I thought. Naruto commented as soon as Hammer left the cafe. He must have really wanted to score with you if he didn't fire you right then and there. Too bad. He won't be able to get anywhere near me, that slimy jackass. Look at the bright side, I have a long weekend. Natasha ended with a smile. That's certainly nice of him. Naruto replied, mirroring Natasha's smile before looking at the wall clock. Want to wait for Jess to get out and then go to Hawaii. New York City, New York. February 4th, 2009, 1900 H local. I'm still surprised every time I see you in a suit. Natasha commented when she got out of her room. Naruto is wearing an open-button navy blue suit with a subtle checker pattern and a dark orange shirt with its top 3 buttons undone paired with black derby shoes. He turned around to look at Natasha and saw her wearing an oversized white shirt that hose halfway down her thigh. Whether she's wearing underwear or not is up for debate. I know, right? I hate putting on these things. Naruto replied while trying to loosen up his collar. Is Jess ready? Almost. She's just finishing up. Naruto nodded before returning to his fidgeting. Natasha walked towards him and placed a hand on his arm. Calm down, Solns. It's like you haven't done anything like this before. It's because I haven't gone on a double date with one of my girlfriend's sister. Naruto answered. It's easy. Just imagine that it's like having dinner at Clint's place. Except we're in public in a high-class restaurant? Naruto countered. Though I don't know which one, but based on Jess's expression, it's somewhere I'll be surprised. Natasha's smile turned a bit more mischievous, which was certainly noticed by Naruto. You know something? He added while squinting his eyes. Yes, I do. But I promise you. It's nothing bad. Natasha answered, placating Naruto. Besides, Jessica has nothing to do with it. It's all her sister's plan. Naruto took out a thick deck of cards from his pocket, pulled Natasha with him to sit on the couch. I need your opinion on something. Naruto said as he handed over the deck of cards to Natasha. She took the deck and flipped through it. Which car should I go for? 3 years after building his bike, Naruto and his clones continued with his hobby of making personalized hyper-vehicles on steroids. From bikes to Quinjet and everything in between, he already has some idea in building most of it. But the ones that caught his attention, or if an idea suddenly strikes him, he would make it from scratch, just like his bike. As expected, all his car builds have quickly filled up his warehouse/garage. That's when he decided to create a new system to store his masterpieces instead of buying new warehouses. What he came up with was the card garage system. Each card is made with an ultra-thin sheet of chakra metal engraved with storage, reading, color change seal, and chakra storage seal. Naruto had placed an information seal on all vehicles that have data on its specs with both standard and chakra-enhanced modes. When the car is stored inside a card, the information seal would be read by the reading seal with the details and appearance displayed on the card using the color change runes. Naruto was convinced it's one of the best ideas he ever had, since Nat and Jess can seal and unseal a car just using a drop of blood and the spare chakra in the chakra storage. Have you finished some of your projects? This feels thicker, Natasha asked while looking through the cards. Yup. I finished a Ducati, Kawasaki, and Harley motorcycles. There's also an A Lambo and Porsche. Naruto answered. Let me borrow the Harley sometimes. Natasha asked while flashing a puppy-eyed look. Naruto nodded. He can't even think of a reason to say no, not that he wants to. How about this one? 69 GT500 convertible? Great choice, Haim, Naruto said as he took the GT500 card, leaving the rest of the deck with Natasha. Natasha stood up and sauntered over to the shelf, placing the deck near the top, prompting her to stand on her tiptoes just to reach it. That's when Naruto answered one of his questions if Natasha is wearing any underwear. The answer? A big fat no. He released an audible grunt causing Natasha to turn around and send a sexy wink. Damn temptress? Naruto whispered to himself, but it looks like Naruto heard it judging from her laugh. Don't give him a hard-on, Nat. I still need him for tonight, Jessica suddenly said from behind Naruto, causing Nat and Naruto to turn around. It's hard enough for him to agree right now. Naruto's mind froze when he saw what Jessica was wearing. She's wearing an elegant silver dress with her sides exposed, showing off her tight waist. She turned around, showing off her outfit. If anyone thinks the front is deadly enough, the back is practically a weapon of mass destruction. Basically, Jess is wearing a halter top-style dress, leaving her back wholly uncovered. Naruto is sure that the backless design stopped just above her ass. After a few moments of silence and sitting in a daze, Naruto finally came back to the land of the living. God damn it. I'm sure you girls hate me, Naruto exclaimed, causing both of his girlfriends to flash him a questioning look. Your outfits are killing me. Natasha and Jessica looked at each other before laughing hard. Jessica walked over towards Naruto and pulled him up off the couch. Don't be a crybaby. You know we love you too much, Jessica said as she looped her arms around Naruto's neck. Besides, you're immortal. He adopted a petulant look. Jessica planted a peck on his lips, trying to soothe him. Come on. We'll be late. Naruto just nodded, his mind still trying to make sense of what's happening. Natasha walked towards the pair and giving both of them a deep kiss. Have fun, you two, Natasha told both of them before focusing on Jessica. Make sure he doesn't do anything crazy. You might be fighting the triad at the end of the night if you don't place a tight leash on him, she added half seriously. Hey, I resent that, Naruto interjected but was ignored by the girls. Don't worry. We'll just go for dinner before going straight back home, Jessica replied before tugging on Naruto's sleeve. Naruto, we need to go. Alright, Naruto agreed. We'll see you later, Nat, he said before giving her a quick peck and activating Hiraishin to transport Jessica and himself to the garage under Nat's personal studio. Naruto placed his arm around Jessica's waist to keep her steady since he knows that Hiraishin landing can make someone unsteady on their feet, even more so that she's wearing fuck-me pumps. Thank you, Jessica said after she finally got her footing. Naruto placed a kiss on her cheek before pulling out the car storage card and pumping his chakra into it. When it started to emit a light blue glow, he faced the card facing away from him until a puff of smoke appeared in front of the couple. When the smoke cloud dissipated, it revealed a glossy royal blue 1969 Shelby GT500 convertible with black stripes running down the center. If you pop the hood of this bad boy, you'll notice that instead of an old-school 428 V8 engine, it has a supercharged V12 engine. The front of the GT500 has been extended to accommodate the massive engine and give space for the supercharger air intake. Just like any of his builds, there is more to the GT500 than meets the eye. Chakra metal and seals have been used anywhere possible. The piece de resistance was the inertial seal he used in the cabin, which he adopted from the Hiraishin seal. I really want to use those babies, Jessica commented with a groan. Living with Natasha and Naruto for an extended period inevitably caused her to be a motorhead. Why not? I leave most of the deck at the apartment. I even leave the B-2 bomber card there, Naruto asked. First of all, I have no use of a souped-up bomber with what most likely be loaded by a real nuke, Jessica replied with a stern gaze. Naruto's suspicious whistling confirmed her statement. Secondly, we're in New York. It's easier to take the subway. He was forced to agree with what she said. Finally, I got in as a Type C scholarship, for some reason. I can't show anything excessive, or I might lose it. Naruto can't correct Jessica's statement as it might confirm her suspicion that he just manipulated the system to get her in. On that note, he needs to make a sleeper car to give Jessica. Maybe a 1970 Mustang that has a false exterior or a 90s Japanese tuner. Let's talk about that later. Naruto walked towards the driver's side door and opening it. Come on. You said we need to hurry. Naruto and Jessica got inside the car before quickly driving off towards the streets. You still haven't told me where we would go, Naruto told Jessica. Just head towards Midtown for now, Jessica replied with a mischievous smile. New York City, New York. February 4, 2009, 2000 H local. I don't know if I should kiss you or not. Naruto deadpanned as he was waiting in line for the valet. It's Patsy, or rather Trish. Jessica corrected herself. Is the one that chose the restaurant. Besides, you love the food here. Naruto looked at her incredulously. Of course, I love it. Naruto exclaimed. That's my restaurant. Shikugakure, the famous fast food restaurant, has started to open up high-class versions in prime locations ever since the partial merger with Stark Industries. Naruto had to create a whole new menu when Stark mentioned the possibility of opening up a new type of Shikugakure. Critics said that even if Shikugakure has accomplished great success, it was still a fast food restaurant and can never compete as a high-class restaurant. Everyone changed their tune when the restaurant first opened. The newly opened restaurant quickly jumped through the rankings and becoming an accredited 5-star restaurant within a week while acquiring 3 Michelin stars in their next update 3 months later. 3 minutes after Naruto and Jessica started to wait in line for the valet, it's finally their turn. Naruto got out of the car and walked around to open Jessica's door. The young couple had instantly drawn everyone's attention. Naruto shrugged off all the attention, but Jessica feels a little uncomfortable, causing her to stick closer to him. Ignore them. It's just you and me, no one else. Naruto whispered to Jessica's ear, effectively calming her down. The pair walked inside the restaurant towards the maitre d' after they took the valet ticket. Jessica moved in front of the reception. Hi. Good evening. We're meeting someone, Jessica informed with a smile. Of course. Who's the person you are meeting with and your name to confirm with our guest? The maitre d' asked. Jessica Jones meeting Patricia Walker, Jess answered. Please wait a moment as we confirm. The maitre d' replied before talking into her radio. Naruto and Jessica were escorted into a waiting area. Why are there only elevators down here? Jessica asked, gesturing towards the only other noticeable feature of the floor other than the reception booth. Tony left the designing the whole place mostly to me. I even replaced the contractor with my clone, so I was able to change and upgrade a lot of stuff. Naruto started in a proud tone. Overall, all 10 high-class Shikugakure restaurants all over the world have one basic design. There's a 10-floor enclosed parking building and 25-floor restaurant, first floor, receiving and dispatch, second floor, waste recycling and disposal, third consumable food waste and overrun processing, fourth to fifth, cold storage, sixth to seventh, general food storage, eighth to ninth, food processing and special food storage, 10th, non-food storage, 11th cleaning and sanitation, 12th, break room, 13th to 24th restaurant proper, and 25th security and penthouse? Jessica can't help but stare in awe at how extensive the restaurant was. She should have researched the place even a little bit. That's not even the best part, he added with an almost maniacal grin. What's the best part? Jessica automatically asked in a whisper. Everything no one else knows, even Tony. Jessica had a bad feeling when she saw Naruto's grin turn into a full-blown smile. Don't worry. I didn't use chakra metal and seals on this place. Then what did you do? Let's start with something simple and work our way to more complex stuff, Naruto said before gesturing towards the glass windows. The windows are made up of crystal clear 2-inch bulletproof glass with 4-inch titanium alloy curtains at both sides of the windows. He pointed to the doors. The doors have 10 inches titanium alloy gates. The pillars inside and outside the building have built-in modified phalanx machine guns. He then pointed towards the floor. Both buildings have a customary basement with nothing particular in it, but there are 5 more floors below it with access tunnels, water purification and reclaimer, and arc reactors. However, most of the space is dedicated to vertical hydroponic farming. There are already some seeds in there. All it needs is someone to start it up. He took a moment to catch his breath. The food and essentials alone could last the restaurant at full capacity for 2 weeks. Jessica stayed silent for a few moments before turning towards Naruto. Why did you build a fort in the middle of Manhattan? Jessica said in an eerily flat voice, but Naruto didn't notice the tone. The construction of the building happened during my zombie binge phase, Naruto replied while scratching the back of his head. Jessica released a sigh. Zombies. Of course, Naruto would build an overkill of a fort because of zombies. We'll have a talk with Nat about this, Naruto. But for now, you're grounded from your computer setup? Naruto's demeanor dropped when he heard his punishment for building a zombie-safe house. It's the logical thing to do. He was about to complain when a waiter approached them. Excuse me. Ms. Walker and company are waiting for you. I'll take you to them, the male server said. Naruto quickly turned his head to the waiter while delivering a small amount of killer intent, which caused the server to take an unintentional step back. Jess tugged onto Naruto's arm to stop him from killing the guy unintentionally. Thank you, Jessica told the server with a smile. It was barely enough to calm him down. We'll follow you, she continued while pulling Naruto up from the seat. Her whiskered boyfriend was still sulking due to his temporary computer ban. The waiter gulped down to hide his nervousness before walking towards the elevators. Jessica looped her arm around Naruto's and led him to follow the waiter. The trio got out of the 20th floor. The mood was considerably lightened through the short elevator ride. All Jessica had to do was give random kisses and running her hands through Naruto's golden hair. Jessica looked around the large restaurant floor. It has a modern, classy look, complete with a stage and dance floor. There are wide spaces between the tables preventing it from looking cluttered, while the server room and bar area are at the back of the room. The waiter led them around the tables towards the area where the booths with privacy walls and translucent crystal doors are set up. The server knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door released a light green glow before the waiter opened the door. The couple immediately saw Trish and her date at one side of the spacious table, leaving the other side empty. "Jess, what took you so long?" Trish greeted her sister. She stood up from her seat and gave her a brief hug. "Getting a little fancy now, are you, Trish?" Jessica greeted back with a little teasing before moving to the side. "Meet my boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki," she introduced using his real name. Naruto walked forward and kissing the back of Trish's hand. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm here under protests." Naruto introduced himself with a broad smile contrasting his message. Jessica facepalmed while Trish adopted a strained smile before looking at her sister. "Do I want to know?" Trish asked. "I just grounded him from playing with his computer." "Don't mind him," Jessica answered exasperatedly. "But my guildmates and I have a scheduled raid on Saturday," Naruto whined. "Then you shouldn't have placed phalanx machine guns in the building. But they're awesome. With a fire rate of 10,000 rounds a minute, they could mow down 1 million zombies per minute, at least. You have 100 machine guns," Jessica exclaimed, not noticing the curious stare from her sister and date. "That's it. You're grounded for 2 weeks." Naruto exaggeratedly dropped down to his knees and sent a silent scream to the heavens. Jessica's face turned the same color as Nat's. Trish is trying to stop herself from releasing a full-blown laugh while her date decided to satisfy his curiosity. "Excuse me? Are you talking about a Vulcan Phalanx CIWS?" Trish's date asked. Naruto quickly recovered and stood up to his feet like nothing happened. He stared at the guy dead in the eyes. "All right. Who are you, Jarhead? Can't you see I'm in pain since my girlfriend banned me from my WoW raid?" Naruto asked, but the man just returned a disarming smile before standing up. "Right." The man extended his hand towards Naruto. "I'm Billy Russo, Marine Corps, New York City, New York. February 4th, 2009, 20:30 H local. I'm Billy Russo, Marine Corps." William Russo or Billy is a 6 feet 1 inch Caucasian with dark eyes and hair. As evident from his nickname, Billy has an attractive face. Combining that with his muscularly lean body and tall frame, he never had problems getting the attention of women and some men. His history, though, is as dark as his eyes. Billy was abandoned by his meth-addicted mother addicted outside a fire station at a very young age. The system took him in, causing him to bounce from foster home to foster home until he was placed in the Ray of Hope group home. That's where he found his love for baseball and the formation of his dream to be the next Joe DiMaggio. Although, that dream of his would crash and burn even before it can take off. One faithful night when he was 11 years old, one of the Good Samaritans of the orphanage named Arthur Walsh took an unhealthy amount of interest in him. He was forced into a secluded area of a park near the orphanage after one stickball game. Arthur yanked his arm, tearing his rotator cuff before proceeding on to breaking his arm. Good thing, his adrenaline kicked in just in time to fight back and escape. Years later, Billy's patriotism and the lack of prospect to be a baseball star made the choice of joining the U.S. Marine Corps reasonably easy. Everything turned around for him from that point onward. He had made a name for himself in the military, increased his assets, and, best of all, made a buddy he can count on through thick and thin. "Ha," Naruto replied while staring at Billy. "So you're who they call Pretty Face?" Billy flinched when he heard the dreaded nickname. Don't get him wrong. He owns up to the moniker when he's at someplace even remotely military, but it's an entirely different matter otherwise. But, that small detail gave him an idea about Naruto. "You military?" Billy asked. "Nope. Close though?" Naruto answered with a teasing smile before sitting beside Jessica. Billy decided to sit beside Trish. "I'm you guys but richer." Naruto was expecting any negative emotion from Billy since he basically admitted being a merc but was surprised when he detected nothing. "Though I'm more into building stuff these days." "So, you built a phalanx?" Billy said incredulously. "Yup," Naruto replied while taking 2 ordering tablets and giving one to Jessica. "Tony designed it, but I made it better." Trish choked on the water she's drinking when she heard Naruto's statement. She can't pass up on that juicy detail, especially since she's a radio show host that focuses on relevant topics like privatization of world peace. By Tony designed it, you mean Tony Stark designed the phalanx you improved, right? Trish interjected in the conversation. New York City, New York. February 4, 2010, 2030 H local. I'm Billy Russo, Marine Corps. William Russo or Billy is a 6 feet 1 inch Caucasian with dark eyes and hair. As evident from his nickname, Billy has an attractive face. Combining that with his muscularly lean body and tall frame, he never had problems getting the attention of women and some men. His history, though, is as dark as his eyes. Billy was abandoned by his meth-addicted mother addicted outside a fire station at a very young age. The system took him in, causing him to bounce from foster home to foster home until he was placed in the Ray of Hope group home. That's where he found his love for baseball and the formation of his dream to be the next Joe DiMaggio. Although, that dream of his would crash and burn even before it can take off. One fateful night when he was 11 years old, one of the Good Samaritans of the orphanage named Arthur Walsh took an unhealthy amount of interest in him. He was forced into a secluded area of a park near the orphanage after one stickball game. Arthur yanked his arm, tearing his rotator cuff before proceeding on to breaking his arm. Good thing, his adrenaline kicked in just in time to fight back and escape. Years later, Billy's patriotism and the lack of prospect to be a baseball star made the choice of joining the U.S. Marine Corps reasonably easy. Everything turned around for him from that point onward. He had made a name for himself in the military, increased his assets, and, best of all, made a buddy he can count on through thick and thin. "Ha," Naruto replied while staring at Billy. "So you're who they call Pretty Face?" Billy flinched when he heard the dreaded nickname. Don't get him wrong. He owns up to the moniker when he's at someplace even remotely military, but it's an entirely different matter otherwise. But, that small detail gave him an idea about Naruto. "You military?" Billy asked. "Nope. Close though?" Naruto answered with a teasing smile before sitting beside Jessica. Billy decided to sit beside Trish. "I'm you guys but richer." Naruto was expecting any negative emotion from Billy since he basically admitted being a merc but was surprised when he detected nothing. "Though I'm more into building stuff these days." "So, you built a phalanx?" Billy said incredulously. "Yup," Naruto replied while taking 2 ordering tablets and giving one to Jessica. "Tony designed it, but I made it better." Trish choked on the water she's drinking when she heard Naruto's statement. She can't pass up on that juicy detail, especially since she's a radio show host that focuses on relevant topics like privatization of world peace. By Tony designed it, you mean Tony Stark designed the phalanx you improved, right? Trish interjected in the conversation. "The one and only." Naruto answered before looking over Jess's shoulder, brushing off how monumental is that information. He noticed that she's struggling to choose what she would order. Either because of how extensive the menu is or, more probably, the price of each meal. "Get whatever you like, but I would recommend the meals on page 6. He reached inside his pocket and took out a black metal card and placed it on top of his ordering tablet. Everyone in the booth was looking at it curiously to see if something would happen. "I got the bill for tonight." "No, don't worry about it. It's my treat," Trish countered. "Well, my producer's paying for it, but you get the idea." She turned around to Jess when she heard her stifling a laugh. "You really don't want to do that unless you want your producer to hate you," Jessica said with an amused smile while glancing at Naruto, who is still looking over the menu. "Okay, I'll bite." "Why is that?" Trish asked, noticing the subtle glance. "This guy right here," Jessica replied while pointing towards Naruto. "Can eat a ridiculous amount of food when he's on a roll. He's the epitome of a bottomless stomach. I know a lot of guys like him in the military. I remember this guy we call Bubbles, massive dude. Looks a lot like Shaq. He eats 10,000 to 15,000 calories a day." Billy joined the conversation. "That's a lot but rookie numbers compared to Naruto. Do you guys know about the steakhouse near John Jay?" Trish and Billy nodded. The Whirlpool Steakhouse and Deli's origin is a story that is known to a lot of local New Yorkers due to its media coverage. Known initially as Jinseki Food House, the Whirlpool was on the verge of bankruptcy due to the lack of customers when they suddenly turned it around and becoming one of the most popular low-medium cost restaurants in the city. They're famous for their use of different high-quality kinds of beef, including Wagyu. During my first year at John Jay, Naruto would pick me up at least once a week. He would have a snack at that place every time. Jessica started. "There's this one time when he didn't know that I won't be able to leave until 7 p.m. because of an exam, and he's already there at 3 p.m. He sank $18,000 that day on food alone. Let me remind you that the meals then cost $50 at most." she explained before pulling onto Naruto's ear, surprising him. Worst of all, he didn't even give me a taste. Ow! 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 What did I do? Naruto exclaimed before rubbing his ear. You're not listening, are you? Naruto shook his head no. You're busy ordering, right? This time he shook his head yes. We were talking about the whirlpool. That's just foul, Naruto said with a shake of his head. I was hungry and bored. That's a bad combination, he defended. You didn't even leave me a sandwich, Jessica countered. The argument/foreplay would have continued if not for a sudden notice that there's someone at the other side of the door. Trish quickly stood up and unlocked the door. The door opened, revealing a man wearing a suit carrying a tablet of his own. He walked in and closed the door behind him. Mr. Uzumaki. I'm Ellis Jackson, the general manager for the week. The man introduced himself respectfully. Naruto moved out of his seat and approached the GM. We have prepared the penthouse and rooftop suite if you would like to use it. Naruto placed an arm around the GM's shoulder and pulled him closer. Nah, don't worry about it. Just keep the orders coming, and all would be a-okay. I have a request, though. Well, 3 actually. Just tell me what it is, and I'll sure to make it done, the GM replied enthusiastically. Trisha and Jess could practically see a wagging dog's tail behind him. First, cancel their orders. They have no idea what they want. This drew various reactions from inside the booth, but Naruto ignored them. Secondly, open up the secret menu for us. I know for a fact that the ingredients came in last night. That certainly got everyone's attention. Lastly, don't tell Tony that I'm here. You don't need to hide, but just don't inform him. I'll head to the system port and do what you asked for, Mr. Uzumaki, the GM said before rushing out of the booth. Naruto gave himself a nod before sitting back on the chair. He could feel the stares of Trish and Billy on him but thought nothing of it. Jess is by his side, trying to hide her amusement. Hold up. Are we just going to ignore that? Trish voiced out. Billy agreed with that statement. Ignore what? Naruto replied flatly while combing through the menu, possibly looking at the secret menu which everyone was waiting for. That? Billy supplemented before pointing at the door. He acted like he's your boss, and you're going to fire him anytime, especially about being the general manager for the week thing, Trish added. That's because I can fire him, and unless he got at least 75 over 100 on his weekly assessment, he would be axed at the end of the week, Naruto answered seriously. Trisha and Billy gawked at Naruto like he grew another head while Jessica is thoroughly enjoying that someone else's minds are blown this time. Naruto, on the other hand, kept on ordering foods. After a significant amount of time, Trish finally decided to break the silence. Jess, we're going to have a long talk after this, Trish told Jess without any room to argue. Jess let out a hearty laugh /. Come on. Let's order. I'm getting hungry, Naruto exclaimed with a cheerful disposition, contrasting his earlier attitude. Jessica released another chuckle before picking up the ordering tablet, which Trish and Billy copied. Seriously, Tony's Mark II suit costs around 100 mil, and he uses it as a coat rack. He won't even let me borrow the thing, Naruto exclaimed before taking another sushi. I'm telling you. The governor is an asshole and a pervert. He only looked at my face like 30% of the time, Trish complained emphatically. My classmate would still be trying to get into my pants if Naruto didn't scare the living shit out of him. I mean, who doesn't understand that when a chick breaks your arm, she's not interested? Jess said before downing a shot of sake. Frank then caught the grenade midair before throwing it back from wherever it came from. To this day, that's one of the most badass and flashiest things I ever saw, Billy finished his story. Oh yeah. That hit the spot, Naruto exclaimed while snuggling towards Jess. You ate like 10 full courses. I would be surprised if it didn't hit the spot, Jessica teased while running her hands through his hair, causing him to drowse off. Goddamn Jess. You need to marry him ASAP if he cooks like that, Trish commented while leaning on Billy. We can't precisely marry unless we go to the Middle East, Jessica replied awkwardly. Oh, right. Forgot about that part, Trish let out. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Billy interjected. Why do you need to go to the sandbox just to get married? We're not exactly in a conventional relationship, Jessica answered, still not stopping from running her hands through Naruto's hair. She's hoping he would fall asleep and pass the conversation, no matter how unlikely it was. Let's just say I'm girlfriend number 2. He's cheating with you? Billy asked. No, Jessica vehemently denied. We are in a polygamous relationship. We even live in the same apartment. Damn. I don't know what to say, Billy admitted absent-mindedly. The trio continued with their conversation for a few moments before Naruto suddenly straightened from his seat and reached inside his pocket, earning a few questioning states from everyone. He pulled out his phone and pressed a button. "Hey, Tony. You're on speaker," Naruto greeted. "Hey, hi," Tony greeted back. "What are you doing?" he asked, but you can hear the wind rushing from the other side. Billy, Trish, and Jess are listening in on the conversation, especially the first two since they're assuming that this Tony is Tony Stark himself. "I'm on a date with Jess and her sister," Naruto answered. "What? You're adding another one?" Tony exclaimed. "Hell no. Jess's sister is on a date with a jarhead," Naruto countered. "Why is it so loud there, anyway?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about," Tony said while a series of gunfire can be heard in the background. "I need some help. You have someone near the East Village?" "Yeah. I'm in Shoku, right now." "Great. Can you send over my suit? These assholes won't let up." All right. Give me a minute," Naruto grumbled before placing the phone back in his pocket. He took the car keys and valet card from his pocket and handed it over to Jess. "I have to go. You can go home ahead of me if I'm not back." "Sure you want me to take the GT?" Jess asked with a raised eyebrow. "Why not? You can handle her just fine," Naruto countered while standing up from his seat. "Anyway, it's nice to meet you too, but I have to cut it short for now," he apologetically said to both Trish and Billy before giving Jess a kiss on her cheek. "I'll see you at home later or tomorrow, depending on how big this thing is." "I'll let Nat know," Jess replied with a smile. Naruto returned the smile before rushing out of the booth. Jessica picked up the key and valet ticket and placed it inside her purse. When she looked up, she saw the Trish and Billy staring at the door. I don't know what to say," Billy commented before bottoming up his beer. New York City, New York. February 4, 2010, 2300 H local. Tony decided to visit the Stark Expo grounds since it's in the final stages of construction. He wouldn't normally do something as inane as an inspection, but the Stark Expo is something he inherited from his father. That's why he's making sure that everything goes smoothly. He also had another goal of checking out a building where he would build the Stark Tower. Everything went to shit when they were about to leave the expo. Tony visited the grounds at the same time as some unsavory figures building some backdoors entrances to the expo. Unluckily, he didn't bring his suit with him, and his security team was quickly overwhelmed them. The only reason Tony managed to get away was that the guys who are after him wanted to take him alive, most probably because they want his suit. He got out of the expo grounds before they have surrounded him and worked his way to a truck garage a few hundred meters away. Good thing a truck driver, who's a former army guy from what Tony could tell, helped him out. The driver was supposed only to drive him towards the Stark Industries, but the assholes found them, and they are trying to run them off the road. After a few minutes of cat and mouse, Tony decided he had enough and called the big guns. They were trying to dodge the hail of gunfires when they both heard something dropping from behind them. Tony quickly turned around and saw Naruto sitting at the back seat with his suit. The truck swerved a little because of the driver's surprise. "I got your suit right here," Naruto said casually while patting the suitcase-sized Mark 4.5. "I'm not even going to question how you got here. Just switch seats with me," Tony replied while scooching over to the back seat and Naruto moving to the passenger side. "The seal I placed on your arm. I can track you anywhere if you think about it," Naruto answered before looking towards the driver. "How are you holding up?" "Good, actually. The whole thing is giving me nostalgia," the driver answered. Naruto looked at the guard weirdly for a moment before asking, "You're not going to ask how I suddenly appeared at the back of your truck? Tony Stark is in my truck with men in black chasing the hell out of us?" The driver replied with a shrug. "Besides, I'm in the army. Need to expect the unexpected." "Damn. You take shit a whole lot better than the jarhead I met earlier tonight," Naruto commented honestly, causing the guy to smile. "What's your name anyway?" "Sergeant Kyle Reese. Got out of the army a year ago." Kyle introduced himself while making a sharp turn at an intersection. "Well, nice to meet you, Sergeant Reese. Nathan Umber, private contractor," Naruto said before he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, causing him to turn around. "I'm going to go out of the roof and deal with the ants," Tony informed the pair before flying through the roof. Naruto released a sigh while looking at the hole formed at the top of the truck and pulled out his phone. "Jarvis, send over the best articulated truck SI has to the New York main office," Naruto texted. He received a confirmation a few minutes later. New York City, New York. February 4, 2009, 2310 H local. As soon as Naruto got the confirmation from Jarvis and placed his phone back in his pocket, he heard a few explosions and gunfire in the background. A few minutes later, the truck shook because Tony dropped from the open roof. They're from the 10 rings, Tony stated before removing his faceplate. All of them, he added seriously. So someone helped them inside the country considering how much firepower and resources they have. Naruto concluded. I got a feeling which group helped them. Reese pulled the truck over to a large alleyway and released a sigh of relief before looking around. He paled slightly when he saw the damage inside the cabin. He doesn't even want to think about the outside damage. All the gunfire must have made the exterior look like Swiss cheese. Don't worry about it, Naruto told Reese, trying to reassure the ex-soldier. We'll handle everything. It's the least we can do for keeping this guy alive. He continued while pointing at Tony. But in the meantime, I need you to get out of the truck. This caused him to receive a questioning stare from both Tony and Kyle. Okay. Did I miss something? Kyle asked, not really liking the fact that he's getting kicked off his truck. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a nobody compared to Tony, and the fact that you have not met any cops in the first 10 minutes of the chase means they have someone inside the government, either local or national. Naruto stated with absolute certainty. Tony immediately got the implication, but Kyle doesn't seem to get it, and it showed on his face. Tony and I are rich. Those men in black guys will either be let out or swept under the rug. That leaves one target, he added. They'll crucify the hell out of you since they need someone to blame the whole thing, and you're the convenient scapegoat. Fuck. Reese cursed silently before picking up a cap from his dashboard and other personal effects. Alright. I'm out of here, he said while opening the door. Naruto reached inside his jacket pocket and took out an access card and a check before handing it all to Kyle. Just go to Stark Industries tomorrow afternoon and give this card to the reception. The check, on the other hand, is a cover when you are inevitably questioned. So you should deposit it by tomorrow morning? Naruto explained. Naruto collected a few pieces of stuff from Tony in case of emergency. One of those things is a VIP access card for company executives and a few checks with different amounts. He never expected that he would be able to use the check, but good thing he had Tony make some. Okay. I'll be there at 4, Kyle replied before jumping out of the truck and walking away. Naruto moved over to the driver's side while Tony scooted over to the passenger side. What are we going to do now? Tony asked. He had an idea what Naruto would suggest, but it's better to be sure. We're going to do our civic duty, and you are going to report this to the police? Naruto said with a grin. He's just going to let Tony run his mouth. Call lawyer. You should make a record for this since the Senate is working their way up to your ass about the suit. Yeah. Tony replied, a little disgruntled. Aren't I technically your boss? Naruto looked at Tony incredulously while hiding a bit of his amusement. So, boss, what's the plan? Naruto said sarcastically. Shut up, Tony grumbled out. He knows that no matter how smart he is, he doesn't have a mind for strategy and planning. He's more of a straightforward attack guy. Let's just go. The 82nd precinct is the closest one here. No way. We're going to the 99th. I have a friend there. His team rotation should have the night shift until next week. Naruto countered before starting the truck again, but it wouldn't start right away. How the hell were you able to meet someone from the NYPD? Tony asked, genuinely curious. He knows Naruto doesn't have that much free time, and he never uses clones for social interactions. We're guildmates in World of Warcraft. We never met in person, but I know of him. Tony hid his amusement about Naruto's statement. He can't help but imagine a pasty white desk cop that may be on the larger side of the size scale. He was snapped into thinking when the truck finally started. Oh, yeah. Let's go. New York City, New York. February 4th, 2010, 23:20 local? You didn't think this through, did you? Tony said with a shit-eating grin. Isn't it obvious? Naruto groaned out while continuously banging his head on the steering wheel. Now, one might wonder what mess Naruto got himself into this time. Well, this mess this time is caused by simple oversight. He forgot the fact that cops would immediately surround a semi that parked in front of a police precinct. You get the assault rifle and spotlight bonus if the truck is littered with bullet holes. The only reason he could think of why they aren't being forced out of the vehicle was that Tony is inside the car while wearing his Iron Man suit. Naruto only looked up from the steering wheel when he heard the telltale noise of a megaphone. Get out of the vehicle slowly while keeping your arms up and hands closed, someone commanded, showing that the guy is somewhat knowledgeable about Tony's suit. Naruto and Tony can't see the guy since the spotlights are making him look like a silhouette. Naruto and Tony nodded at each other before following the instructions. They slowly walked in front of the truck while still keeping their arms up. Ehem. Tony cleared his throat, effectively getting everyone's attention. We come in peace, he loudly added, successfully imitating a first encounter. We would like to speak with He continued before facing Naruto. What was the guy's name again? He asked in a whisper. Ebony Eagle loves yogurt, Ebony Eagle 3 yogurt. Naruto answered. Seriously? Tony groaned out. Didn't you know his name? Of course, I know. But he doesn't know that I know. Naruto reasoned. I'm not saying that. Tony gritted through his teeth. Fine. Then I'll do it. Naruto said before taking one slow step forward, but that's enough to get everyone's attention. We are here to report a crime. Not done by us, obviously, but to us. Evident by the bullet holes all over the truck. He explained, causing everyone to relax slightly. If Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit is not refuting that statement, then it must be true on some level. We would like to talk to a detective about this. His gaming handle is Ebony Eagle Loves Yogurt. Naruto was waiting for the inevitable round of laughter, but he could see that everyone turned their head towards the guy carrying the megaphone to his surprise. The huge guy walked forward, finally making him visible to both Tony and Naruto. I'm the Ebony Eagle. Detective Terrence Terry Jeffords, a muscular African-American man, spoke up confidently. Everybody stand down, but Squad 1 to 3 will remain on guard in case something happens. We are officially on high alert. He ordered, causing Tony to raise an eyebrow since a detective doesn't have the authority for something like that. Come on. Let's get inside and write up a report about it. He added before walking back inside the precinct. Naruto shrugged at Tony before following behind Terry, but not before noticing that none of the cops are following. They must be Squad 1 and 2 while Squad 3 is at the balcony. So, how'd you know about the Ebony Eagle? Well, everyone in the Guild of the Band of Heroes should know about the Immortal Paladin. Naruto answered. Terry stopped in his tracks and looked at Naruto. Your voice does sound familiar. Terry replied while thinking back on the guild members, and he could only think of one guy. Their sketchy night elf rogue. Ninja. The one and only. Damn. Terry exclaimed while looking at Naruto up and down. His years of being a criminal detective enabled him to see how expensive the blonde suit. That's not even mentioning the watch and shoes. And you're playing Warcraft? I have nothing to do on the weekends, and I like playing games, Naruto said in a matter-of-factly kind of way right before they got inside the elevator. Tony took a hesitant step inside the elevator when he saw how old it looks like. The suit weighed quite a bit, even if he removed most of the armor plating and used lighter but weaker materials to greatly reduce the weight. However, the suit still weighs 150 kilograms. Still a long way from his goal of 20 kilograms, but still lighter than his 300 kilograms Mark III. So it's clearly a relief when the overweight sign flashed, he didn't suddenly create a hole at the floor, or the elevator didn't straight up crash. Weekends? Aren't you online every day since I can see you from time to time during my day offs? Terry mused out loud. I have someone that goes online for me every day to get the daily log-in bonus, especially when I'm busy, Naruto replied. That someone, however, is one of his clones, though. Terry just nodded and waited for the elevator door to open, but he didn't expect complete pandemonium from the other side of the door. That's not exactly right. He expected an uproar, but because of the sudden attack, not because of Tony Stark. Everyone is lined up in front of the elevator with an excited look. At the helm of the crowd, a certain Jake Peralta. Ames. He has his suit on. Jake practically shouted before walking towards Tony with a marker. Sign my arm for me, please. Tony practically beamed when he heard the statement. He thrived in being in the center of attention. That's just how it is ever since in college, and though his family is off limits. He immediately went into his practiced routine when dealing with fans, when he actually gives a fuck, unlike most of the time. While the rest of the crew are surrounding the Iron Man, Terry guided Naruto to his desk so that he could at least say that someone is doing their job. He wouldn't admit to anyone that he would ask for an autograph later. What guy doesn't appreciate a full-body suit of armor? Terry gestured to Naruto to sit down beside his desk and opened up a police incident report. So, tell me what happened. Terry told Naruto. Ooh, do I have a story for you? Naruto said excitedly. It started when my girlfriend arranged a double date with her sister. New York City, New York. February 4th, 2010, 0000H local. If that's really what happened, I'll never doubt the stories you are telling in the chat. Terry said after 30 minutes of Naruto storytelling while reading over the incident report. It looks like the script of an over-the-top action movie. But maybe that's just how your life would be if you're friends with Tony Stark. I'm going to send this to the servers and request for someone to look into why no one responded to a car chase through the city. You could ask Tony for a video copy of his attack to add to the file, Naruto replied. That could certainly help, Terry answered. Naruto nodded and looked around for Tony. He saw him in the break room, still surrounded by excited cops listening to some of his stories. He's pretty sure that some of the stories Tony told are classified. The blonde ninja stood up and approached the armor-wearing genius. Tony, Naruto called out. We can go now, but can you leave a copy of the counterattack for filing? He added. It looks like time's up, Tony said to the crowd, causing some to groan in disappointment. He walked out of the room and approached Naruto. I just need a USB port to connect to. Connect with Terry's desk. I'll talk to him for a while you upload the AV, Naruto replied. Naruto and Terry talked about different topics but mostly focusing on PC gaming while Tony uploaded the AV from his suit. 5 minutes later, Tony finished his upload. The pair said a quick goodbye to everyone in the station before Tony flew out of the station balcony while carrying Naruto. They landed in an alleyway a few blocks away from the 99th precinct. No matter what happens, we're never going to do that again, Naruto exclaimed as soon as they landed while moving away from Tony and moving his pants around. I was practically wedged throughout the whole flight. Tony's faceplate opened up and looked at Naruto incredulously before releasing a burst of full-blown laughter. Naruto waited for Tony to calm down with a deadpan stare. You done now? Tony wiped an imaginary tear from the side of his eyes before straightening back up. Yeah, Tony answered. Want me to carry you back to wherever you live in the city? He asked seriously. Fuck you, no need to be vulgar, Tony countered while still having that shit-eating grin of his before getting a serious expression. You told me you had an idea about who helped the 10 rings. Let me cut you off right there? Naruto interjected while fixing up his suit and tie. I'm 90% sure who helped them, but I'm not giving you any detail about them. He saw Tony was about to cut in, so cut him off before Tony could even say anything. First of all, I ain't telling you squat about the group. Information about this group is above top classified, and they're massive. At least 50 times more powerful than the 10 rings even after I've been slowly chipping away their forces in the past 3 years. I have a group already that's preparing to bring down this group, but you might just fuck everything up if you come barging in. He explained, but purposely leaving out the information that they are the same guys that attacked during Tony's wedding. More importantly, you're not fit enough to do anything about it now. What are you talking about? Tony asked, acting dumb. Oh, come on. Don't use that bullshit on me, Naruto exclaimed with a sneer. Did you forget who I am? I'm a fucking god with magical bullshit eyes. I can practically feel your life force ebbing away. It's much worse when you are actively using your suit. I can see the palladium wreaking havoc inside your body. Tony remained silent throughout the explanation. The only reason I haven't told Pepper anything was because you're doing something about it, like the chlorophyll or that secret research into other possible sources of energy. Tony stayed in silent contemplation for a moment before he asked something in a quiet voice. You're not going to tell her, do you? Maybe after 2 months, I'll be forced to say something, Naruto replied, but continued when he saw Tony's questioning look. Without intervention and you continuing your chlorophyll treatment, you'll last till the end of the year. But with your current use of that armor of yours, you have until a month after the Stark Expo? Tony released a round of self-deprecating chuckle. Should I be worried that you know that much? Well, you shouldn't have given me open access to Jarvis, Naruto answered. You already found a solution, didn't you? Tony stated plainly. Found some options, but I don't know if it will work. I'm not a genius, remember, Naruto replied. If worst comes to worst, I can just heal you. I've been practicing my medical ninjutsu for a couple of years now, so at the very least, you shouldn't explode in a rain of blood and gore. That doesn't exactly give a sense of comfort. See, Tony deadpanned. It shouldn't? Naruto said with a grin before looking at his watch. It's already late. I'm going to go home now. I want to see if the ladies are still awake. He continued before suddenly disappearing, leaving Tony in the sketchy alleyway. Fucking overpowered magical ninja, leaving me alone for some chicks? Tony grumbled before suddenly stopping. What the hell am I saying? I would drop everything too for my girls, he added before flying back to Stark Industries to check on his security since they should be there according to Jarvis, although some are pretty banged up. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 20th, 2010, 2000H local. So, where are we this time? Eric asked as soon as his sense of nausea disappeared. He's carrying a duffel bag and a large suitcase filled with techs and weapons. Rio, Naruto answered while checking around his safe house. He needs to make sure that it's all stocked up and the security measures are in place. Since this is your last outing, I plan something special, he added with a maniacal grin. Why is that giving me some bad vibes? Eric said with an incredulous look. Because it should. You never encountered something like this, Naruto replied. You have to make a choice before we start, though. What is it? This mission has two parts. You can just take the first part and be done with it, or you can go all the way with it. You have to keep in mind that depending on what would happen, it could take 3 months before it's finished, Naruto stated while taking out a few ammo boxes from his storage seal. Eric thought about it for quite a while to think about Naruto's proposition. A year ago, he would say fuck that and take the easy mission. Everything pales in comparison to his dream of racial equality with Wakanda at the helm. But now, he knows, shit would remain the same even if Wakanda is leading the world. There are 2 things you should know about? Naruto interrupted Eric's musing. First, you get the bead no matter what happens with this job. Succeed or fail. Just do half of it or do it all. You'll get it, he said while raising his forefinger. Secondly, this mission has a minimum casualty clause, so no killing if not necessary. That's where these ammo comes in. He pointed to the ammo boxes. These are knockout rounds. 1 hit anywhere in the body, and they're down for a day. Don't ask me where I got it. He then raised his ring finger. Finally, if for some reason you're not at or near Wakanda in June, somebody's going to pick you up. Eric was startled by that information, so he looked up and stared at Naruto. What do you mean pick me up? And who's going to do it? Eric asked. That's the rub, ain't it? Naruto flashed a mischievous smirk. Prince T'Challa, the current Black Panther, is really interested in meeting you. When he asked me about you, I can't exactly lie to the guy since I'm using their system for your beads. He lied but continued when he saw Eric's expression. Don't worry too much. Chaka has no idea about any of this. Fucking hell, man. Eric exclaimed. You do know that all Kimoyo beads need to be connected with the Wakandan system as well as tuned into the genetic data of the royal family. Where do you think I borrowed those unassigned war dog Kimoyo beads? Naruto asked with an incredulous look. Fuck it. Eric let out. If someone's going to pick me up, either way might as well do this shit. Give me the long mission parameters. Excellent. Naruto replied with a smile. He knows he would be busy as fuck during Stark Expo as one of the stockholders and make sure that the whole ground doesn't get blown to Kingdom Come. He took out a disc and threw it to the ground. It activated, revealing a holographic map of Rio. See that green dot at the favelas? He inquired. Eric nodded, prompting Naruto to press on the green dot. 2 holographic projections flashed up from the bubble. One is a pasty pepper-haired guy, and another is a massive green behemoth. The green monster is triggering something from his intel reports before leaving the military, but it wouldn't just come to him. This guy is Dr. Bruce Banner, hired by the US Army to recreate the super soldier serum. He tested it on himself when they were about to pull the plug on the project. The Hulk, as they like to call the big guy, is what happens when Banner gets angry or just any instance where his heart rate goes up. Naruto told a short recap on Banner's profile. The Hulk has extreme strength, durability, and regeneration. From what I could tell, his stats go up if the big guy gets angrier. He continued while showing some footage of the Hulk. Your mission for today is to protect Banner at all costs and bring him stateside without getting detected. I'm not going to help with transportation, of course. What? You mean we're not going to get rid of the walking tank leaving in the middle of a heavily populated area? Eric asked in a disbelieving tone. Hell no. Are you a psychopath or something? Eric just raised an eyebrow when he heard Naruto's question. Yeah. I can't say anything about that but think about it for a second. Naruto urged. The guy we're protecting Banner from is General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. Eric grimaced when he heard the name. I know, right? I mean, the guy is patriotic, charismatic, and a dog in war, but the guy just doesn't have the brain cell for anything not related to war. He expounded. Add the fact that he drafted Emil Blonsky, the only other guy I can think of that's more bloodthirsty than you, to deal with a rage monster. Well, you get the point. Damn it, Eric exclaimed. Why am I escorting him back here, though? 'Cause he might have found a way to cure himself, and that's 1,000 times better than Ross somehow finding a way to recreate it. Naruto replied. Any more questions? Nah. Not at this time, just the final details. Eric answered, to which Naruto nodded before answering. From what I can tell, Blonsky and 2 platoons of Black Ops guys carrying both heavy weaponry and incapacitation gears. Naruto explained. You can do anything you want to accomplish this job, but I recommend you approach him early in the morning and extract him out of the city to make sure that the good doctor doesn't get stressed. He suggested before flashing his trademark toothy grin. But if you want to make it more interesting, then by all means, fuck that. I'm not suicidal. Eric commented while picking up the ammo boxes. You got anything to deal with the Hulk if it all goes sideways? Naruto stood up and walked towards the door. He opened it before answering. Run. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 21, 2010, 0500H local. Dr. Robert Bruce Banner is a 42-year-old, 5 feet 8 inches, Caucasian male with brown eyes and pepper-colored hair. The stress of being on the run really took a toll on his body, not to mention his particular condition. Before being a wanted fugitive, Dr. Banner is a highly respected scientist and widely considered to be one of the smartest people on the planet, even smarter than Tony Stark himself. His 7 PhDs on biomedicine, bioengineering, and high-energy emissions only proved that small fact. As for why a highly respected scientist is currently on the run from the US government, stupidity from himself and the military. The military, specifically General Ross, hired him to recreate the super soldier serum. Apparently, Ross heard about him through his ex-girlfriend, Elizabeth Betty Ross, the general's daughter. Banner and his team felt they're so close to a breakthrough when the military informed them that the funding would be cut. In a moment of desperation, he decided to test the serum and procedure on himself. Surprisingly, he didn't die with the lethal amounts of gamma radiation he was exposed to. Instead, he acquired the uncontrolled ability to transform into a rage monster. Bruce uprooted his life ever since that incident 3 years ago. He focused on controlling the monster, and when it failed, controlling himself. He wasn't idle in those 3 years, though. Banner had managed to get into contact with a colleague of his back in the States. Stearns is a brilliant scientist, and the only person he knows that can find a way to reverse what happened to him. Except for Betty herself, but that bridge has long been burned. Bruce is currently sitting on top of his bed in a lotus position for his daily hour of meditation to keep the monster at bay. He was thinking about the accident in the factory last week where a drop of his blood dropped inside a cola bottle when he heard a knock on the door. His heart rate rocketed up since nobody looks for him in his apartment. Nobody. Good thing he was able to control himself easily since he was already meditating. He took a few moments to calm himself before approaching the door. "Who is it?" Banner called out while already holding onto his bug-out bag in case everything goes to shit. "You don't know me, but I know you, Dr. Banner." Somebody answered from the other side of the door. "I'm here to get you out of here before Ross arrives here later today." Bruce's mind processed the information almost instantaneously. Based on what he knows and the accident last week, it's more than possible for Ross to track him down to Rio. There's one question left, though. "Who the hell are you, and why the hell should I come with you?" Bruce asked warily while silently placing the barricades on his door. "Eric Stevens aka Killmonger, and before you react, I'm proud of that nickname." Eric started. "Former SEAL, and this is my final mission before my boss gives me the chance to let me go. My mission is to escort you back stateside to 1 Stearns until your condition has been resolved while preventing the military from getting their hands on you." Ugh. Bruce released a groan when he heard Eric's statement caused his fucked either way if his unexpected visitor isn't exactly friendly since they already knew too much. Fine. I'm opening up, but remember what the other guy can do," he said before opening up the locks and removing the barricades. When Bruce opened up the door, he saw a muscular African-American man who clearly reeks of a military man. He's wearing a full black tactical suit with a buttload of gears and a rifle. "Come on, Dr. Banner. I took out a few advance parties on the way here, so they're at most only an hour away," Eric told Bruce. "I got a car outside waiting for us, but you got to hurry up. I'm not trusting you. It's the only logical thing to do right now without letting the other guy lose," Bruce stated while picking up his bag and laptop. "Fair enough," Eric commented before unholstering a pistol before handing it over to Bruce. "Take this, Doc." "Oh, no. No. I don't use that." Bruce nervously declined it. "It's not for you. That's for the guy you're shooting?" Eric clarified. "Believe me. It's a lot better to die with a bullet to your head than getting turned into mush by the big guy." Bruce had no choice but to agree with that statement, so he took it hesitantly. Eric walked out of the apartment and checked the surroundings before calling over Bruce to follow him. They cautiously walked down the chaotic alleys of the favelas towards the main street. When they got out of the alleyway, Bruce saw an old, banged-up SUV that looks like it could barely start, so he sent Eric a questioning look. "Don't look at me like that. It's my boss prepared that, but don't worry about it. It's leagues better than what it looks like." Eric placated before unlocking the doors remotely and motioned for Bruce to get in the back. "Let's go. I got us passage to Florida using a smuggler's cargo ship, and it leaves at 7. Bruce opened the door and tossed his things inside. Eric got inside the driver's side door and placed his rifle on the passenger side seat. He took one last look around before starting the car and driving off. "I kept hearing about your boss, and your former military, so I could only assume that you're a mercenary or something," Bruce deducted, trying to start small talk. "Yup. Former JSOC. Hired, or more like bribed, by my boss 2 years ago to do some jobs. Eric answered. Thought I was going to topple some governments or some shit since it's my specialty, but turns out we would take down some organized crime groups. He continued. As for my boss, he's an idiotic genius and most definitely a weird guy. But let me tell you something? He added seriously. My boss is 1,000 times worse than anything green dude can do. I highly doubt it. Bruce countered with a scoff. Let me tell you something important, Doc. Eric said while looking at the rearview mirror and staring straight into Banner's eyes. You're not special, Doc. There's a whole other group of people that's capable of wiping the shit of the green guy. Bruce knew that as well informed as he was, he doesn't know everything. However, even if that's the case, he can't believe that someone out there can defeat the epitome of rage and strength. The more worrying thing, though, was if it's true this person has some sort of interest in him since he sent one of his guys to help him apparently. Eric was 20 minutes into driving towards the harbor when something finally happened. He noticed 3 SUVs closely following behind them. That's not what worried him. It's the fact that these SUVs are heavily armored and looked like it's built for ramming stuff. With how corrupt the local law enforcement was, he's not surprised that the cars could make it inside the city. Hey, Doc. Eric called out. We got company. There are noise-canceling headphones and a blindfold under your seat if you want it. Bruce rapidly turned to look behind the car, and he saw the black car following them. He took 3 calming breaths to make sure his heartbeat doesn't rocket up. No. It's better not to have those on. Bruce replied. Can you lose them? No idea, but my boss said to press the red button if a car chase happens, so we should be good. Eric answered. You mean the big red button with 1,000 crossbones and do not press signs at the dash? Bruce said sarcastically. That's reassuring. He continued sarcastically. Don't worry about it. The blonde bastard just wants to play around. Eric brushed it off. 2 minutes later, the SUVs finally made their move. One of the cars rushed past them while the other one blocked his left side, leaving one behind them. They're obviously trying to box them in. The passenger side window of the car beside them rolled down, revealing a goon that opened fire at them. Eric tried to face away from the inevitable rain of broken glass hit him, but to his surprise, the bullet just bounced off of the glass. No webbing, no cracking, no chipping from a 5.56 rounds. Fuck yeah! Eric exclaimed. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 21, 2010, 0530H local. A few kilometers away from Eric and Bruce being surrounded by the SUVs, 2 figures can be seen sitting on top of one of the favelas. These are Naruto and Chala. Naruto is eating a ramen cup while Chala is holding a pair of overpowered binoculars and watching the situation unfold. So explain to me again why we're not helping them? Chala asked. Because this is an audition or test, or any other stuff you want to call it. Naruto answered after sipping from his ramen cup. Besides, don't you want to see what the prospective Black Leopard can do? I'm not sure if Baba would accept my cousin, and even if he does, there's only a small chance a second warrior would be approved. Chala answered. There has only ever been one protector of Wakanda, and it's the Black Panther. The elders would raise an uproar for countering traditions. Traditions have to start somewhere, and this might be the start of a new one. Naruto countered before activating his Shinigami. Relax and enjoy the show. You don't want to miss anything. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 21, 2010, 0600H local. When the guy shooting the gun saw the bullet bouncing off harmlessly, he called in his radio for a different approach. The 3 cars started close in on them, making their ride a lot rougher. Told you it would be a rough ride, Doc? Eric shouted behind him. Yeah, I heard you the first time. Bruce replied while holding onto his seatbelt for dear life. He took a series of deep breaths while looking into his sports watch. It's quite concerning to see the numbers hovering around 160 BPM on it. It isn't doing good for my heart rate, though. Just hold it in, Doc. I wouldn't want for you to transform while inside the car, would we? Eric asked sarcastically. It's not the same as holding in a deuce, Bruce deadpanned. A few moments later, Eric had enough of the bumpy ride. He slammed on the brake, effectively pushing the car behind him. This gave him enough room to tap the back wheel of the car beside him, sending it to a tailspin. The box-in maneuver was broken, so he took a sharp right turn at the next intersection. This would take him away from the port, but that plan was basically toast now. Eric looked at the rearview mirror and saw 2 of the 3 SUVs still following them. But this time, 3 cars are added to the chase. 3 massive matte black mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles or MRAP. This behemoth of a car is the more agile cousin of the tank without shooting high-powered explosive rounds. Seeing these cars chasing you at 80 kilometers per hour in the narrow Brazilian streets would make anyone else quake in their boots. Not Eric, though. He thrived in high-stress situations. Seek it out even. Close your eyes, Doc, and hold on tight. We're going a bit faster. Eric warned before flooring the accelerator. He was expecting a quick acceleration or something more exciting, so he was disappointed when he barely felt any kick. Damn it. You reinforced the frame and swapped the glass but didn't bother with upgrading the engine. He exclaimed. The former SEAL didn't panic, though. He used the lack of acceleration and speed to his advantage and weaved left and right through the favela's narrow and busy streets. Eric was able to stay ahead of his chasers for quite a while, but his luck and skill could only get so far. A few minutes later, the convoy of black cars is almost catching up to him. He was thinking about what H would do next when his radio blared up. How's it hanging? You alright? Naruto's voice asked. You cheap motherfucker. Can't you have chosen something a little better than this piece of crap? Eric exclaimed. You won't exactly blend in if I gave you a Lambo, won't you? Nobody can see the engine. Hey, I upgraded the shit out of it. No, you didn't. It's the big red button, you ungrateful bastard. You mean the one that says do not touch? Yup, Naruto cheerfully replied. If you open up the engine locks, though, expect the car to break down in 10 minutes. I don't want to leave behind advanced tech, but I use some old school stuff like NOS and superchargers. The engine can't handle that much shit, though, so it would blow up if it runs for at most 15 minutes. Motherfucker. I can hear you smiling. You're watching, aren't you? While eating ramen? Naruto answered with a grin. Oh, you should know that the ship already left. Ross pulled some strings and made the captain leave early. So, what's the plan now? I can arrange a ship from Panama in a week, Salvador in 5 days, Sao Paulo in 2 weeks, or you could make your own way. No. I'll make something happen. I still have my contacts around these parts. So it's your game. No problem. Naruto replied. Can you hand the earpiece to the good doctor? Sure. Eric removed his earpiece and handed it over to Bruce. Doc. He called out. The boss wants to talk to you. Bruce gave an awkward nod and reached for the earpiece before placing it in his ear. Hello. Bruce greeted. Hey, Doc. How are you holding up? Alive, but that's not saying much considering. Bruce answered. Not me being ungrateful or anything, but, who are you, by the way? I'm the guy that wants to get you out, so my name isn't essential. Naruto brushed off the question. What's important is what I want from you, right? Yeah. Bruce slowly replied. It's a straightforward reason, so a smart guy like you should know I'm telling the truth the moment I say it. Naruto stated. I have 3 reasons to help you. First, I don't want the green dude rampaging in downtown Rio. Second, it's in my best interest to help you cure yourself or prevent the military from getting their hands on your DNA. Simple. That's just plain common sense. Since an army of Hulks can be a lot worse than a nuke. He explained. Lastly, in case you can't find a way to reverse what happened to you, I want you on my side of the court. I'm mostly interested in you doing some science stuff, but not being on the bad side of your alter ego is good as well. I wouldn't want to be at the other guy's bad side either. Bruce commented. So you want to hire me? For what? Another super soldier serum snit? What? I don't care about that. That's old news. Naruto replied incredulously. I got a guy want you to work with, but it's your choice since he's kind of an asshole. Other than that, you're free to do whatever you want. Somebody made the serum already? A working serum anyway? Oh, hell no. We just got the next best thing. Naruto answered cheerfully. Bruce took a moment to process that information. If you don't have an original serum or recreated serum, the next best thing to have is a biological sample from someone exposed to the serum and has bonded with it completely. The only known case of this was Captain Steve Rogers, Captain America himself. Cap was lost in the Arctic Circle, and even Howard Stark, with all his resources, can't find the guy. If he's heard this correctly, Steve Rogers is found and somewhat intact, or at least recovered a viable sample. You found the captain? Bruce asked incredulously. Something better? Naruto said in a mysterious tone. Anyway, that's for now. Can you give the earpiece back to Eric? Sure. Bruce removed the earpiece and handed it back to Eric. Eric took the earpiece and placed it in his ear. Yo. Eric called out. If you have to abandon the car for some reason, go to the northern warehouse districts. There's a car just outside the number 34 warehouse, Naruto said after taking a sip of the ramen broth. You'll have backups there, so don't engage hostiles after you reach the general area. Your primary objective is to get the banner out of there. The backups can also handle the other guy in case he shows up. Where the hell do you find these guys? Eric asked incredulously. You know what, I don't want to know. He amended. I'm busy right now. I need to go. Sure. Enjoy. Naruto ominously said before closing his connection. Eric looked at the rearview mirror and saw the convoy dangerously close. He looked at the street signs and made a mental map to the warehouse district, prioritizing narrow and crowded streets to slow down the huge vehicles following them. But even then, it would take at least 30 minutes to get there, and that's not accounting for the rush hour traffic. Fucking hell. I guess I'm pressing the big shiny red button. Eric mused out loud. You got a timer in that fancy watch of yours, Doc? Yes. What do you need? Bruce questioned. The moment you feel the car accelerate, I need you to start a 9-minute 30-second and a 14-minute timer. I'll start a countdown of my own, Eric answered. His training is kind of forcing him to create redundancies. Eric drove around for a few more minutes, waiting for the convoy to catch up to them and make their first move. He was not disappointed since one of the MRAPs moved ahead of the convoy and accelerated towards them. Right, when they were about to ram into them, he pressed the red button. The reaction was almost instantaneous, and the front of the rusty Pinto rose due to the acceleration. This, of course, surprised Eric and Bruce as well as everyone outside. Now this is what I'm talking about. Woohoo! Eric exclaimed. No, 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 no. Breath in, breath out, breath in, breath out. Bruce repeatedly said, just like a mantra. They quickly left behind their tail. Eric decided to head straight to the warehouse district to get the other car and to minimize the possibility of his passenger suddenly changing. He could already see the greenish hue crawling up of Bruce's neck, so that's quite concerning. It was around 9 minutes after opening up the engine restrictions when the worst thing that could happen happened. Eric saw a helicopter chasing after them with a guy aiming an RPG straight towards them. Shit. Really? An RPG? Stupid motherfuckers? Eric exclaimed, knowing that it would unleash the beast if it hits them. Killmonger drove the car towards a narrow alleyway with some form of aerial cover. They won't be able to hit them easily, but the alleys won't make them utilize the unlocked engine. 14 minutes. Bruce called out. Fuck, Eric murmured. We need to ditch the car. It'll blow up. He continued while he parked the car at the side of the road. Sure. A run would help my heart rate go down. Bruce sarcastically replied. He's already at 170 BPM. He could feel the other guy fighting his way out. Eric and Bruce were able to place some distance between them and the car. They could hear the car blow up a few seconds later. Eric could hear the helicopter hovering over one of the rooftops. The Black Ops team should be dropping somewhere near them. We're going to get fucked if we stay right here, Eric said while looking around. We need to get up the rooftops or to the open road, so this doesn't turn into a murdering hole. He added before looking towards Bruce. How's your cardio? Better than most, but I can't do more than this, Bruce answered. That's better than nothing, Eric replied. They got themselves out of the tight commercial district into the open highway. They only need to get across it to get to the warehouse district. The only problem was black SUVs, and MRAPs formed a blockade in front of them while a team is closing in from behind. Fuck, Eric shouted while pulling Bruce inside one of the corner stores with a vantage point of both the highway and the alley they just came from. Bruce flopped down beside Eric with his eyes closed. He's trying to control his breathing to bring down his heart rate, but it's barely working. Eric could already see the enlarged green arteries running up Bruce's neck. It wouldn't take too much or stress to change him completely. Eric took a peek at the situation, and it's getting direr as time goes on. He pulled down his bandana to cover his face and checked his gear to prepare for a shootout. He's clearly at a disadvantage. Aside from the fact they're outnumbered and surrounded, he's using incapacitating rounds. Inject the tracker to Bruce and get yourself out of there, Eric heard Naruto order. What? Eric asked to clarify. Inject the tracker to Bruce and get yourself out of there. He's about to change. Aren't we supposed to stop him from changing in the first place? Yes, we should. However, the next best thing is to just get him out of the city with minimum damage, Naruto explained. Copy. Eric relented before pulling out an EpiPen-shaped object. This is the injector for a tracking device that should make it easier for them to find Bruce wherever he might end up. Sorry, document. I got to go, he said, causing Bruce to send him a questioning look. The other guy is about to come out, and I don't want to meet him just yet, he explained. This would enable us to find you, he continued before injecting it into Bruce's arm. The sudden jolt of pain caused Bruce's heart rate to rise above the threshold. He popped 4 smoke grenades to give them some cover. Eric picked up his gear and ran towards the back door. Eric calmly opened the door and smirked when his guess had been proven right. Standing outside the door is Emil Blonsky. Emil Blonsky was a former captain of the British Royal Marines. He's a 5 feet 7 inches, 39 years old, a Caucasian man with blue-green eyes. He should already be a colonel or higher when he left the armed forces, but he stayed as a captain. He reasoned that he would like to stay on the field with his men, but he's just a bloodthirsty battle maniac in reality. Blonsky left the employ of the Royal Marines when they started decreasing his missions due to his age, even after his more than stellar record. The lack of suitable challenge for his skill forced him to be a merc. That's the reason why he accepted Thunderbolt Ross's offer. Hunting down a man that could turn into a green beast machine should give him enough of a challenge. Blonsky was alone at the back exit because he had the men surround the place, leaving the back exit alone. Any person with enough brain cells would try to leave at the back, and he was not disappointed. The Killmonger, huh? Didn't expect to see you here, Blonsky said with a bored tone. You fell off the map 2 years ago. Well, I was waiting for your ugly mug to show up, Eric replied. I would love to chat, but I'm kind of in a hurry. Blonsky blocked Eric's path and drew his sidearm. You think I'll just let you go? Ross would cut my pay, Emil threatened. Oh. I know you won't. Eric answered right before a loud and intimidating roar came from inside the building. You just won't have enough time to do anything about it. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 21, 2010, 0700H local. Wow, Chala said in awe. I don't think I can last more than 5 minutes in a straight-up fight without a suit. Chala and Naruto are looking at the Hulk breaking through the storefront. Naruto had to admit that seeing the Hulk in person is a lot more intimidating than watching a video. 10 or so feet high with green skin and red-veined eyes. He took on more dangerous people, but the sheer primal force the Hulk is exuding is like facing a Bijou for the first time, although a lot less pressure. Don't sell yourself short. Naruto started. You'll last 10 minutes before getting pounded to a pulp. Chala turned his head and looked at Naruto incredulously. You don't know how to talk to people, do you? Chala replied with a raised eyebrow. That's funny coming from you, mister. I'm always talking in an enigmatic whisper. Naruto countered, effectively shutting Chala up. How's the little princess anyway? You have a weird sense of when to start small talk. Chala commented, but Naruto just shrugged. He released an involuntary sigh. She's doing great. 10 years old and already finishing up her high school courses. I'm sure she would finish her college courses in 3 years. Maybe a doctorate in 4. What's that specialized course you guys have again? Wakandan Parallel Development in Science and Technology and a whole bunch of other things, but that's what I'm thinking she's going to take. Chala answered. Goddamn overachievers, Naruto remarked. Hey, that's my sister you're talking about? Chala rebuked before getting a bit more subdued. But she's really an overachiever. Naruto released a hearty laugh that Chala mirrored. The round of laughter only stopped when another roar came from the Hulk. Shouldn't you send the backup now? Chala asked. Not yet. Naruto reached for the handheld radio and opened up the line. Eric. How are you doing, buddy? Running, Eric briskly replied. What you want me to do now? I want to know how good of a shot you are, Naruto said. There's a billboard to your right. That should give you a great vantage point to snipe the Black Ops, dude. The ammo you gave me is kosher. What do you want me to do with it? So some confusion down there. We need to get them to back off for quite some time, and scaring the shit out of them would do just fine. They're special forces. They don't get scared easily. Not them, the general, or at least the people around him. Naruto corrected. Make enough trouble, and he has no choice but to regroup and wait out the storm. Even if he's a general, he still needs the military backing him. You're really an asshole, aren't you? Eric mused out loud. Fine, fine. I'm going to get on shooting. Thank you, Naruto said before dropping the radio. I should call my backup. Yes, you should. They won't last long. The Hulk would turn his attention to the civilian population not soon after. Chala replied. Naruto nodded before disappearing. Chala opened up his Kimoyo beads that are projecting the battlefield a few kilometers away from them. This was done by a Wakandan satellite hovering over the area. This particular satellite is designed for his personal use and rarely checked by anyone else, so it's perfect for looking around. The Hulk is plowing through the Black Ops platoon. He's tanking the rain of gunfire and ripping through MRAPs and SUVs alike. He's attacking anyone and anything that catches its attention, giving particular interest to the people currently shooting. Blonsky's experience is working well for him. He was able to go through his magazines and 40mm grenade ammo without getting the big guy's attention. It looked like he had done this by firing at the same time as the others and hiding behind cover. How are they doing? Naruto suddenly asked. Chala put on his Black Panther helmet before turning around since he could feel that there's someone with Naruto. When he turned around, he saw a relatively tall woman with brown hair, wearing a full black tactical suit. She has 2 pistols hanging at her hips, along with a few short blades and magazines. However, her getup's most striking detail is 2 gray gauntlets shaped like a small kite shield. Based on the lines running through the shield and its unnecessary thickness, it should be able to extend to a usable shield. As he was looking over the shield, he noticed that it was made from a very familiar metal. "Naruto," Chala called out. Naruto hummed in acknowledgement. "Is that vibranium?" "Yup. Found a vibranium meteorite in Madagascar. Had to purify the shit out of it, though," Naruto replied. Chala had no choice but to nod. Wakanda has essentially claimed every vibranium found in the country. They had also placed strict and paranoid guidelines for taking as small as an mg of vibranium out of the country. If a piece of raw vibranium is found out of the country, they adopt a non-contact policy about it. War dogs would keep track of the vibranium but would not interfere unless it could harm Wakanda. This is the same approach used when Howard Stark found a vibranium meteorite just outside of Wakanda. Anyway, this is... I want to say Miss America, but that's sexist. Captain Britain? Nah, sound like a cheap imitation. Naruto continued with his musing. His 2 audiences just ignored him and approached each other, trying to get a read. After a few seconds of stare down, the new arrival decided to break the silence. "Prince Chala, I think it's only fair that I introduce myself since our mutual friend seems to be in his own world." The woman started. Hearing his name, Chala released an involuntary sigh. Of course, Naruto would blurt that secret out. With no point hiding his identity, Chala removed his mask to reveal his face. "Depending on how extensive is Wakanda's knowledge on the world as a whole, you might have heard of me," she started. This caused Chala to skim through his memory, and the woman in front of him is triggering something, but he can't just seem to figure it out. "I'm Margaret Elizabeth Carter. Peggy for short." Chala raised an eyebrow when he heard the name. Peggy Carter is a well-known figure, especially to the Wakandan royalties. This is due to her contribution to the Second World War and, more importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s creation. However, as far as he's aware, Peggy Carter had died more than 2 years ago. Not to mention the fact that she's almost 90 years old. "I have to say, I'm happy to see you alive and well, Ms. Carter," Chala greeted half-jokingly. "Yeah. I have Naruto to thank for that," Peggy replied, giving Chala most of the information he needs. "So, can you tell me how's the big guy doing? You should ask about the soldiers. They're getting pummeled. It's a wonder how they managed to last this long," Chala answered. "We also have guys shooting them with incapacitating rounds from time to time." Peggy took only a second to process the information before turning around and tapping Naruto on his shoulder, causing him to turn around. "Come on. I don't want the civilians to get caught in the crossfire," Peggy said. "Okay. Just wait for a second. Wear your helmet in the meantime. We don't want to mess up with your big debut," Naruto replied before walking towards the radio. "I'm going to drop the backup 50m north of the battlefield, wearing an old-school tactical suit. Do you copy?" "Copy. It would be best if you hurried, though. There are only 10 combat-ready men left," Eric advised. "Ugh. I really thought someone like Blonsky would last longer," Naruto mused to himself before turning towards Peggy. "Ready?" "Yes," Peggy answered before Naruto, and she disappeared. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. February 21, 2010, 0710H local. Emil Blonsky would never admit it, but he's having the time of his life. The thrill of the hunt, and now, the fight. Only his training gave him enough pause to give his men orders. But after 10 minutes of brutal back and forth, even Blonsky had to frown. It's fun when you have the chance to get out of the situation, but there's no thrill in the hunt if there's a 100% chance you would get pummeled to the ground. Add the fact that someone is shooting some form of tranq darts to the team, and you got a soldier's worst nightmare. Peggy was dropped somewhere north of the general area. She can clearly hear gunfire and destruction. Without missing a beat, the super soldier ran towards the highway. She took a moment to assess the situation before heading straight to the Hulk. A few meters before Peggy reached the Hulk, she jumped high off the ground and delivered a devastating punch straight to the green guy's face. This caused the Hulk to stagger backward. "Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Ceasefire!" Blonsky ordered. He has no idea if the person is a backup or not, but he wouldn't want to take any chances. "Take the injured and the dead out of here. See if there are any usable cars in the area. Make sure not to get the target's attention," he added. The team quickly followed his order and opened up civilian cars in the vicinity, and they started loading the downed teammates. While this was happening, Blonsky decided to do some information gathering. He first took out a portable video camera from his pack and set it down on the ground while pointing to the fight. He also started to collect as much of the incapacitating bullets as he can find. Maybe Ross could find something about it, as well as the unexpected appearance of the Killmonger. It's not like Ross could punish Stevens publicly since Rio is a Black Ops operation. "Sir, we're ready to go," one of Blonsky's men informed him. Blonsky took one last look at the fight before picking up the video camera and leaving. He's sure that Ross would turn red when he hears about it in the debriefing before focusing his attention on the apparent super soldier. The video would certainly give them some clues on the third party's identity. Peggy has been given quite the workout. More than what she usually experienced in field missions ever since she changed. However, this level is less than what she had experienced when Naruto trained her to get used to her new body. The female super soldier is using her speed to keep the Hulk's attention on her. She focuses on giving light strikes on her target's lower legs, especially the knees. This isn't enough to hurt the guy but just enough to annoy and slow him down. When she noticed that the soldiers are out of the general area, she started with the final step to force the Hulk out of Rio. Peggy jumped a few meters back, placing some distance between them. She pulled out one of her pistols, a 7-round Desert Eagle with modified .50 caliber rounds. Naruto had given her 4 types of rounds that might work in driving the Hulk off the city. The first one is a sonic round. This would release a localized burst of high-frequency sound the moment it impacts. Secondly, a stink bullet is made from a concentrated skunk spray. The third bullet is a simple flash bullet. Finally, a spicy round that releases a cloud of capsaicin crystals on impact. She received 3 7-round magazines of each ammo type from Naruto. Peggy opted to use the spicy bullet first to see how the Hulk would react to a different kind of pain. She fired 2 rounds towards her target, one to the face and one to the chest. A white cloud of capsaicin crystals surrounded the Hulk, which immediately sent him into a coughing fit. He kept on scratching his face and throat, trying to get rid of the burning sensation. He can't even concentrate on the cause of the pain. Seeing the spicy bullet's effectiveness, Peggy pulled out her second pistol and changed its magazine to a sonic round. She fired a sonic round and a spicy round in succession every 20 seconds. She takes a step forward with each shot she takes, hoping to push the Hulk. The super soldier is fully expecting the green behemoth to run away any moment now, but she underestimated his tenacity. Having enough of the circumstance, the Hulk blindly rushed towards Peggy's direction. She was able to dodge the charge, but the Hulk had quickly recovered and started sending debris towards her. The situation worsens as time goes on since the Hulk is mixing charges, throwing debris, and punching, effectively decreasing her window to fire some shots in. With no other choice, she holstered her guns and took out 2 grenades. One is a smoke/flash grenade, which would disorient the Hulk, while the other is a spicy grenade. Combining the two would hopefully distract the Hulk long enough for her to get out while dissuading the Hulk from engaging the possible targets. She just needs to step in again in case her plan fails. Peggy crouched to dodge a car thrown by the Hulk before sliding the grenades to his feet. Not 5 seconds later, the 2 grenades exploded. It started with a loud bang, and a bright flash of light before smoke and capsaicin crystals started covering a section of the highway. She quickly turned back around and started running to a nearby building that would give her a vantage point of the Hulk. She could see the Hulk looking around for her after the smoke dissipated. His eyes are red from the capsaicin irritant. To her relief, the Hulk jumped high up into the air, presumably out of the city, after not finding his previous target. "Wow, didn't expect the spicy bomb to work that well," Naruto said as he suddenly appeared beside Peggy. "Don't worry. The big guy is already out of the city." "That's good," Peggy replied while trying to catch her breath. "I think my theory that Banner is somewhere inside the Hulk has been confirmed." Peggy flashed Naruto a questioning look, prompting him to continue. "Well, he started jumping to the north. Of all the directions to escape to, why north?" "Because that's where Dr. Banner was supposed to go," Peggy answered. "Exactly," Naruto said with a toothy grin. "Come on. Let's get you back. Steve must be worried right about now." Triskelion, Washington, D.C., February 22, 2010, 0900H local. Currently, Banner is in Guatemala. I have a guy with him that would help him back stateside. Naruto recounted the events in Rio, making sure to leave some key details. Like the presence of the Wakandan prince and the not-so-dead founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. "And that guy is Eric Stevens, right?" Fury asked while leaning back on his chair. "Yup. And what about the super soldier?" "What soldier?" "This soldier," Fury answered while pushing a button on his desk. A video projected behind him showing Peggy fighting the Hulk. "Even the getup looks a lot like the cap." "Huh? Forgot about that part," Naruto stated with a straight face. "Well, I found a super soldier and some vibranium lying around, so there you go." Before you ask, I'm not going to answer any question about the said super soldier. I need to know if somebody out there is creating an army of super soldiers, Fury stated with a stare. Only the usual attempts. Nobody even came close to a usable method. In fact, testing had dropped in the past year since some of the funds are funneled to the creation of an exosuit. Although Fury would never say it, he's released that Naruto's answer is in line with his intelligence report. Every country nation with a competitive military is currently working on recreating Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. This is due to the fact that creating a tech suit is more feasible than changing a body's physiology. It would also be more cost-effective and would give more benefits like flight and armor. Even the US has dumped $10 billion for its development alongside Hammer Industries. So, what's the payment this time? Fury inquired. I got something different this time, Naruto replied while reaching for something beside him. He pulled out a folder and placed it on the table. Fury took the folder and opened it before showing an involuntary frown. I want one of your prospective enhanced operatives to disappear and release a scientist from your employ. I think their names are Ava Starr and Dr. Bill Foster.